right, let's go ahead and get to this. I'm going to make a warning in advance here. This is going to be a bit of a rant tonight, so just be forewarned before we get started. There is a winter storm here, January 2026. Winter storm making its way across the country right now, and I just thought that going into depth about where we find ourselves at socially and otherwise, I'm going to go ahead and throw you all a bone here. I'm going to go ahead and throw some of you a bone that Kevin Samuels told you all winter is coming. I was the guy who said, no, that's incorrect. Winter is here. And now in 2026, there's really no doubt about it. The winter is here. And the situation like what's going on right now makes it very, very clear and very, very plain for everybody here. You're looking at a tough social situation, crushing financial situation, the environment itself. You're going to be looking at areas where people are going to lose electricity. No, don't forget, 5 years ago when this happened, I was here when it occurred. Hit Texas, it hit Louisiana, it hit part of Arkansas, but Texas and northern Louisiana, in particular Shreveport, were especially hard hit. Pipes bursting all over the place. Let me tell you, there wasn't a feminist in sight. There was not a feminist in sight. There were no feminists. There were no strong, independent women. You had places over there in Texas, dozens of people died. Not at the beginning of the 20th century, but at the beginning of the 21st century. Dozens of people died, many of them women. And the reason for that is because it can be very, very easy to mistake the fact that the environment has been so tamed and has been so pacified by men that the ecology of the earth itself has changed, and that there's nothing more to fear. And that's absolutely a lie. The environment is just as savage and unforgiving as it's always been. However, the desire to abuse people as a result of that is what has changed. And when you think that you're entitled to things, that becomes difficult. So tonight, I want to talk about winter is here. There are going to be a lot of you here this weekend, even tonight. If you're in Texas, if you're in Louisiana, we're already having to hunker down. The temperatures have already begun to drop. So about noon today, I was saying, and it begins. So you're starting to see some frozen precipitation. You're starting to see the temperatures drop. It's very clear what's about to get started. They are predicting up north in Michigan, Minnesota, Illinois, you could be seeing temperatures that go to 10, maybe even 30 degrees below zero. What? 10 in some places to 30 degrees below zero. New York, they're expecting basically a blizzard in New York. So they are getting prepared to the best of your ability. This is all very much on short notice, to be totally honest. But that's the way these things happen. That's the way these things occur. In a country with a population of about 350 million people, they're expecting this winter storm to affect somewhere between 180 and 230 million. You see, it's situations like this that remind people of what really matters and reminds people of what the value of a man actually is. The problem that we have is that it should not take a crisis to get there to people who stop arguing with you. There's the issue. It should not require that, but to an extent it does. And so I'm having a nice program to say that you need to get your files updated about exactly where you are today. You need to get your files updated about exactly where we are and exactly what this really means. Should there be mercy? Should there be, and I'm talking to the fellas here right now, Should there be mercy about this? Because you see, this is an environment where men thrive. In reality, this is an environment where men thrive. When women get stuck in the snow, women immediately freeze. But by that, I don't just mean temperature-wise, I also mean physically. Women stop moving. As men, we are built for adverse environments. As men, we are built for difficult circumstances and difficult environments. We're built for that. When things get difficult, we're the ones outside in the sweltering heat and in the freezing cold. We're the ones outside working in those environments because it's got to get done. We're the ones with the freezing and the circulation in your fingers and your toes is getting cut off. But you see, as men, people's survival depends on our ability to continue working. People's survival depends on that, but here's the point. The point is, if you depend on someone that much, then they should have the exact same degree and magnitude of respect and deference, and that's been what hasn't been occurring. There are going to be a lot of people who are going to get a brutal reminder this weekend, and possibly for the next week. Not just this weekend, but this could, in some areas, you're going to see it hit this weekend. The temperatures are going to go up a little bit, and then you're going to see it repeat itself. And it's environments like this that remind you of who it is that really takes care of you. Unfortunately, we have a society where individuals, they're harboring a narcissism and a conceit, and they really just want to be disrespectful as a result. And that is what made so many people gravitate to the phrase winter is coming. But I was the guy who told you that winter is here. And this weekend is just a reminder of that. Let me say this in no uncertain terms. There will be some people, maybe just one or two, but there will be some people who are listening to this program who are not going to be alive next weekend. Damn! I don't say that to be cold or callous, but I'm just saying. Statistically speaking, there's a very good chance that there are people who are listening to this program tonight who are not going to be here next weekend. Life expectancy may go down as a result. Having to fight and deal with this is an issue. Having to fight and deal with this is an issue. I want to let you know something here. This is not about whether or not you're from the North or not. This is not about whether or not you think you got some hot cocoa. So coping mechanisms are one thing here. This is not about that. This is not about that. This is about the fact that, by the way, did they lie to you? And did you believe it? Did you want to believe that? Did you want to believe that everything was all right and everything was great and you can do as you please? You see, there has been a sick pathology of thinking that you can be treasonous to people and that there will be no consequences for it. Let me explain something to you here. I just got back from New York City. I just came back from New York. There's already snow all over the place up there. Already snow all over the place. And as I'm on my way out, here are the weather reports talking about get ready because here comes a whammy. I'm sitting here and I'm watching these trucks spraying. I don't know if it's Breen or whatever other chemical that they're putting out there. I'm sitting there watching them do that. Now, you have to understand something. For those of us from places like Louisiana, Mississippi, Texas, we don't really have trucks that spray those chemicals like that. They'll put down dirt. In some cases, there might be some rock salt, but doing all those super chemicals like they do in the Northeast, in the North and East and Northeast. They don't really do that in the Deep South like that. And that's why people love buying cars from the Deep South. And I need to remind you, there's a couple of females in here patting themselves in the back because you have a microwave oven and thinking you're going to be okay this weekend. It's like, no, baby, you don't get it. Just sit back and soak up the game. Silliness is its own punishment. See, folks like to buy cars from the Deep South. They don't like to buy cars from up north because the first thing you have to check is, oh, if that car came from up north, oh, wait a minute, is that a place where it snows? Because that means that every year the car's underbelly is getting a steady diet of these chemicals, which means it's going to radically increase the amount of rusting that the underside of the vehicles is going to do. So there's a reason why when folks buy cars, they want to know where that car came from. If you're smart, if you're intelligent, a lot of folks don't even know that. And then they find out later that they never look at the underside of the car and then realize later, oh, the car is so cheap because, oh, the frame is rusting. So you see, for those of us from the Deep South, a little bit less in Florida, but from the Deep South, we don't have those issues. When things like this happen, folks hunker down in place. You will not be doing that in the Northeast. In the North and the Northeast, you all would not be doing that. Most of you will still be expected to bring your ass to work Monday.
Nigga, what?
Environment, unforgiving, and the economy even more so. So, by the way, one more thing. A lot of you are going to be expected to be at work Monday. They're going to tell you got to be there. Well, you know, we're in a place where it just snows. Do you all realize all these videos you see online of people, their cars get wrecked, the cars slide down the hills? Well, hell yeah. Hell yeah. So a lot of you, it's like, you can talk all you want to on Friday. We'll see you Monday. See you Monday. So just understand, when I talk about winter, when I remind you all that winter ain't coming, winter is here. I'm talking about that. I'm talking about that. Please understand something. People are not complaining about the cost of living because they get a lot of latitude and leniency during cold weather months. They're complaining about the cost of living because replacing you is easy and they don't give a damn anymore. It's a tough time to be out here having to hump it on your own. It's a tough time to be doing that, especially for the ladies there, because you're hoping and assuming the environment will not get worse. You're hoping and assuming the environment won't get any worse about it here. What that really means is that you're hoping that the government and the system takes care of you. In case you didn't notice, we have the most dysfunctional government we've ever had at this point. You have the most dysfunctional environment for that. So, no, don't let folks fool you here, people. When I was up there in New York, everybody was having to get to work up there last week. So don't believe any of the lying in the chat room about what they ain't going to do. It's just have you checking with them. Oh, you going to work today. You got to understand, people recede back into their, the internet's just for silly talk. And that's why we have to stay rooted in reality here. I don't want you getting caught off guard by silly talk. I don't want you getting caught off guard by silliness. It is one thing if you have a choice in the matter. It's quite another thing if you don't have a choice in the matter. That's the issue. It's one thing if you have a choice, but if you don't have one, and by the way, it's going to be everywhere. It's going to be everywhere. And what I'm saying to you is, it's not just physical snow. It's physical, emotional, mental, social, psychological. The problem with being on your own is that your chances of survival drop exponentially when you're by yourself. You live in a world of uncertainty. Uncertain things happen. Being by yourself limits your chances. having people to cooperate with raises your chances. You have people talking here, and I want you all to understand something. When you see stupid people, and I'm just going to remind you all that you see stupid people and liars, even some here in the chat room, stupid and lying, and you just play past that because an idiot trying to tell you how great they're doing by themselves, that's not a flex. A female running her gums in the safety and warmth of her studio apartment with her rent control in New York, bumping her gums on a Friday night, that's not a flex. You're not impressing anybody. That's not a flex. It isn't. You look silly. And the reason you look silly is because everybody knows you can't back up any of this. We passed that era 20 years ago. Some of you still sitting up here drinking lean, and some of you stud-built ones. Let me be very, very clear. There is not a single female under the age of 28 who is here tonight or anywhere else talking about how great she is tonight and how she's not worried. It's a bunch of the size 12 plus, over 30, jack-jawed, big body, broad built, sitting up here talking silly. Let me just go ahead and take the gloves off and just say it like that. Let me just throw it bare knuckle on you. You're not fooling anybody. It's not the best and brightest. That's not what's happening. That's not what's occurring. It's the same thing it always is. You see, and here's the reason why the men were very receptive to the message that winter is here. You see, you can't make long-term plans with some delusional, daydreaming, idiotic female next to you. Ladies, I got to tell the truth tonight. Let me go ahead and read the mail tonight. A lot of folks are talking about Cameron, and Cameron did a video recently with one of his exes, and what it shows is that she's just as hard-headed and difficult now as she was when she was with him. And she's complaining that he never, quote-unquote, invested in her. What she meant is that she was sitting up here trying to hit him up for money for a screwball idea, and he's like, yeah, I ain't doing that. That's you. Any female trying to talk like she's strong and independent tonight, heifer, sit down.
Oh, please.
That's you. And if a man sits up here and links his wagon to you, he's going to be losing when this garbage you talking in here isn't actually a real thing in the real world. He's going to end up losing because the crap you talk on the internet is not actually your real life in the real world. And if he hooks up with you, he's just going to find out, oh, she's just stupid and hard-headed like the rest of them. It becomes that. I want to make a few things clear about that. When we talk about winter is here, first of all, this is an age situation. There's a bunch of chicks out here right now. They are just accepting their fate. They are conceding defeat and accepting their fate. You're going to be doing a lot of big back breaking for the rest of your damn years if you can make it that long, because you're going to be looking for disability or something else to take care of patching them holes together. There are not a bunch of thriving older women out here today. They're all on their hover rounds, riding around Walmart. It's not a great, wonderful life. It's a bunch of silliness. It's a bunch of silliness, and the older they're getting, the worse it is getting, which is why they talk silly. But these are coping mechanisms. I'm bringing this up here because I want to remind you, it's not about just tonight. This is a compounding issue. Einstein said the most powerful force in the universe is compounding interest. It's a compounding issue. You trying to live in a city where the environment is constantly getting beat on by the elements. Your car is getting beat on by the elements. Your ability to live is getting beat on by the elements. And the clock is ticking and running before you can escape from LA or escape from New Jersey or escape from Boston or escape from Connecticut. Or escape from Philadelphia, escape from Virginia. Now going down as far as the Carolinas, can you escape? Can you escape, or are you going to just get caught? You see, it used to be your expectation was that you would be able to work for 20 years maybe, and then you can go ahead and sit down. And that's not what it is now. It's just going to be you going to work till you drop. That's just going to be what it's going to be. A lot of things are having to change. A lot of things are having to change. Please understand, baby, you struggling.
And deal with it, nigga.
Let's be clear. Let's be clear now. I want folks to get real about it here. The folks talking the loudest, just understand that's them. Please do not think that you can depend on them to back up any of this nonsense. If you DM them, just get ready for stupid responses. Oh, hell, you were just lying. They're off their meds. Man, you can't have that when a snowstorm is coming through. You cannot have that when the snowstorm is coming through. Hey, there was snow in the Florida Panhandle last week.
What?
By the way, there was snow in the Florida Panhandle last week. So just in case you think you're safe, anywhere, like I say, this is just dream talk. This is dream talk and silliness talk. And let me go ahead and remind you, not only are you in a place where the elements are outrageously against you, but the places y'all are naming, these are the most expensive places in America. New York in the north, Florida to the south, Washington to the north, California to the south. Where are you going? Illinois in the north, Texas to the south. Where are you going? Where exactly is it you're planning? Tell me where the safe place is that you think you found. Florida. Oh, winter is here, only it's a hurricane.
Damn!
Winter is here, and for the whole state of Florida, it's just a hurricane now. It's flooding now. It's salt now. As I said, silly talk does not pay the bills, and silly talk doesn't cure anything. On the internet, people can afford to talk stupid in a chat room. You can't live by their stupid talk. Stupid talk, you can't live by it. They can act stupid in the chat room, but if you met them in the real world, okay, I need that stupid talk you did to get me over this bridge. Oh, yeah, we'll see. There were some of you who were going out here and whatnot, and you found out just how fragile civilization can be. You went to some of your stores and you started seeing, oh man, the bread's gone, the water's gone. And please understand, you are making a basic assumption. You are making the basic assumption that everything's going to be brief and everything's going to be short. In 2021, folks were without power for a week in the Deep South. And you found out real easy, a week in the Deep South and the snow was out everywhere. You couldn't get around. Man, that's a death sentence. You're like, okay, I can just hunker down at home. Yeah, as long as the electricity and the water stay on, I guess you can. Has your city invested in infrastructure and has your electric company maintained the infrastructure the way you're fantasizing in your mind? Need I also remind you all that the electrical grid is under more strain than it's ever been because of all these people who've opened up all these data centers across the country.
Damn!
So you don't even have it as nice as you did in 2021. In 2021, the only people using electricity were just you and some of the commercial users. 5 years later, it's you versus a bunch of gigantic data centers that are currently using 25% of the electricity in America. And do you think they're shutting their centers down while this storm comes through? You think they're turning their centers off? You think they're saying, oh, wait a minute, that might be too much on the grid right now. Let's fall back and ease back on that. You think that's what Larry Ellison and Elon Musk and Sam Altman are going to do? You think that's what's going to happen? Like I said, somebody talking stupid in the chat room somewhere who don't think because they're just on the internet lying. It's like, okay, they can talk stupid. I'm just telling you, you move out in the real world listening to them, the both of you are dead meat. Yeah, the 720 degrees of analysis that stupid talk simply can't give you. And that's just during the month of January. People, you still got another 2 months to go where this could repeat itself. What condition is your house going to be in? What condition is the car going to be in? What condition is the property going to be in? How many winters have you allocated funds to take care of all this by itself? Well, Jason, I'm just going to hold on to my car. Stupid hoe talk.
Ho, please.
And that's the reason why I bring in, by the way, you all are having to buy new vehicles because you can't keep the old ones. For those of you from the deep south, it's very easy for you to say, well, I just won't buy another car for another decade. If you live in New York, Michigan, New Jersey, you don't have a choice in the matter. Let me explain to you all something here. In case you did not know, or in case it didn't register or dawn on you, when they spray these chemicals on the freeway that only marginally keep snow off of it, you do understand they do it when the freeway is dry before any precipitation hits it. Okay, but as a result, what's intended is that when any sort of precipitation, including frozen precipitation, hits it, it's supposed to activate the chemicals at that time. Well, here's the problem. The problem is that doesn't just last for a week or for a weekend or for a month. Those chemicals can stay in your roadways for months on end because that's what they're made to do. So after the snow is left, the next time it rains, guess what? It kicks up those chemicals again. All that's going on the underside of your car, on your axles, on your rotors, on the electronics, on the wiring, on the underside of the oil pans, on the underside of the radiator. That's why they put all these plastic sheetings under cars more recently. They put these skid plates under them. Yeah, they kind of help to a certain degree, but they can't cover everything. So you see, if you live north of the Mason-Dixon line in particular, you don't have that option. You can fantasize in your head that you'll hold on to your car. And when them chemicals get finished working your car over for 5 or 7 years, well, that's going out the window. That's going out the window. RMI, you are an exercise in silliness tonight. It's just, I don't know, it's just the drugs or whoever your lean supplier is, you might want to get a new one. It's all I can say is this is why things like that happen. It's just, I understand. When I say silly talk, no disrespect. I'm just saying you are exhibit A. Anybody who listens to you is going to end up where you at. So, folks, if you want to get stuck in the ditch, all right, listen to silly talk. But yeah. No, people, pressure washing your car is not what does it. Washing the underside of your car is not what does it. That's a female talking silliness. You just showed everybody you don't know anything about cars. You don't know anything about rust prevention. You just showed everybody you don't actually know anything. So this is why you're not with a dude, because if any man who sits there and thinks, ooh, maybe she got a point, you're as stupid as she is. Jason, that's rude. No, I'm honest. That's stupid talk. That's not the way the chemicals work. And that's not, even if you could, that's not the way that you would deal with that type of rust prevention, that you would have to do it beforehand. But you don't actually know that, which is why you're sitting in the chat room making a complete ass of yourself saying silliness. Because you don't actually know anything about this. But you in your insecurity and your deficiency, you're desperately hoping that men will take you seriously. Yes, they take you seriously. A serious fool.
And deal with it.
So, by the way, if anybody wants to be intelligent, just understand clowns in the chat room will have you stupid like them. That's not the way rust prevention works on an automobile. Clearly, you don't know anything about cars, so you changing a spare tire would be an exercise in comedy. But that's not the way that works. So thanks for letting everybody know how much you don't know, which is a lot. You know, if you would just be quiet and listen, you could have saved yourself that embarrassment. But everybody in the chat, the reason why everybody in the chat room and after the program is going to be laughing at you is because, yeah, like I say, it's just that kind of silly, stupid talk. Yeah, that's the reason Winter is here. Does anybody think that she has the slightest clue how to maintain her life after what you just saw? Okay. It doesn't prevent her from talking. It doesn't prevent them from bumping their gums. It doesn't stop that from occurring. No, she'll just keep talking. Wrong, stupid, ignorant, and just keep running your gums. Do you think that you can plan for retirement with that? Do you think that you're going to be able to make any life goals happen with that shackled to you? So I'm very glad that she's here so she can at least be Exhibit A, let folks know, by the way, this is a very real thing. Just remember that beauty is only skin deep, but stupid cuts clean to the bone. So anyway, for the non-silly people out there, all three of you, please understand here, you can make all the plans you want to. You can have all the fantasy talk you want to. Things are not messed up by accident. It's messed up because there's a bunch of hard-headed folks out there and they want to believe that they can get something for nothing or that they're going to be able to dream their way through this. And there's a question that men are having to ask themselves today. There's a question that men are having to ask themselves today. And they're having to ask themselves, are you worth this much trouble?
Damn!
In the chat room, Olga said they had to replace a catalytic converter. Yeah, and you can't really wait on that. If you're in a place where you can even get any, since folks started stealing catalytic converters, can you even get one? Men are starting to have to ask themselves some tough questions, and at the top of those lists of tough questions right now is, are they worth it? Are they worth the trouble? You all take a look at RMI. And are they worth the trouble? Are they worth the difficulty that is coming along with them? With how much it costs and how much it's going to take, are they worth this level of difficulty? And the answer that men are coming to today is no, not really. This is a sad commentary, but the conclusion that they're coming to here is no. Who wants to have some big back, loudmouth female sitting up here trying to tell you what she knows and she's dead wrong? Who wants that? Who's looking to have that? Do you realize that what they're doing is basically stupid things and everything is about shifting the liability from that off of their shoulders onto somebody else? Do you realize that? In the chat room, Big Mama, relationships should be reciprocal. Well, that's true, but here's the issue. The issue is a relationship costs a man much more than it does you. Let me go ahead and just throw it on folks here tonight here, since I'm going to just have to go in, and on tonight's program, like I said, I warned you in advance, it's going to be a bit of a rant, but ladies, you don't build nothing. Women don't build. Women don't build anything. They never have. They never will. Women do not build. If we put it in women's hands and check back and say we're going to check back in a week, we need, not we want, we need you all to have built this bridge, built this fire station, built this fire truck. We're going to come back in a week and it's just going to be a pile of bricks still sitting there. Women don't build. You can threaten, you can warn, you can admonish, you can do whatever. Women don't build. They don't. And they're not going to. Big Mama wants it. Now you're competing with RMI basically for silly talk. Although I'm glad you're here. Women don't clean clothes. The washing machine does, ma'am.
Oh, please.
Nigga, please.
You see just how quickly you showed your own lack of intellect there. I'm just saying, no disrespect. But by the way, thank you for saying that so that I don't have to. Women don't build babies in their stomachs either. There's been no female who's reached in her stomach and constructed a baby. So the best you can do is to say biological responses that you have absolutely no part in creating. This is like talking to a 3-year-old. I just want you to understand, and they're fighting to see how silly they can be. It's like talking to a kid on Sesame Street. And these are old women in here, not young females. I mean old chicks who need to be sitting with a can of Metamucil right now and steady talking to tell us what they know. And first of all, you don't build a baby any more than you build a plant. So I'm just saying, you get into immature coping mechanisms. It's just silliness. How do you expect a man to lead something like that? Well, she call herself Big Mama. Ain't no man trying to lead Big Mama. Big Mama has always been by her big lonely self. There's no man who's looking to be her protector and provider. She gets shuffled off into a nursing home, and that's the last anybody ever saw her. That's what happens. That's what occurs. You know what? Why don't we do things a little bit different here? We're going to do things a little bit different here tonight. Since we got so much participation from them, I'm so glad to see that. So we're going to go ahead and get them up here on Zoom. So since they're in the chat room, they can't say they don't have a connection. As a matter of fact, some of them have already said they sitting at home and living lavish. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. I'm so glad to hear how great things are going, because now we're going to have, instead of them in the chat room, we're going to have them call up. So Big Mama, we're going to get you up on Zoom here since you steady talking and steady jawboning. I'm so glad you said that. So instead of us having to limit you to getting that arthritis in your fingers, you know, on the texting in the chat room there, let me go ahead and throw the link to the Zoom up in the chat room here. There it is. The link to the Zoom's pinned at the top of the chat room. So glad we got you here for that. So Big Mama needs to be on Zoom. If RMI keeps talking, we're going to grab her too while we're at it. You know, so they can illuminate all of us on how much of this we're all just not getting. Because we're all seeing the same thing, but of course, you know, and we're just not smart enough to realize how brilliant it actually is. If we were a little bit smarter or whatever, maybe we could, you know, maybe we could understand a little bit better. So, but so glad we got that worked out here. Let's go ahead and get them on up here on Zoom so they can go ahead and let us know. Inform us about all the areas that we're wrong in. Well, no, that's okay, baby. You can go ahead and download it. You got 2 minutes regardless. If you can be in the chat room, all you got to do is click the link for Zoom. That's all you have to do. If you're in the chat room, just click the link for Zoom, but we're not arguing with you. By the way, hey, why don't you build yourself a download of Zoom?
What?
Hey, you're in my chat room talking every form of stupid you can. So Miss Big Mama Builder, she got stopped by a Zoom download. I thought you was building families. I thought you could build children. You can't build yourself a Google Play Store app download. You can't build that. A couple of presses of the button. You can't build that. Big Mama Broadback Builder is what's going on here? I thought you was building things. Well, build your ass a download of Zoom. The link is up there at the top of the chat room. You mean to tell me Miss Builder is not capable of navigating a Zoom download? No wonder the washing machine has to do all the clothes washing. She'd be looking at the damn clothes with a toothbrush. Yeah, get the arthritis out and click that link. So as I said, hey fellas, if you're expecting females to build, it ain't happening. Women don't build. When you call them out about it, a lot of them are going to get in their feelings, but you know what they're not going to do? They are not going to say, here's what I've built that is comparable to you. They're going to say things that don't require building. Well, I built the washed dishes. That's not building. Build means to create. You didn't create the dishes. You didn't create the water. And what I'm saying is that when you have to resort to silly talk, man, we live in a serious world. We got serious issues, and yet we're confronted by overgrown adult, middle-aged, and post-middle-aged, post-menopausal toddlers. At the very least, if you're going to be argumentative, can't it be something serious? Can you at least have a serious comment or a serious thought if you're going to be argumentative? At the very least, if you're going to be contrary, shouldn't that you, at the very least, that you have something intelligent and mature and rational to say? You should, at the very least, be able to do that. There's a reason why men have backed off, and as a result, the females are on antidepressants and everything's all jacked up. Let me explain something to you here. And I don't want to say too many names because things go on behind the scenes. So before I go any further tonight, no disrespect whatsoever towards the fellas I'm about to talk about, because I know all this is going to get back to them. No disrespect. No disrespect whatsoever. Before I say this, Cam's ex-girlfriend, you see, she didn't understand what the deal is. I need you all to understand. She was talking about she wanted to open up a marriage venue, a place for folks to get married in New York. So she found a spot and she paid like $100,000 or so. Either she paid for it or paid it down or whatever. Okay, but here's the issue. The issue is in New York City, you don't pay for buildings, you pay for land. Especially if you're going to be in Manhattan or in the proximity of Manhattan, but it's not like anywhere else in the United States. Anywhere else in the United States, if you buy a building, you're looking about that building. In New York City, that's not what it is. In New York City, you're not buying the building, you're buying the land. So if there is a building on it, you have a non-astronomical price, that's because the building is most likely gutted and needs a ton of renovation work, major work, ceilings, roofs, plumbing, electrical. And they're charging you as if you have a whole structure, and in reality, it needs a bunch of work. So that's what you end up with. Well, if she had run this by Cam, and she did, and he said, yeah, this ain't a good idea. Okay, when you are open to being led, that's the end of the discussion. But you see, when somebody is looking to challenge your authority, she's going to go jump her happy dumb ass off into a stupid situation. And then she's going to be looking for you, the person who told her don't do it. She's going to be looking for you to come back later and bail her out. Now, that's not smart. Tell me, how in the world are you supposed to make a commitment to somebody like that? Why in the world would you? They're not a person who wants to be led. They're a person who wants to bail out. But in the meantime, they just want to do whatever they want to do. And what they're really showing you is they want to challenge your authority. If he is the man and he is leading, then when he says no, then the answer is no. If you ask him why, and then he explains it and says, this will not work. Well, I'm going to prove him wrong. Okay, that's not a partner anymore. That's a challenger and a competitor, but that's not a partner. Now, men risk a lot. We covered this last week. Men risk a lot. Men risk a lot just putting up with a woman's nonsense. Men risk a whole lot. Now, you take that same man and drop him off in New York City. You take that same man and drop him off in Los Angeles. You take that same man and drop him off in D.C., Atlanta, Chicago, Miami. He's already got to fight the world, already got to fight the system, already got to fight other men. And here she is being a burden. And she's happy to sit there and be one. Okay, but after all these years, what is she doing now? She's a damn nurse. What? No disrespect. It's honest work. Absolutely. But here's the problem. I'm sorry, she's not a nurse. She's still in school for nursing 6 years later. She's still in school for nursing. Okay, baby, you are not an aspiring nurse. You are an accomplished delusions of grandeur. She isn't even humble. She is every bit as conceited and vain and belligerent now as she was then. What she's demonstrating is why she couldn't get any further. She doesn't want to be led. She just wants to find somebody that she can juice their resources from. And unfortunately for her, Cam had the resources, but unfortunately he also had enough sense to tell her no. It's very important today that men have options. I ain't sparing no blows on tonight's program. Fellas, it is very important that you have options. You cannot rely on one female. You just cannot, because here's the problem. Most females today are on a suicide mission. Sad but true. Most women today are on a suicide mission, and by the time that the world has broken them, by the time that broad has finally been broken by the world, it's too late. She's too old. She doesn't have any viability left. She's bringing a bunch of bastard kids. She's got a bunch of debt. Never mind the mental and emotional issues. As men, you have to have an insurance policy against silliness. You have to. The female culture has become degenerately silly, degenerately sick, and you have to have an insurance policy against it. If you put all your eggs in the basket of one female, this is going to end badly. This is going to end badly for you. The reason for this is because most females today are very calculating and very cunning, and what they have determined is that most men today are lonely. That the women have been sitting in the cold since their late 20s, but the guys have been sitting in the cold since they were in high school. So they are assuming that your ability to hold out will be much shorter than hers because you've been having to sit out longer. So when she finally decides to dump all of her debts and all of her problems on some ignorant, stupid sad sack, salary simp, pension pimp, dumbass, then she's like, okay, well, you're just desperate for a companion. That is the assumption they make about most men today, and they're not wrong. They're not really wrong. But the problem is that most guys today don't do what's necessary to make sure they have more than one option. So when silliness does occur, he doesn't have to sit there with it. You see, the real reason that the females who were in the chat room tonight were talking dumb is because there's been a guy who had no options that they met 20 years ago, 10 years ago, and he conditioned her to think that that was okay for her to do because he sat there with it. You want to know why it is that a man needs to be able to dial up on the telephone and call up another broad? You want to know why they have to be able to do that? Because that's so his character doesn't change. He had options, or should have, when he met you. Yeah, but just in case you start deciding that you gonna have exclusivity, and then, okay, now that I got exclusivity, whoo, bait and switch. The only remedy for that is if a man has options. That's the only remedy. If she feels like she is your only choice and your only option, fellas, it's going to be hell. It may not be hell on year 1. It'll be hell by year 3 or year 5. It'll be like that. She's like, oh, I'm the only one you got. Well, then it's not like she's going to be like, I got to maintain what got me here. Well, you've already told her that this is it. This is it. And then you start saying, well, now you have to work 5 times as hard to get her back to what she was doing when you first got together with her, or when you first gave her her, quote, exclusivity. That's what ends up happening. You give her exclusivity, and then she says, oh, good. Now that I'm secure and vested, change up. Do you realize that she's been looking to do that change up on you since she met you? If a female is in her 30s or 40s, she's been looking to do this change up since she met you. Remember, I taught you all about unspoken female assumptions. She's been looking for a guy to sit up here and carry her baggage all this damn time. Okay, but fellas, did you ever consider that part of the baggage that she wants you to carry is that she has a punching bag? That she's got a lot of pent-up frustration and anger and animosity, and you're the one she settled for, not the one she really wants. Men are okay with a settling situation because men's needs in a settling situation are relatively slim. If he feels like he missed out on one nice pair of breasts and one nice waist and one nice rear end, well, he can live with that if he can replace it with a comparable pair of breasts and a rear end. Now he's like, okay, well, all right, we're doing good. That's not the way women are. Women want a man who gives them status, a man who gives them excitement, a man who gives them a feeling of accomplishment and fulfillment, a man who gives her social proof. Well, that's a whole lot harder. Those are a lot more moving pieces and a bigger requirement than just biological body parts you were born with. And if you don't have all those things, she's holding it against you. Oh, goodness. In the chat room, how do men know they're dating that type of woman? You're supposed to assume it.
And deal with it, nigga.
This is silly talk. You're supposed to assume it. Fellas, there are no... Okay, I tried to be nice about this. There are no good girls. There are no good girls, dude. She doesn't come to you as a good girl who turned bad. That's why that question is I will just assume it's naive. I'm just going to assume you're 19 years old or that you've lived a very sheltered life. Fellas, there are no good girls. They are all varying degrees of bad girls. There isn't a single female that you have met who wants to be a good girl. None of them want to be Mama Cleaver on Beaver Knows Best or whatever. Father Knows Best and Leave It to Beaver. None of them want to be Claire Huxtable. Victoria's Secret and the Pink Store doesn't sell thongs because females want to be chaste. C-H-A-S-T-E. It's because they want to be chaste. C-H-A-S-E-D. So this is what I mean. A lot of fellas are holding on to obsolete debunked programming that was debunked years ago. The women are not going to argue with me. If you think I'm wrong, the female's not going to argue with me. Women don't buy thongs because they fit better. They buy thongs because at heart, she wants to be a bad girl. She does not want to be a good girl. You want her to wear the granny panties and the boy shorts. She is like, damn that. I need something that rides up in the crack and show these butt cheeks. Dude, just in case I got to put in some work tonight. It's the fellas going around fantasizing that, well, the females, they're just a little wayward, and if we can just filter through the wayward ones, we can find the good ones. That's bullcrap that females and your mama sells you. That's not what your eyes and the evidence in front of you is showing you. Your eyes and the evidence in front of you are showing you that whether it's the chick Bushika been raised in the projects, or whether it's the chick raised within the Catholic family who's been going to magnet school her entire life. As soon as she's by herself, they all act the same. They all act the same. That's not a fluke. That's not a fluke. So you can believe that if you want to, because you want to believe that the women are just misunderstood. Oh, they're not really like that. They're just misunderstood. No, they're not misunderstood. You're just being silly and naive, and understand you will be punished for that. In the chat room, Shanae, I'm so glad you said that. Shanae Ashley, I need you to go ahead and get on Zoom for me here. I'm so glad you said that. To the females who want to just debate it tonight or want to dispute it tonight, I'm so glad you said that. Let's go ahead and get Shanae Ashley up here on Zoom. You got 2 minutes. So glad you had that to say there, because of course, remember, if you're not lying, then you're going to definitely go ahead and prove to all of us that that's correct. Remember, if you're not a liar, you're going to prove is correct. Oh, if you're just doing, oh, this is just a lying hoe. Okay, well, yeah, you'll run very quickly. So, like I say, if they're not lying hoes, they'll just prove what they're saying is correct. If they run from their own statement, it's like, oh, you're just another, well, Big Mama, you, okay. They're stuck in the house this weekend. Ain't no man around. By the way, hey, baby, ain't no man around. So they're demonstrating the behavior that got them stuck alone on the weekend by themselves. That's what they're doing. And the things I'm saying are hitting them body blows and hooking them ribs. And they're like, damn, that hurts. So instead of them just saying, I need to fix my stupid behaviors, well, I'm going to just argue. No, okay. Okay. So glad you said that. So glad you volunteered. So we'll go ahead and get Shanae Ashley up here. We'll go ahead and do that. I need you all to understand, look, when females mentality no longer works, Shanae, you're the one getting upset right now, baby. Don't get triggered now. Just get on Zoom. Let's go ahead and get you out the chat room. What she says, I don't do well at this. I don't like that. No, baby, don't worry about it now. If you said something silly, that's okay. But now you have to stand by it. So you're not in the chat room anymore. And if you're not on in 2 minutes, you'll just be banned. That's okay. But like I say, they're not used to being held accountable. They're used to this is why females don't improve in the company of other females. Women say stupid things, and usually who they let be the ringleader is whoever is the strongest personality. Okay, but among females, a belligerent female, to them, women misinterpret that as a masculine trait. Well, in many ways it is. So to masculine traded females who are just argumentative and belligerent, women take that as a masculine trait. So other females tend to get quiet, and next thing you know, that's how your most belligerent and ignorant end up leading. Ignorant and belligerent gets misinterpreted by the female psyche as masculine, and because belligerence is a misinterpreted masculine trait, well, the belligerent, loud, stupid talking females usually get to dominate female circles. Okay, but then she says a bunch of stupid things, and the other females just sit there and are quietly attentive, even though what she's saying is dead ass wrong. So if you want to know why it is that females cannot get corrected when they're in female company, it's because the person who usually ends up dominating the conversation is usually going to be somebody's dumb big back auntie. That's usually going to be the one. And she's going to talk like she's got all this information and all this experience, and she doesn't have a damn thing. Not a damn thing. No, this is not just a result of the feminist movement. This is a result of feminine society. That's always been there. But throughout history, when you have a culling of these things, when somebody's dumb daughter messes up, there weren't usually men who wanted to swing in and save her. If you want to know what really happened, it wasn't so much feminism, it was the sexual revolution. The deadbeat males of the baby boomer generation were so desperate to finally get some easy access to sex that they didn't care about the degraded quality of the females. In other words, the men did not hold themselves accountable for the caliber of this scummy, scuzzy hussy that old dude came in here with. It used to be that a man would be too damn ashamed to be doing that. Those guys came along and they were just so desperate to get anything that they normalized making hoes into housewives. Okay, but the world was different and the consequences of wifing up a hoe were different back then. You will not get the same latitude that they got. You wife up a hoe and there's a court system and a media system and an academic system and a corporate system all working in concert to punish you. They're going to tell you that once you do that, you're obligated to keep taking care of her, even if she's no longer around anymore, even if she's cheating on you, even if she's getting pregnant by other people. Well, you're just obligated to her. Now, they're not going to tell her that she's still obligated to you. They're not going to tell her that. They're going to tell you as the man, you're still obligated to be protector and provider. She's not still obligated to be nurturer and companion. But you're obligated to act as her husband, even if she files for divorce, and you'll still be obligated to behave as her husband. Now, she will not at all be required to behave as your wife, but you'll be required to behave as her husband. Don't you see the system is involved in that? Don't you see the system is involved in that? Now, you see, if you sent Miss Strong and Independent back to the streets and she had to hoof it on her own and make a way on her own, it would be different. It'll be different because, you see, all that bull crap talk doesn't, you can sit up here and fake in front of the internet. That bull crap does not work when you have to get offline. That garbage doesn't work offline. That mess doesn't work in the real world. That doesn't work when the rent's due or a bill's due. That doesn't work. And it never has. Let me tell y'all, right now, it's supposed to be a whole different situation. It's supposed to be a whole different situation is the point. It's supposed to be a whole different situation. You're supposed to be sitting there at home and watching the snow fall and whatnot because you made preparations. See, that's the difference. That's a whole big difference right there. You know, for example, as the men, Men get prepared for these things. Women don't go generator shopping. And if a single female in here attempts to lie and says she has, I'm going to make you get on Zoom and we'll get that sorted out with just a few questions. Women don't go generator shopping. Women don't. Women don't prepare for the elements. Women don't buy siphons.
What?
Women don't buy siphons. Hell, women don't go shoveling snow. You seen a bunch of men. You ain't seen any videos of any women shoveling any real snow. She might grab 2 little old shovelfuls and that's a wrap. She's done. Women don't put on snow tires. They don't. Women don't go taking branches off the house in the snow. Women don't go getting snow off the roof. Women don't go getting ice off the roof. They don't do that. When calamity strikes, when there's a difficulty, it's going to be up to the men. And right now, the men are supposed to be looking out at things and been prepared. The men right now, every man in here is supposed to know this. Right now, your car is supposed to be filled with a full tank of gas. You're supposed to have at least, if you got a generator, you're supposed to have at least 5 gallons of gasoline. You're supposed to make sure the generator is already working, which means you cranked it up a couple of days ago to make sure it works. You're supposed to make sure that you got siphons, make sure you got de-icer, make sure you got snow tires, make sure your car jack is working. Make sure you got shovels. I mean, take a look at all this stuff I'm naming here. Make sure you got battery backups. As a man, you know you're supposed to have all of this already. I'm about to hip y'all to the game a little bit more. As a matter of fact, y'all just hold on for a second here. Okay, I'm from the Deep South. I'm from Louisiana. I've been through many power outages. I've been through tornadoes. I've been through flooding. I've been through storms. Let me explain something to you. For the real men, see, as a man, I can say the words real man. A woman does not determine what a real man is. A man sitting among other men is what determines what a real man is, because we got to determine whether or not you can pull your weight when the chips are down. Well, to the fellas out there, I want you to listen to this sound right quick. Do you hear that? I gotta be careful because I don't want to start a mess up in here. But to the fellas, you hear that sound? That was the sound of a book of matches, or should I say a pack of matches. But I want to hip the fellas to the game. When you go to Walmart or someplace like that, you buy storm-proof matches.
What?
Damn!
Damn!
Fellas, everybody's saying matches, not just any matches. Go over to the camping section. Go over to the camping section, and they have a special type of matches called storm-proof matches. These are matches that they'll burn in the wind, they'll burn in the cold. They can even burn underwater shortly. So they're not just regular matches. Go over to the camping section, fellas. Yeah, there's a bunch of dudes who just learned something tonight. Don't just go where the matches are. Go over to the camping section. I know you get scared because you see white men over there. The white men over there for a reason. Go to the camping section and buy some storm-proof matches. The reason for this is because if worse comes to worst and you need to actually start a physical fire, you need to burn candles, you need to actually burn something. You can't do that with an LED lamp. You might not just need light. You might need actual fire. So in the event you need actual fire, you might not have, lighter fluid. You might, and carbon monoxide is always an issue. But in the event you got to burn something, hey fellas, get some stormproof matches. Way better than regular matches. Way better. I promise if the fire doesn't get started with these, whatever you're trying to burn, it's probably not going to burn. Now, most of the fellas didn't know about those, and zero of the females knew. The women didn't know that at all. None. Okay, let me explain a few things here, folks. If you are without power for a week, how are you gonna boil water? How are you gonna cook? See, that's why I waited to say something. Don't tell me about an LED light. And don't say nothing to me about a lamp either, or a lantern. If you need to cook, how are you going to do that? If you don't have fire, if you don't have electricity and you don't have fire, how exactly were you planning on cooking anything? If you're without power for 7 days, if you're going to be without power for 4 days, how exactly are you going to cook anything if you don't have a fire? Now, let me remind you all of something else here. For the folks who are saying, well, have a propane tank or a butane tank or something else like that. That's great. That's wonderful. However, if you have children around, that could be a danger. So that's one thing. If you are awake, if you got kids around, I certainly hope they're not like a lot of folks' kids are, because propane camping stuff, that's great outdoors, I imagine. But once again, if you got kids around, are you going to leave that outside in the elements? What are you going to do? And the bottom line is, you're better off with matches than anything, because you have to tend to those. Now, in any case, I just wanted to go ahead and lay that on you there so you can go ahead and think about some of those things going forward. You can go ahead and think about some of those things going forward. Yeah, because some of y'all will tell everybody your kids are well behaved, and I mean, they're the most baddest little bastards in the room, so let's just keep it a $103. Full well, your kids running around the house turning on water faucets. So I expect they're not going to turn on a propane valve, and they're running around the house turning on water faucets, leave them alone. Sit down. Sit down. In any case, I'm telling you this right here because understand, the females aren't even thinking about this. The women are not thinking about this at all. First of all, those of you who live up north don't even think about this. I've got a set of, I say a set because I got more than one. I've got a set of waterproof insulated gloves.
Nigga, what?
I don't have a set of just isotoners. I've got a set of waterproof insulated gloves. So they're made, basically these are gloves like the kind that people who work on oil rigs in Alaska have. Yeah, there's nobody in here who's got that, but in any case, I've got a set of gloves like the guys wear who work on oil rigs in Alaska. So they've got a special type of insulation. They're all rubber. On the inside's got a layer of all rubber, and then the outside layer too. So I've got a set of gloves like the oil workers have who work in Alaska. So it doesn't matter what the temperature is. I can get out there and work for a few hours. Might not be able to do 12 hours because eventually the gloves are going to start getting cold. So I have more than one pair so I can switch pairs out. Because in reality, they don't last. It's not like you can just put on one pair of gloves and it lasts you all day. So I've got about 4 or 5 pairs of the gloves because you can get out there and work for a couple hours. When those get too cold, you can swap them out, heat your hands up, go back to work again. When those get too cold or too wet, swap them out again. So you can do 8 hours, but you're going to go through more than one pair of gloves. You're going to go through more than one pair of gloves. Okay, if I got to, you never know what's going to hit you, man. I've been here when we had flash floods. I've been here when we had flash snowstorms in the part of the country that you don't think of as snow. Okay, 5 years ago it hit for real. And then it hit again the very next year. And then it hit again 2 years after that. So what I'm saying is, well, Prince, it ain't prep. It's being prepared. I'm saying it's being prepared. As men, the reason that women and children are supposed to follow us is because we're supposed to be prepared. You don't go and buy a snow shovel or a plow because it snows every day, but you're supposed to be ready when emergency hits. That's what they have a man for. That's what a man is supposed to be for. Women ain't thinking about the camping section. Women ain't thinking about the generator section. Women aren't thinking and will not try to maintain this equipment. And that's why I wanted to see if there was going to be a single female in here who was going to lie and say that she has a generator. There's not a one of them in here who does. None of them have one. If they did, I was going to demand that they call up because we're going to cut through the bull crap. Winter is here and you're not going to lie anymore. No, you don't have a generator. Well, Jason, how can you be so sure? Because you have to maintain a generator. Anybody who's ever actually owned a generator knows you gotta maintain it. If you run that thing, it's got, most of them have carburetors in them. You're not gonna maintain that thing. You're not gonna take off the fuel bulb. You're not gonna clean out the fuel jet. You're not gonna do any of that. Anybody who's had a gasoline generator, any men who have, if you have one for more than a couple of years, you know it starts surging. Any man who's owned a generator for more than a couple of years knows if you own it long enough, it starts surging. That means that the motor goes up and down. It's going, well, yeah, that's because when there's buildup and it builds up and blocks up the jet. So now the amount of air fuel mixture is no longer stable. So from time to time, you have to take the carburetor off and break it down and go cleaning out the inside of it. That's how I know there's not going to be a single female in here who has a generator. If she lies, I was going to make her call up so that she would have to tell the truth. Yeah, big, fat, stupid, and lying. We're just not going to have that anymore. No, you can't handle any of it. No, you can't make any of it work. No, if we put our lives in your hands, we're going to die. No, you don't have any of this. No, you're not prepared. No, you wouldn't know what to do. You have no idea. And you're not on your way to getting an idea of it. The sad part is most of the men in here didn't know. None of the women knew. Most of the men didn't know. As men, that is what gives us our value, fellas, is we're prepared. You have to earn the right to say winter is here. You can't be some sissified, shaving your legs mama's boy complaining about the females because a lot of them are right about you. No, you have to earn the right to say winter is here. You have to earn that. Had some guys in here tonight in the comment section talking about a propane oven. Hey, dude, you ain't ready for prime time. Jason, why not? I'm not talking about a propane oven. I'm talking about a propane heater.
Nigga, what?
Because you don't know what might happen. If it gets, y'all got some of these areas around the country right now, they're going to go below zero. Do you understand that could crack fuel lines? You might have to do repair work on your car. If you don't have a garage for it to be in, you're going to have to get down the ground in the snow. That could get dangerous. Have you kept up with your radiator to make sure that you actually have antifreeze in it, not more water than antifreeze, and it's going to pop some things? You don't know what's going to happen. So if something has to get worked on, I'm so glad you have a tool chest. Were you prepared to work out in the elements? Because that's what your family is going to be expecting you to do. That's what the people around you, and even if you don't have it, if you got kinfolk in your family, as a man, if you got kinfolk in your family, you're supposed to be able to load up the ride and go get to them. That's the point. You say the line at Costco was crazy for propane. As a man, you're supposed to have the propane on deck. If you have a gas can, that gas can should be at least half full at all times. If you got propane, the propane tank should be at least on half full at all times. Yeah, folks, when there's an emergency, everybody's going to hear about it the same way. That's what I'm saying. You can't wait till the last minute. You can't wait until an emergency is declared. You got to stay ready as men. That's what we're supposed to do. What I'm saying is that as men, you're supposed to have a taste for staying prepared. You're supposed to take pride in staying prepared. You're not supposed to be led by little children in your house. The children in your house giggling because they don't see why dad or why uncle is. Why do you have to have a generator? We haven't even used that thing. That's not the point. Children can talk stupid. The women around you ain't supposed to be talking stupid. They do, but they're not supposed to be. They're supposed to understand that you are ready. No one knows when there's going to be an emergency. You don't get a 5-year heads up. But when it cracks off, it's almost guaranteed that there's going to be something that will not be available when you need it. You can't just go out and go buy this stuff at the last minute. Do you all remember every time a snowstorm comes through, folks go and hit up the damn hardware stores? People, do y'all realize that every time a snowstorm comes through, every time a blizzard comes through, everybody goes and hits up the hardware stores. They go buy up all the generators. They buy up all the propane. That's how you know some of the folk in here talking tonight, they talking garbage out their ears. They've never actually had to deal with any of this, or if they did, they just suffered through it because of how silly they're talking. If you actually live in an area where this kind of stuff cracks off, you know full damn well that's what happens. You know full well that that's what occurs. The Home Depot, Lowe's, everything with a generator gets taken out. Hell, I went to Walmart. I went to Walmart today. All the 5-gallon cans. I wasn't there for anything. I was only there to buy. I was not there to buy emergency stuff. And I'm sitting up here saying, okay, let me go ahead and make sure I got more matches. Let me make sure I got more of that. Plenty of matches. Plenty of stormproof matches. There were no issues with that. Stormproof matches, got some of that. Got some piping, got some insulation just in case. All that stuff is right there. That's good. Bread, gone. Eggs, gone. 5-gallon gasoline cans, gone. Just that quick, folks. Eggs gone, bread gone, water gone, gasoline cans gone. As men, we're supposed to be ready already. That's why a man, let me explain something to you here. For the men, it doesn't do us any good to respond like the hoes. He called us hoes! I sure did.
And deal with it, nigga.
It doesn't do men any good to respond like hoes. Hoes stood up here and are consumerists. Hoes buy things and then lose them. Hoes buy things and then don't maintain them. So they end up having to buy another one and another one and another one. Every time an emergency hits, she's got something that's missing. She doesn't maintain it. She doesn't take care of it. So every time something happens, she got to go run out with every damn body else and hope that she can get it. And you got too many males today acting like the hoes. They're not used to having durable goods. They're not used to having things that last. That's why a man needs to have a set of tools, and he needs to keep that set of tools organized so that he develops the habit of maintaining the stuff he got, not for months, for decades. When a man buys a tool set, that tool set should essentially last him the rest of his life. A man needs to go buy a good set of tools, and that tool set should really be passed down from father to son. That tool set should last the rest of your damn days. And all the other additional tools that you purchase as a result. Let me explain to y'all. Every man in here should have a siphon. First of all, you should know Archimedes' screw.
Nigga, what?
That's not a porn flick, dummy. Every male in here should at least know the scientific principle of Archimedes' screw. But if you don't want to go in that, every man should at least know how to siphon gas out of a gas tank. Because you don't know when a situation may happen. I'm not talking about products. Too many males raised by hoes trying to add up in their heads what they can afford to buy. Nigga, you can't afford to buy a skill set. Being able to siphon off gas is a skill set. Being able to start a fire is a skill set. Being able to build an enclosed structure is a skill set. Being able to build a watertight structure is a skill set. Being able to desalinate water is a skill set. This ain't about can you go buy a propane tank or some butane. Do you have a skill set? Now that you can't buy, you either get it or you don't. I'm hurting a lot of feelings right now. There's a lot of fellas who just check their Rolodex and realize, oh, I can't do none of that. I don't know how to do none of that right there. Hey, this nigga, I'm gonna go buy me an iPhone so then shave my legs with the girls. Let me explain something to the men here. It is hard for some hard-headed hoe to get flip at the lip. When you sit up here and say, like I did here tonight, I showed you all a real-world practical example. The females who were trying to argue with me shut up real quick when I said, oh, great, I want you to call up and explain this to me. Yeah, you notice they all shut up and got quiet real fast. As a man, the reason for you having these skills is so that when folk want to get flip at the lip with you, you can just say, you know what? Show me what you know. Since you're going to lead us. Show me what you know. And you're going to find out real quick. She doesn't know anything. So this is how you separate some brain damaged, emotionally unbalanced female who wants to argue with her mama. Okay, the both of you hoes need to sit over there and freeze. No, there's a lot of fellas in here. 75% of the males raised by single females. So there's a lot of dudes in here who never learn these things. And here's the real thing. Even if you didn't have a father, you got too much information around out there, but you've been coddled into thinking that you're going to be like the girls and go get you a soft little cushy desk job. And so you can be a pretend female along with the others, and you don't have to get your hands dirty, and you don't have to get any cuts on your hands, and you don't have to get any calluses or do any labor. You're going to be somebody's little sweet back mama's boy at the ripe old age of 40 and 50 and 60 years old. A man is supposed to relish in his ability to get his hands dirty, to smell gasoline and diesel fuel and get soot on his hands, to make them kind of things happy. That is what makes you resourceful. That right there. Your ability to put your hands in and solve problems. You see, that's when you are not afraid of the elements. You're afraid of the elements when you don't know what to do when the water comes in or the snow piles up or the electricity gets cut off. Let me explain something to y'all. As a man, there's supposed to be something inside of you that flips like a switch. When the lights go out, and understand something, all of us have felt this because it's a very real thing. Electricity makes an electrical field. Electricity makes an electrical field. So you see, when all of us experience this, when the power goes out in your house, you can hear a little humming. And when the power goes out, you don't hear it anymore. You don't feel it anymore. That's because electricity creates a field. And you got a lot of voltage going through your house. So when your house loses power, you feel it. You can feel it in your blood. You can feel it in your brain. You can hear it in your ears that, oh, everything just changed. And as men, biologically, primally, there's supposed to be something in our DNA and something in our psyche, something in our instinct that flips like a switch when the lights go out. At that point, as a man, you're supposed to go into hunter mode. That's not supposed to take hours for that to click in. As soon as the lights go out, you are supposed to immediately flip over. The lights go out and the hunter goes on. You're supposed to immediately go right into motion. This is why, you know, for most fellas, they'll be running around like chickens with their heads cut off. They don't know where their candles are. They don't know where their supplies are. Hell, most of them, don't, if they got tools, don't know where their tools are. They don't know where the battery backup is. They don't know where the generator is. They don't have the means to make sure the generator is outside so that the family doesn't die from carbon monoxide poisoning. As a man, you're supposed to automatically flip over into hunter mode when you see the lights go out. It's supposed to be like when there's a spider in the room. The women and the children start squealing. The man's supposed to switch over into that primal predator mode. That he just gets right to work putting everything in place. That's what it means to be protected from the winter. Not for the everyday that is expected, but because when you've got a man who's actually prepared, you are ready for the unexpected. That's what winter is here actually means. It means you are ready for the unexpected. You're not running around everywhere saying, boy, I hope they have a generator. I hope they have gas. Oh, I hope they have tools. Nigga, what good would it do you? You don't know how to use the damn tools anyway. And then I just gave y'all some higher level business, not just game, higher level business tonight. Hey, have you looked into getting watertight thermal gloves so that you can work in the elements? Are you ready to do that? You know, just let's take this beyond. Do you have a generator? Hey, fellas, there's levels above that. There is? Yeah, there are. Do you got thermal gloves? Do you have insulated boots? If you really want to kick it up to the next level, are you ready for that? Because a lot of y'all live in areas where you're going to get a foot or two of snow. So when you got all that together, you are ready. If the lights go out, if the water goes out, you're ready. All these services you've grown dependent on corporations for, you're assuming that they'll get to you. In 2021, there were dozens of people who died in Texas and Louisiana, but not because we're just southern states, because the outages were so massive. It hit so many people and so much infrastructure, and nobody's maintaining the stuff. And the government to take care of me. That's hoe talk. That's hoe talk. A man is supposed to take pride in seeing his stormproof matches, in seeing his tools and his equipment, in seeing that he has a siphon pump, and he may go from the cradle to the grave and never have used that siphon. That's not the issue. That's not the issue. The issue is he was ready and he was prepared. And at some point, that siphon is going to get used. Might not get used by him, but at some point it's going to be used. That's the nature of life. That's the nature of life. At some point it's going to be used. And as a man, you understand the ability to be respected depends on how ready you are. You're not supposed to be taking pride in being unprepared. However, that switches over to the next question here. How many females who are listening to me tonight actually deserve a prepared man? Please. How many females here tonight are listening who actually deserve a prepared man? I mean, we're talking about, do you realize how long it takes and what it could risk potentially to a man to be prepared for that? How many women here deserve one? How many women here are actually worthy of a man who is prepared? I mean, talking off of the lip is one damn thing, but when you take a look at what's around you out here, how many of these chicks are actually prepared and ready, actually deserve a man who is prepared? Now, there's the big question that people ain't really asking. How many of you who live in the snow deserve a man who's prepared? How many of you who live in the floodplains deserve one who's prepared? Let me explain to y'all. It was a whole bunch of folk in big ass trouble in Houston over the last 5 years. They didn't have flooding twice in the last decade. Just in Houston. See, it's easy to talk big ass garbage in the middle of the spring when ain't nothing happening. When something break off and the thing jump off, all of a sudden now it's like, okay, you can't talk your way through this. You have to be prepared. Well, assuming you survive the incident. Yeah, you can call the insurance adjuster, assuming you survive the incident. The reason for having a competent, prepared man is so that you understand you're not by yourself. But I got to tell you here, how many women today deserve that type of man to be committed to them? What? Damn! Oh, I'm going to ask some uncomfortable questions here tonight. How many women deserve to have a competent man, a prepared man who is committed to her? That's a big, tough question. I got thousands of people watching me live right now, but that is a serious question. How many women actually deserve a prepared man who is committed to her? Oh boy. I'd like somebody to explain to me with the current crop of females that you see out here today, how many of them are worthy of being committed to? Explain to me why that makes sense for this current crop of females. What exactly is a man committing to? See, here's the thing you got to think about right here. More men, you want to know why life expectancy is lower for men than it is for women? You know why? Because men shoveling the damn snow. Any cardiologist will tell you that's when you see a bunch of men die going out shoveling snow, cardiac issues. The females aren't outliving the men because the females are so great. The females are outliving the men because it's usually a man who gave up his life to make hers easier. And what I'm saying is, the current crop of females, are they worth that, man? Is that chick worth you going out here and dying shoveling snow for her comfort and convenience? These are questions that a man needs to ask himself before he gets off into these things. These are the questions that haunt men at night. Is this crop of females really worthy of that? Is this crop of females really worthy of that? You take a look around at the supposed wife material out here talking about wanting somebody to help them in the cold months. I'm like, I don't know, fellas, what do y'all see? What do you see? Because even here tonight, I've seen belligerence, I've seen mouthiness, I've seen absolute foolishness. Okay, you talking about the men being prepared. Are the women prepared? Nah, Prince, don't tell him about that. See, 5 years ago when that storm came through Texas and Louisiana, you had plumbers coming from all over the country because there were the plumbers in Louisiana and Texas were all occupied for 3 weeks. What? Oh, it was a 3-week wait for a plumber in Shreveport and Monroe and Longview, Texas. It was a 3-week wait. So some of the more industrious plumbers, there were some folk who came from out of the state, but remember, they're not licensed in our state, so you're taking your chances. But, oh, no. When the pipes started bursting all over the place, water mains started bursting. Y'all don't understand. When weather hits like this, water mains start bursting. So all that infrastructure that the city and the county and the state haven't been doing, weather like this is going to expose it. So it's not just, is the plumbing good at your house? You need to find out, are the water mains good down the street from you? Are the water pipes out of the water meter good for you? Yeah, your house might be okay. What about the water mains? What about the drainage? What about those? Are those just as good as the pipes at your house? You're about to find out just how solid your house and the city really is. So I say, people, we can't sit here and indulge silly talk. And that goes to a question that folks don't really think about. Let me explain to you here. If you're going to be risking that much, and I'm not talking about risking your life necessarily. I'm talking about, is she worth the effort it would take, man? Is she worth the effort it would take? See, understand something. You're hearing a bunch of folks running around right now talking about love doesn't matter in a marriage. That's a hoe that's looking for somebody to come fix her damn pipes when the cold hits. What? Damn! Auntie, chill! See, when a female is 25 years old, when a female is in her 20s and all her body parts are sitting up nice and stiff, she doesn't talk like that. Females don't ever talk like that. They never talk like that when everything is sitting up nice and perky and they don't have a bunch of stretch marks. You don't ever hear this kind of talk. They never say that marriage is not for love. They don't say that. They never talk like that. No, that's after she's burned all her damn bridges. When women are in their 20s and the men tell them, well, marriage ain't about love, she tells him, man, if you don't get the hell out of my face. When she runs out of options, all of a sudden she hits middle age and she tells the men that marriage isn't about love. Okay, you know what? It ain't about carrying your dead damn weight either.
Oh, please.
Yeah, when the females finally decide they want to hit you with the, well, marriage ain't about love. Okay, well, it's not about carrying your dead weight either. Because now that you are amenable to marriage ain't about who gets you hot and who gets you buzzing and who you find, oh, he's so fine and so great. Now that you no longer qualify for that, now you want to tell the men marriage ain't about love? What you mean is marriage is not about attraction. Well, that's interesting because back when you could live on being attractive, that was all it was about. Once you lost your leverage, now you're going and badgering the men and saying marriage ain't about attractiveness. Really? Yeah, she wants somebody to fix them snow tires and fix that generator and fix that lawnmower. You know why? Because everything out here is laying on your ass. Fellas, do you want to know why so many of these females, I need the fellas to listen to me right now, because you don't have some of the folk you used to listen to on YouTube to go ahead and number one, make sure you're straight in the first place. And then number two, to make sure you update it properly. Fellas, you want to know why so many of these females want to move to the downtown areas of the city? All these females, they want to go looking for a place that has an apartment. Have you asked yourselves what it is, fellas? I'll tell you why. One of the major reasons for it is because they are looking for a place to live that they don't have to do maintenance on. Damn! Hey, fellas, a bunch of these chicks are looking for a place to live that they don't have to do maintenance on. She doesn't want to have to deal with the house maintenance. She doesn't want to have to cut the yard. Yeah, she dreams of living in an HOA neighborhood, but that costs. What she really wants, that costs. So you see, what ends up happening is now they started changing their strategy and saying, well, let me go see if I can live in an apartment complex. Let me go see if I can live in a high rise. Let me go see if I can live in a condo. Yeah, they started fleeing. They started running and fleeing. No, it's not just about them being lazy. It's about the fact that stuff costs. Have you all priced how much it costs to get somebody to come cut your grass nowadays who ain't gonna jack up the yard? Have you all priced some of that? Have you all priced some of that? You live in a place like Florida, a place like Georgia, a place like the Carolinas, a place like Tennessee, Minnesota, Michigan. Man, look here, you'll be cutting the damn grass every other month. When the cold starts falling back, you'll be cutting the grass every month. Look here. They hitting you up for $300 down here just in Shreveport. What? No, man, it's not low like it used to be. No, it is not low like it used to be. So we talking about getting your grass cut. Hey, folks, cleaning out your gutters. We don't even want to get into that. Cleaning out the gutters. Doing the grass on the sidewalk. Lord forbid if the concrete cracks. No, it's all big talk until she got to go pay for that. Then the big talk stops. And what I'm asking is, the current crop of females you see out here, are they worth that? Whole bunch of ladies will be talking stupid and whatnot. Let me tell you, after this freeze happened, that damn 1999 Toyota Corolla you got, we're going to see what kind of shape it's in. Now, one of these females is going to be wanting to get out there and do any repairs on that thing. She's going to expect that sucker to start up in 3 or 4 days, assuming it doesn't knock the battery out, assuming that the coal doesn't drop so low it knocks the battery out. What happened to the kids that cut grass? We ain't got no more kids like that.
And deal with it, nigga.
The men said, hey, we ain't looking to take care of somebody's bastard babies like that. So you don't really have kids running around like that anymore. That's why the government's been trying to bring in all these illegal aliens. You don't have kids like that going around anymore, man. It used to be back in the day you had a neighborhood full of kids. The baby boom is over. All of us children of the baby boomers, we grown now. It's not a bunch of folk having kids like that. They can't afford it. Buying a house is bankrupting you. It's $300,000, basically a mortgage for a house to raise a kid from birth to 18 years old. It's the mortgage of a house just to raise the kids. So you have a house mortgage and you got kids mortgage. So we don't have a bunch of young kids running around like that no more. And here's the bigger issue. Even if you did, it's not going to work. You know why? Because back in the day, you had children who were taught to be resourceful. Now you got somebody's sissy-fied mama's boy who the only thing he knows how to do is play Roblox and sit on his iPhone. That little sapsucker don't do no work. He might chip a nail. He doesn't know anything about a lawnmower. He doesn't know anything about a weed eater. You're going off of your level of development and what you saw and what you were introduced to. That ain't what these kids out here got today. These hoes drop these kids, they give birth to them, and then she's back out there at the damn club. I ain't talked to his daddy. I ain't seen his daddy. Now she'll sleep with the man every couple of years in between them two having their love-hate relationship. She'll sleep with him every few years. Okay, nobody's teaching this little bastard over here to do nothing. They're not able to do that. Okay, as you all know, there's weather and stuff, so there might be some buffering. Might be some buffering there, but like I say, you already know it's weather, so it is what it is. I'm prepared. Are you? I'm ready. Are you? So yeah, man, right now, no, you can't get by like you used to. You used to have neighborhood kids who knew those things, but we don't have that anymore because the hoes destroyed the neighborhood. Well, daddy government will take care of you. Okay, but daddy government does not build neighborhoods. Hoes don't build things. That includes neighborhoods.
And deal with it, nigga.
Ho, please.
Oh, please.
Anybody trying to lie to you, no, women don't build things. That includes neighborhoods. Women go looking for a nice neighborhood to be in. Women do not say, let me build a neighborhood. So as I say, they get a son, and then next thing you know, he's as weak and effeminate as his mama is. And smarting off at the mouth. That's what the hell they're doing. They're not ready for that. Your son is not able to pull his damn weight. He's not able to pull his weight. And you can find that to be as uncomfortable as you wish to hear right now. But the bottom line is that no, when he's in the company of other men, you got to check his damn weight. He can't even push a lawnmower. So when that slutty ass broad is talking about she don't need no man, okay, your son needs men to make sure that he's able to carry his weight with the other men. See, because you going to look for another man to go slut it up with when you're looking for a bailout. Your son cannot slut his way to a bailout. He's going to have to be useful to the other men. He's going to have to actually be useful to all the other men. And if he's not able to do that, then he's going to be left on the outside looking in. Just understand here that those are the considerations that men have to make today if they are going to even consider the idea that they are going to be marrying somebody today. Otherwise, all you're really looking for is to see whether or not you can find a sucker. And that's not a relationship, that's exploitationship. But we got a lot of that going on too. We have a lot of that going on too. The audio is fine, so anybody saying that there's an issue with the audio, there's no problem with it. You need to get that iPhone 3 taken care of. Maybe it's your internet service, but no. So, next up, we know what happens. This can be a difficult thing. This can be difficult right now because what it tells you is that these are privileges. Fellas, the reason why you want to have these skill sets, and the skill set also means the character traits. The reason why is because protection and provision is a privilege. As a woman, it is a privilege for you to have a protector and provider. As a female, baby, it's a privilege for you to have a competent man. It's a privilege for you to have a man that when the lights go out, he's not sitting there squealing and looking around and talking about, ooh, what we gonna do? Sitting there next to you. That he immediately goes into action, and he doesn't need the electric company. The lights start coming on because of him. That is a privilege. That's not a right, baby. That's a privilege. That's not something you were born with. And let me explain something here. A lot of you were raised by daddies. And let me tell you, these last two generations of so-called fathers out here are the most ridiculous, useless group that we've ever seen. They sit up here. They're the ones sitting up here telling their slutty ass daughters what they're entitled to. Nigga, nobody, your daughter is not some damn prize. She is waltzing her way out here with 3 bastard kids, a bunch of damn baggage, STDs that may or may not have been resolved. She's depreciated to hell, but because he did not tell her as a little girl that she has to earn this. He told her she is a princess. You is a princess. No, she's not a princess. The men who meet her will decide if she is. No, she is not. You sit up here and tell her that garbage, and then she gets out here thinking that she's entitled. Well, if she thinks she's entitled, what she means is it doesn't matter what I do, a man's supposed to take care of me, and if I mess up, a man's supposed to fix it for me. No, baby, that is a privilege. Okay, but to the fellas in here, you cannot expect to be rewarded for a privilege that you don't have. You cannot expect to be rewarded for a privilege that you don't have. You can't expect to be rewarded for abilities that you don't got. I meant the way I said it, for abilities you don't got. That's that mama's boy ism in you talking. This is an opportunity right now. I want the men to understand this is an opportunity. For the fellas out there who never thought about those things before, this is the time to be prepared for that. For folks who live in places like Colorado where they go skiing and things. And you're thinking, well, I don't have to go skiing, so I ain't worried about that. A man is supposed to be ready to deal with the elements. But I want to let the ladies know here, if you want to know why it is that when we say you're not wife material, have you earned a man who's going to take care of this kind of thing? Have you earned that? Or do you end up having to pay a tax? You see, when you're a female who does not deserve these things, you get taxed. You get taxed. You got to pay the hard head hoe tax. When you're a female who is difficult, when you're a female that a man doesn't really feel like he's going to get very much satisfaction out of extending himself for you, you got to pay a hard head hoe tax. You got to pay dealerships and dishonest mechanics to fix your car, to fix your lawnmowers, to fix your appliances, to fix things around the house. Oh, you have to pay somebody to do that. That's a tax. You pay the hard head hoe tax. Yeah, I mean, you could have a man who's about something to take care of that for you, but no. You pay the hard head hoe tax. You got to pay that. No, you got to go find a condo, an apartment somewhere. You got to go pay that tax. You got to go driving through the snow. And fellas, y'all know how it is with females. Females don't do car maintenance.
What?
Females don't do car maintenance. Females don't check their tires. It's going to be a bunch of bald head hoes with bald head wheels rolling around here in a couple of days. Y'all know the tire shops are doing the Birdman hand rub because they already know it's coming. It's going to be a bunch of hoes can't leave the house because their tires are as bald as F1 racing. They got their little Kia Rio thinking that she's ready for off-road life. You got your Tesla. You're sitting up here with a Tesla. By the way, y'all hoes with the electric cars, you just stuck.
Oh, please.
These chicks with them electric cars, boy, they gonna be sweating bullets for the next 3-4 days. Oh, they're gonna be sweating bullets for the next 3-4 days. Can't charge it up at home, tires bald, off-road nothing. Oh, they're gonna be sweating bullets. Fellas, you know females don't maintain their cars. They don't maintain the tires. They don't maintain the brakes. Hey, remember all that stuff I was just saying about the air filters and the cabin air filters? Remember all that I was just talking about? Yep. Oh, they about to find out this week, ain't they? You need your engine running with maximum efficiency. They about to find out this week, ain't they? Oh, if they haven't been keeping up with their battery, she think that she's slick because she thinks she saved money because she hasn't had to go get a new battery in 4 or 5 years because this battery's been holding up. Oh, that battery about to get knocked out this weekend. Yeah, when it dropped down to 0, that battery gone. Because she doesn't understand science. Any more than RMI understood, what happens under the car when you're driving, how to keep it from rusting. If they don't understand science, that battery about to go be the walking dead. It's going to be a whole bunch of chicks about to find out the hard way. The battery ain't going to start. And there'll be some hard-headed hoes talking about, I'll pay for that myself. I don't need no man. And this is why y'all's bank accounts stay on E. This is why you can never pay off your student loan debt because you're too busy wrestling with the hard head hoe tax. If you didn't have to pay the hard-headed hoe tax, you might have some savings. You have no savings because hard-head hoe tax. So, yeah, it doesn't matter if you can afford to pay somebody else. You think you can afford it. No, you can't. It just means that you save money and then you transfer that to the mechanic. You transfer that to the plumber. You transfer that to the dealership. You transfer that to the generator repair shop when you can get one. You transfer that to the auto shop. You just do that. Life is more expensive, not a little bit more expensive, way more expensive. When you're a hard-headed hoe, it's way more expensive. That's why there's so many females out here. Once they cross the age of 35, 40, she's looking for a sucker to go lock down now, because she's like, I'll be damned. Once she's been through 1 or 2 snowstorms on her own, and she realizes if she can't get her father, assuming she knows who he is, if she can't get that nigga to answer the phone, oh, she's on her own. Let me tell you something. You have seen some men stop to help a woman whose car had died in the middle of a parking lot. You know what you ain't never seen? You have never seen a group of females standing around a woman's dead car in a snowy parking lot at Target. Damn! You ain't never seen that. You seen some females with a guy standing there. You ain't never seen a group of females standing around a car in a snowy parking lot with the hood up trying to figure it out on their own. You ain't never in your life did that. Man, you better call Tyrone, better call Saul, better call somebody, but you've never seen that? Never in all your years. Why is it nobody else on YouTube told y'all this? You ain't never seen that? The best she's going to do is immediately go see if she can go call a tow truck for that damn thing, but that is a wrap. She's done. She's done. That is the hard head hoe tax. Right there. This is why every time you turn around, who do y'all think is paying these outrageous car loans, these outrageous interest rates, these outrageous mortgages, these crazy student loans? That's the females' hard-headed hoe tax. No, they pretend that I can be a hard-headed hoe. No, you're just mental and off by yourself. You ain't fixing nothing. You don't have any savings. You don't have any wealth. You don't have anything there. You get $1, it's gone. Well, yeah, because you have to pay men to do things for you. You see, men don't pay to do things for you. You got to pay men to do things for you. So you see, when you go to the mechanic, you are renting a man. You go to the tire shop, you're renting a man. You get a plumber, you're renting a man. You get somebody to fix your lawnmower, you're renting a man. See, when you got one, you get to pocket those savings. When you don't have one, you got to go rent somebody else's. And that's why women don't have savings. Now, with that being the modern culture today, tell me, what exactly are men going to commit to? Exactly, what is it that men are committing to during this snowstorm? Let me tell you right now, a man is supposed to be willing to get out in the freezing snow and drive to wherever his woman is, risking life and limb. But you take a look out here today, it's like, what the hell? You're expected to do that? It's going to be cold across the country here starting tonight, and men are asking themselves questions. Hey, is this chick really worth this? No, not somebody else's, the chick you talking about. And I'm just going to go ahead and say right now to the fellas, to the men, competence needs to be a skill set. You need to be prepared. You need to be good with your hands. If you don't know, you need to make it a point you're going to start. Start simple, start easy. Rotate the tires on your car. Change your own oil. Change your own air filters on your car. You can go to YouTube and look up videos on how to do all this stuff. As a man, you have to prioritize being capable. Don't start by trying to be Rambo. You ain't got to go out into the woods with a bow and an arrow and a hunting knife. Start where the hell you at. Start where the hell you at. Learn how to do an elbow joint. Learn how to do a U-joint. Learn how to use an auger. Learn how to do basic maintenance on your car. And make sure you know how to do that up one side and down the other. Learn the basics. Have it. Go to Lowe's. Go to Home Depot. Get you a 200-piece, 300-piece set of tools so that you are now ready for anything a man got to do. Make it a point that that's what you're going to do. Stop replicating what you saw your slutty mama doing and you just gonna do whatever she do, you gonna do that. That's how men end up staying broke. A man's not supposed to be dependent on other men for every damn thing that's gonna be done. Maybe for some things, but not everything. So as men, you need to prioritize having that. Go and look up some survival videos. I did that a decade ago, and every couple of years, I'm not going to say every year, but every couple of years, I come back and check to see if there's anything new I can learn about that. Basic things. How do you start a fire if you don't have matches? Or flint? How do you start a fire if you have that? How do you filter water in the wilderness? These are things that men need to check on all the time. You don't know what life's going to throw at you, and even if you do, you are more resourceful to other people when you've got excess capacity. Can I say something right quick? Can I say something? Y'all need me to say something right quick to the fellas in here? Let me tell you something right now. Fellas, putting on a set of snow tires for a chick don't cost you no money.
What? Damn!
If the female you got next to you is not grateful for what you've done for her car, for what you've done for her house, for what you've done to improve her situation, let me tell you right now, your ability to bail, if you're going to bail somebody out, bail out a broad who has the ability to be grateful for it. Fellas, it doesn't cost you anything to be able to start a fire. It doesn't cost you anything to be able to put on snow chains. That doesn't cost you money. It doesn't cost you money to demonstrate your usefulness and your resourcefulness to another female. If the one you're talking to now does not appreciate that, you got options, but only if you got the skills. So fellas, if you got the skills, you can immediately go and offer them to somebody else. Let me tell y'all right now, that chick is sitting with her damn hood up in that parking lot. Hey fellas, if you know what to do to get that damn thing working, guess what? You might have just found your new side chick.
And deal with it, nigga.
This winter storm might be the best thing happen to you if you are ready to capitalize on circumstances. This might be the best damn thing happen to you. Oh, I said it. Oh, the ladies ain't gonna like that right there, but I said that. Hey, if you're gonna give somebody a bailout, give it to somebody who at least has the potential to be grateful for it. If the chick you with, you've been producing and performing and she ain't grateful, look here. Winter is here. It's gonna be a cold weekend. Oh, it's gonna be a cold weekend. Fellas, you on Facebook, it's going to be a bunch of chicks complaining. It's going to be a bunch of females complaining. Some of y'all fellas going to be doing some dirty macking. You going to be hanging out outside of Firestone.
Nigga, what?
Oh, fellas, some of y'all going to be doing some dirty... Man, y'all don't want me to go here. You do not want me to go here. I got pictures from the last couple of times I had to go buy some new tires. Don't you know how many females were sitting up in there asking about getting their cars worked on? I'm talking about I saw two single moms with a Brittany Renner booty shorts on.
Oh, please.
Nigga, what?
Oh, please.
Folks, I ain't lying. I saw two single moms in there trying to negotiate with the fella at the front desk with a Brittany Renner booty shorts on. Winter ain't on its way. Winter is here. Winter is here. You want to know how to shut a female up? Hit her with one time with an auto repair bill. She get hit with that auto repair bill one time. That's it. Ain't a flagrant, blatant, disrespectful word to be found. Some of you fellas, if you want to do some dirty macking, you just go hang out at Firestone, hang out at Pep Boys. Oh, the ladies don't want to hear this. Hey, go to Walmart's Auto Care. Go hang out at the DMV.
Damn!
Fellas, forget the club. Forget the club. Oh man, they said, Jason, you waited until the snowstorm of the century to drop the most ice cold game program you ever did. Fellas, y'all ain't ready for this. Forget the damn club. Them females think they know it all. No female is looking to submit while her car is running and she's standing at the club. She got a bunch of men around her, walking in there wearing her negligee. Do you think that she's going to be honest with herself about her life? Hell no. She can smart off. She got plenty of men around her. No. Catch that heifer when she got to deal with some challenges. Hey, baby, where all them dudes at the club you were talking to before? Them niggas gonna scatter at AutoZone. Tell me the last time that you were sitting at an auto repair shop and a female had a bunch of dudes walking up on her offering her something when they hitting her up with this car repair bill. You tell me the last time you ever saw that. At the club, fellas gather around you. At the auto repair shop, heifer, you stand alone. So yeah, all of a sudden, then they start talking about how men ain't no good, and men don't do this, and men don't do that. Yeah, it becomes that then. So I'm just saying, ladies, we taking it easy on you right now, because I could do some real scandalous stuff right now and tell the fellas, hey fellas, next week, go hang out at AutoZone. Go hang out at the repair shop. Go travel around to Walmart and Target. I promise you it's going to be some females. Car ain't going to make it out that parking lot. Fellas, I promise you, if you got a pickup truck, I promise you next week it's going to be some chicks whose cars ain't going to make it out that parking lot. If you can get down the freeway, it's going to be some females whose cars ain't going to make it off that freeway. It's going to be some females whose cars ain't going to make it out of AutoZone's parking lot if they can get to it. They're not going to make it out the tire shop. They're going to be told what that price is at Firestone, and she going to freeze up. Then we going to find out what's what. Okay, all this trash talking on the internet, that don't hit nothing. We about to find out what's what in that parking lot. We about to find that out over there. It's going to be a bunch of lost-looking females looking around all crazy next week, fellas. I'm telling you where to find them. Next week, they're going to be sitting around, stumbling around, milling around all crazy. They going to be real cooperative then. They going to be real, hey, fellas, at the hospital.
What? Damn!
Oh, ladies, y'all don't want me to go here with it. It's either going to be a nurse or a patient, fellas. If you live near a large hospital, hey, next week, just go through there. Go milling through there like you're the tow truck company. Just come through real slow. Come through real slow. Come through the parking garage real slow. Just creep through. Creep through. Just come creeping through the parking lot one time. Just around the evening time, nighttime, just come creep through. You'll find out what's going on. You'll be like, I'll be damned, Jason. I thought you was bull jiving at first. Let me go ahead and jump over here on Zoom right quick. We got some folks waiting here. Let me go ahead and jump on Zoom right quick. I got somebody, Moto something. Moto, okay, I'm not going to say what number that is. I'm like, they're trying to get their life together, so. Okay, if you're on Zoom, make sure you have your camera and your microphone turned on. Just for me, YouTube is not going to see you, but just to make sure we don't have any trolling issues. Some folks think they're going to do that. Let's not have that, but just to make sure we don't have any trolling issues, if you're calling on Zoom, just make sure you have your camera and your microphone turned on for us here, just so we don't have any trolling issues. Now, I do have somebody on Zoom, but they don't have their camera or their microphone turned on. So, Modo, I can give you 5 seconds to resolve that. Then we got to move on. Modo, I can give you 3 more seconds to resolve that, and then we're going to have to move on. We cannot wait on you here all night. Winter is not coming. Winter is here. All right, Modo, I can give you 1 more second to resolve that. Then we're going to have to go ahead and move on. All right, Modo has been abducted. Yeah, y'all, I'm just letting you know right now. You want to know what's going on? That's what's going on. Fellas, when you go to the DMV, I know most of the time it bothers you. It's a bunch of chicks up in there. They got to back up all that damn trash talking they was doing online. At the DMV is where all that trash talking they doing online hits the real world. You notice ain't nobody talking trash at the DMV. They all cop and please like they at the prosecutor's office. At the mechanic shop, ain't nobody trash talking at the mechanic shop. They all cop and please. Ain't nobody strong and independent at the mechanic shop. They all trying to figure it out. You know why? Because most females are getting took at the mechanic shop. Oh, he might fix the problem you got, but he's probably telling you it's something that ain't. Every female in here has been through that, and none of you are able to resolve it. You need a man for that. You need a man for that. You're going to have that. Let me go ahead and get over here on Zoom again. Let me see here. I think I got Prince up here on Zoom for me here. All right, Prince, what's on your mind?
What's going on, brother?
Okay, dude, you stumbling with your headphones. What's going on?
Oh, nothing much, brother. I want to ask you this here. So are you pretty much saying that women gonna have to somewhat starve out here if they don't have a man to provide for them in these hard times?
Dude, I'm saying it's off and going. I'm saying it's already off and going, bro. They already paying the tax.
You think they gonna double and triple up? All the women just gonna start staying together in a type of commune?
They're already doing that too. Here's the problem. When something needs to be fixed or repaired, they call men anyway. There is no getting around this. They've been putting on a brave face and they just been lumping it and whatnot. And, oh, that didn't hurt. Yeah, okay. The reason why they have to do that, brother, is because they can't afford to live where they really want to be. No female at the age of 21 wants to live around a bunch of other old women.
No.
No woman at 31 or 41 says, you know what? I really wish I could live around a bunch of old women. Then nobody's saying that. So if they end up in that situation, they did not do it voluntarily. So right, that's when the struggle meets its ultimate dead end. Right there. When you got to sit up here and struggle through it, you're stuck around a bunch of chicks, full damn well, your biology does not even call for that. Now you've gone into dead end survival mode. And that's it. So no, brother, they still got issues and problems. And when they do, they all got to put their penny. The reason why they get together is so they have one house. But it takes 6 or 7 women to do the work of one man.
Damn.
That's how they end up with 6 or 7 chicks. It takes 6 or 7 chicks to make up for a third of what one man could do. And then they still don't do it. Those women don't sit there and do the plumbing. They don't fix anything. If something gets broke, they just hope it ain't going to be too bad. And that's it. All they do is take care of cats. But as far as maintenance, no, they're still stuck right where they were. They're just hoping that if we all get our pennies together, it'll be easier for us to pay a man to come take care of this.
So why has sex become a poor bargaining chip during these times of natural disasters and other situations?
Because sex has to be coupled with other things. You see, men will have sex with you if you offend them, but that's all he's going to do.
Yes.
So, yeah, you're offensive. Well, we don't do things for people who offend us.
No.
So it's like, okay, well, I'm not going to do anything for you. Well, if we have sex, maybe that'll soften them up. Oh, we can have sex, and that's all we can do. So
They
she
don't-
ends up giving sex, but she's looking for sex coupled with something else. And as I always said, when you become a disciplinary problem, sex with you becomes decoupled. Whatever
Yes.
amount of trouble you bring, you don't get to couple sex with that anymore. Now, as men, we decide, yeah, we're decoupling that from you. So all you got to offer me is sex. You're not worth all the other trouble that it would take to do anything beyond that. And she's okay and fine with that if she can go bum the money off of somebody else to go pay for it, all the repairs or whatever. But that gets to be difficult because now the reason why women have to work so much overtime and stuff is to pay their hard-headed hoe tax.
So they're not having any interaction with any man that's competent. All the men that are laying on top of them, for the most part, are either don't want to do it or incapable of helping them with plumbing or with starting a generator.
Only a minority of males today are competent to be able to do that. So it's not like the majority of males are competent and capable of doing it. So first of all, you're dealing with the minority males. Okay, so your options are already going to be limited. Now you add to that those fellas are out here moving around and you're not the only one who needs something. So those guys are not just limited, they're in demand.
Yes.
You see how your odds of getting that go down and down. Now, when you're talking about having one who's on call, like
Yes.
there's an emergency that's done happen, like, I don't know, a major snowstorm comes to the country, and he's got other folk who want his time and attention. He's got other people in proximity. What have you done that he prioritizes you over these other people? Well, if you've done what you're supposed to do, you wouldn't have to worry about that because he would already be where you are. To all the women who are alone tonight, that man lets you know what your value is. But then again, you didn't need me to say that. You already know it. So if you're a female who's alone tonight, it's probably because you've been a disciplinary problem. Of course, you tell yourself you're great and wonderful, and you tell yourself there's other chicks out there worse than you. That doesn't change the fact that you're bad enough. So these are men who are in demand. These are men who are necessary. And what happens is eventually you just end up with the guys who lay on top of you. They are either not able or not willing. The guy who is willing and able, man, you most likely you've run him off.
Now, you said that men should have options when it comes to women. Should men have a pecking order on which women qualify for certain, male sacrifices? It's okay, you need this done. Is there a pecking order for the main woman, the side piece, and the jump off when it comes to what you do for them? Or they all get some of the support? How that work?
I mean, that's going to depend on them. Everyone's not made equal. And so the bottom line is, if one could take care of it, to be different. I just don't think you do yourself any favors only having one option. So you're going to have to feed the troops.
Yes.
Whoever is second or third in line, she can't just get nothing because that's not feeding the troops.
No,
so
it's not.
the reason there's going to be there is because you've demonstrated your resourcefulness. So you're going to have to be of value to everyone. That doesn't mean you're the same value to everyone. But you need to be of value to them. Maybe not the same value all the time. Maybe they don't all get the same value all the time. But you need to be able to demonstrate that. Your actions have to do the talking. That's not something that you try to game your way through. Your actions need to do the talking.
Right. Now, with certain women, when you're dealing with women, there has to be at least one that can call you first that you'll get up and go do. It has to be clear to the other women that ain't the deal. How does that work?
I mean, it works because of what you've done.
Right. So it's going to be clear to the woman. Okay.
Well, it should be clear based on your actions. That should already be clear. Okay. Men don't do themselves any favors having ambiguity. Case in point, some of you fellas out here, you got a baby mama. Okay, first of all, you were stupid. But second of all, if she was a disciplinary problem, that's it. She don't get to just call you like that. You broke up with her for a reason. So she doesn't get the same privileges. My bottom line is these are privileges. They should be aware these are privileges. They're supposed to be grateful for having access to this privilege. other chicks out here with jacked up cars and jacked up stuff, and they ain't got it. Your job is to be able to demonstrate, okay, baby, you ain't one of them. So you're supposed to be grateful because you're not one of them.
Exactly. And guys, what they're saying is you got to limit access to women that are not in that at that status. They shouldn't have direct access to you anyway. They shouldn't just be able to pop up on you like that, call you like that. There should be some distance because everybody don't get the same treatment. If so, and I want to ask you this one here, Chase. This is what I think especially young men should need to watch out for. Is when they get with a woman, you better make sure you kind of get a familiarity with her, the women in their family, if it's a lot of women in there. And what you do for her, that doesn't translate to doing for them necessarily. How do you water that? She said, well, hey, can you help my mom? The water heater done broke down. Dad done
Now,
passed.
this is the slippery slope. This is the slippery slope right here. When you got a wife, you're her man. You are not community property. When you go out into this world, you owe it to your woman and your children to make it home tonight. When you got a whole society full of hard-headed hoes and they start telling themselves they should be able to act as stupid as they wish to be, and that somebody else's husband, somebody else's boyfriend, somebody else's father, somebody else's son has an obligation to come bail her scuzzy, scummy ass out or whatever she done got into. Whether it's a broke down car or a nigga whooping her ass in the parking lot, whether it's one of that you have an obligation to save her. You don't know her from a can of biscuits, but she's expecting random men to step in and secure a position that she has refused to attain with somebody else. And that random people it'll be like the government, that she just has some government entitlement to random men coming in and bailing her out. And as men, we have to make it clear to all female society everywhere, we don't owe you a damn thing.
And deal with it, nigga.
Better listen.
We're not obligated to do that for you. That is a privilege. You are supposed to be on your hands and knees begging, grateful for something like that. That's a privilege, not a right. It's not a government program. It's not a constitutional right. So no, we don't owe you that. That's great and wonderful if you can get it, but you're not owed that. This damn entitlement fixation that as men, every male walking around owes you something. That every random male is supposed to do something for you.
No.
That if you are in need, random men are supposed to all act like they're part of your extended family.
That's a shakedown.
That's stupid. And too many men have been ingratiating that because you living off of what your scummy ass grandmama said. No, the females out here today need to earn that privilege. Otherwise, the privilege is worthless, fellas. The privilege has no value if it's a commodity. If we treat it like it's a government program that they're entitled to, it has no value, fellas. You owe it to your family to make it home. You owe it to them first and foremost. Anything beyond that is a privilege that must be gauged carefully. Carefully. And you put yourself at risk doing things for your woman. Yes. Now we're extending ourselves to others. That's going to have to be a situation that's already codified. But this idea that you're here to take care of the extended family, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Has her mama been flipping the lip? I don't know. I don't know. If mama ain't been acting right, she's probably going to have to hump it on her own. She probably going to have to hump it on her own. As men, we don't do ourselves any more favors benefiting people who've disrespected us, been ungrateful, because they know they did it. And it's just like, okay, you know what? I'm going to let you hump it through this snowstorm by yourself one time. And now you've shown them you will do it. But as men, no. And that's the other reason for you having options. If you've talked to her about her greasy ass mama, you let her know, okay, that heifer better not ever ask me for anything. And I mean that. She better not ever ask me for anything. Period. And if your woman even acts like she got a problem with that, she got to go.
Exactly.
It's like, okay, either she's demoted or she's cut from the team altogether. But it's like, yeah, we're not doing that. There will be very, very clear boundaries, and that's the reason for you having options, so that if she ever decides that she doesn't like your boundaries, we don't have to argue. It's like, okay, well, you cannot like my boundaries somewhere else. But that's it. That's it. Because just like I'm not going to let my family talk to you any old kind of way, or I'm not going to let them disrespect you. Okay, yeah, you better get that together. If I do things, I did it for a reason. But too many males out there, they only got one option, and as a result, that ends up being the slippery slope.
Right.
So he ends up defending random scummy broads on a subway somewhere, hoping he can, oh, well, she's in enough distress. Dude, the tire shop would have been far easier. I mean, everybody's seen the video of that fellow over there in Britain, got his whole damn face slashed up trying to defend some female on the subway somewhere. And it's like, that ain't even his woman. Now, he's going to have that for the rest of his damn life. And that's not even his woman. And what is she going to do for him or could do for him that is worth being maimed for the rest of his days? What is she worth to you, bro? We don't even know her.
Don't even know her.
And what I'm saying is, are they showing you deference that is equivalent to that level of cost to you? Because that's going to cost you. Now, what are they doing for you is proportional to that level of sacrifice from you?
I'd love a woman to answer that question.
What are we as men getting that is worth that? That we just, oh yeah, that's what I'm getting right now. There it is. And you can't show us. So I'm just saying, okay, just stop playing stupid. But it's not that most men are playing stupid. It's most men don't really have options like that, or they're unwilling to leverage the options. They're not resourceful like that. They don't have the ability to do those kind of things. So they end up just grabbing whatever they can get. And it just tends to kind of be just wall-to-wall problems at that point.
Jason, you know how the weather, especially the floods and the hurricanes and all the other stuff we deal with down here in Texas, Louisiana. Brother, what would you suggest to somebody because if you want me in a situation where the house gets flooded or they're in a disaster, I don't think it's a good idea to bring them to your house asking for a friend. What should you do? Put them up in another place or let them come to your house? How should you deal in those disaster situations?
I mean, don't be dealing with females that you don't respect like that in the first place. I mean, if she got that, she should already have distance, in which case you already have an excuse built in. It's like, oh, baby, I'm on the other side of town. I can't be doing all that. So call 911. So, but for anybody else there, it just depends. It just depends. So that really shouldn't be a big issue. I will just tell you right here, if your spot going to be the kicky spot, there needs to be a reason for that.
Yeah.
There needs to be a reason for that. So we kind of run into a double-edged sword there. It would be different if most females today were really demonstrated that they would not have you regretting a decision like that later. But we have a lot of that doesn't happen. So if you can avoid it, try to.
And the reason our brother said, I ain't speaking for him, is women, y'all can act real cooperative, but y'all have a way of disrupting the man's flow, and that you can't come where a man is doing certain things. You better get in where you fit in, and a woman like to nest, and do their little thing. But Jason, thank you. That was my question, brother, and I appreciate you.
Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. Yeah, man. Like I said, I mean, it's going to depend on that situation right there. That's going to depend. She's going to have to be a very solid chick for that, because if you're stuck with somebody in an emergency, it's like, okay, this is where bad things start happening. Bad things start happening in this environment. Let me go ahead and jump back over here again on Zoom. Let me see if I can get Ambrosia up here right quick. All right, we got Ambrosia up here. At least I think I do. All right, what's on your mind?
Hi, Jason. I wanted to make a comment on the statement you made about men not helping women, jump cars. Last summer, I was coming out of Walmart, and there were two women there, and it was misting. There were two women out there. I think it was like an old Bronco. It wouldn't start, and not one man in that parking lot would help them. Now, these women were obvious lesbians, dressed looked like dudes, very, mannish in their attire, and not one man would help them. I keep a jump box and some jumper cables in my car, so of course I help them in everything. But when I tell you, no one, no guy, no man was about to help these women, and it's sad, but it proves to you that if you want to take on the role of a man, most men are not going to go out of their way to help you. No,
Not in this era.
No,
and is because, number one, you've raised a bunch of mama's boys. That's the first thing. The females decided that, well, she'll go sleep with somebody to fix her car. Okay, your son isn't learning anything from that. You can go slut your way to get some crackhead down the street to fix your car. Your son isn't learning anything from that. That's doing him zero good. So when he grows up and is not useful to any random female, you're the cause of it. Females need to be going around from one neighborhood to another, knocking the old females in the head. If you're upset about the quality of your males, you need to be busting the older females in the head, but you have to hold them accountable for that, and females don't do that. So they're just going to end up suffering. That's reason number one. Reason number two is that too many men are like, yeah, we're not getting a level of respect commensurate to that. We don't get the respect. We don't get the deference. We don't have that. So if that were the case, it would be different. You cannot have a society where everything you're looking at is expressing open contempt, not private contempt, open contempt. At that point right there, it's like, you know what? You're on your own. And if you think your son doesn't know anything about cars, let me tell y'all, women lift up the hood of a car and look up under there. They might as well be looking at the space shuttle. What? They might as well be looking at an aircraft engine. When a female lifts up the hood of a car, she doesn't know the damn alternator from a thermometer. She is stuck right then, right there. It's not going any further. The conversation has already stopped. And the reason for this is because it's information overload. Do y'all even understand that? When you open up the hood of a car, you're immediately going to freeze because it's information overload. There's too much to look at. There's air filters. If you got dual overhead cams, there's more than one air filter. There's the battery. There's wires. There's cables. There's spark plug wires. You might be able to see your catalytic converters from up there. The air filters, the radiator cap, washer fluid. There's oil filled. There's too much going on under here. Mm-hmm. Too much. And now we're trying to walk you through that. If we're on the phone, God help you. That's too much for you to be taking in, to be learning on the job. This is something you had to be checking into before now. You're going to open up that hood, and all you're going to see, it might as well be a box full of wires. It might as well be a big toy box. There's just stuff all over the place. Mm-hmm. And you're going to have to figure this out in a snowstorm, in the rain. You're going to have to figure this out now? Forget it. Forget it. This is going nowhere. This is not a thing. This is not about to happen. It's not. It's not. They're just going to try to figure out if they can get a man or a tow truck. But this is not going to be a thing. This is not going to occur. You're going to be seeing too much stuff, and it's all coming at you at the same time. Screws and bolts and wing nuts. No, she's out of here.
Absolutely, especially if she's a girly girl or feminine. The last thing she wants is to get oil on her hands. It's dirty underneath a hood of a car. It's dirty and it's gross. I don't want oil on my hands and in my nails and gook and grime. That's no, no, no. That's not the type. No, no. It's just not for. It's just not for me. It's not really for me. I would definitely prefer a man, a man to do something like that. It's not for me. It's not. And I'm a Gen Xer. I grew up watching my earlier years were in Louisiana. I grew up watching my uncle take the garage and turn it into an extended bedroom and build a deck in the backyard and fix the car. He never called any man to do anything or any repairs in his house. He replaced the roof, built a garden. That's what I grew up with. So to grow up in an era where you don't see men doing this, especially young Black men. I see white men doing it all the time, and Latinos, but just their young Black men are being taught this because they're being raised by single moms. And you have women now that don't even want to have husbands and don't even want to cook. They don't even want to cook a meal.
Well, that's another reason why you see. Well, that's another reason why you see a lot of these young slutty females and stuff getting online talking about they want an older man. Mm-hmm. Because their mamas have ruined the younger ones, mm-hmm. and they've suffered under that 2 or 3 times. So we got a lot of calculation and cunning going on here. Mm-hmm. These are not real true desires. This is, okay, let me see if I can come up with a more cunning way of being able to resolve this. So she's no good as a female, which means she's going to be no good as a mother. And she's looking for a guy who has all the traits that she has never even put in her own son or never focused on her own. Mm-hmm. So she has no value of it. She's messed up her son if she has any kids. So she wants to go find somebody who didn't mess up their son. Mm-hmm. That's who she wants to go get. So just understand there's a lot of fellas going to get took. A lot of fellas going to get messed up. And here's the crazy part. The crazy part is, by the way, that's not really working like it used to. What? You got a bunch of fellas in their 40s now. They are mechanically illiterate. Yes. They're otherwise useless. So it's not, you don't really have those options like you used to have there either. So the only thing she really says is, well, let me go get a fellow here who hopefully he's got enough money to go pay for a mechanic since you can't do it. But as far as him being the resourceful one, the numbers are not as solid there as there used to be.
Very true. And I think women definitely in their 40s have absolutely given up. Women in their 20s have just begun to start losing, and women in their 30s have not lost enough yet. And until these women experience what I would, what's considered positive trauma to change their behavior, it's not going to change. It's a reason why you implement pain with a child.
No, ma'am.
To correct their behavior. You're
correct about that analogy there, because I've talked about positive trauma before, but no, ma'am. Winter is here. Jason, what does that mean? Winter is here. What that means is that, oh no, we are beyond correction. From here on in, folks are written off. They're going to have to just be in the cold on their own. No saving, no nothing. I'm talking about anything over the age of 28 really needs to be written off for the most part. I said this before. I ain't backing down. It's true. You will be putting in 3 tons of effort to get 3 pounds of return. It'll cost you much more than any reward you could get because of what you just said. You're going to have a grown woman and you're sitting here trying to correct issues that her parents put into her. Now these issues have calcified. And you're going to be spending your precious time as a man that needs to be invested in what you're doing. And now you're diverting all this energy and resources into quote unquote correcting her. No, this is a bad deal. It's not even a good deal. This is just exploitation. No, we're going to have to write off, for the most part, the baby boomers already been written off. Gen X, the females at Gen X, pretty much, yeah, write them off. that we just need to quit playing that there's some redemption effort we're going to put in, that there's some redemption arc coming, that if we just blow up the budget some more, put in more resources, the millennial females, y'all are pretty much getting written off too. Gen X and the millennials, there's just too much. There's one thing to put in resources and get something, but there's another thing when you have something that's draining resources and there's no return. That's called a parasite. That's a drain. And I cannot in good conscience tell people that that should be the expected norm. When I say that winter is here, I'm far beyond anything y'all heard 5 years ago from your other YouTubers. I didn't say it's on its way. I said it's here. They need to be written off. At this point, write them off. Write them off. This is not to sound nice. This is not to sound charitable. This is not to sound cool. I'm just saying, hey, fellas, we have far more horror stories than we do success stories. And even to the ones who are quote unquote successful, it's like, dude, you still got it a major discount, a major premium, not a major discount. We got fellas out here grabbing somebody's reformed baby mama. And it's like, dude, how much did that cost you? You grossly overpaid. She is never going to be worth the level of benefit that you're providing. Now we got fellas out here advocating to shortchange their damn selves. No, don't let him talk at all. Don't give that nigga a microphone. He doesn't need to talk. Just because he's desperate and was willing to overpay. Because what I'm saying is that overpayment is the reason why the only thing that changes things is when you have a complete drought. When you have a complete drought and nobody can eat anything and nobody can drink, well, that changes behavior. But if you're willing to overpay, if she just makes nice because you're lonely, and right now we have an epidemic of lonely males, and the females, the undeserving females know this. Well, don't worry, there'll be some guy, he's more desperate than he is disciplined. And if somebody offers him something and doesn't snap at him like a bulldog, he'll bite. He'll take it. Yeah, he's overpaying. Yeah, he's getting exploited. Yeah, it ain't worth it. But he's been in the drought so long that he's just ravenous to eat something now. And you end up with that. But no, at this point right here, no, forget about it. It doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense. Stop pretending that the patient is going to come out of their coma. It's not happening. It's not happening. They've wasted away. There's no brain activity. There's nothing going on here. It's over. Now, you can keep pouring resources into it, but just understand that's a drain on you. Or you can cut your losses. And that's what intelligent men do, is cut their losses. So no, baby, I'm not in the business of redeeming generations. I am not going to advocate for the men to do that either. It's silly. It's stupid. I want the fellas to get themselves together, get their skills up, make sure they have options. This isn't to say that things will be trouble-free. Fellas, you have a contaminated, busted, corrupted generation, 3 generations of females here. Not having trouble is simply not an option. What you can do is be able to control the trouble that you're going to deal with so that you don't have to tolerate anything you don't want to. Okay, she saw acting a fool. Okay, put her in timeout. Most fellas have to sit there and argue with a heifer because he doesn't have the ability to put her in timeout. He doesn't have the ability to tell her, you know what, let's take a break. A break? Yeah. How long? I'll let you know. Mm-hmm. I'll let you know. Fellas need to have the ability to say that sentence I just said. Yeah, we're going to take a break. We are? Yeah. How long? I'll let you know. I'll let you know. Fellas, you're speaking with your actions, not your words. Mm-hmm. Understand something. A female does not believe you as long as you're standing there arguing. She's looking to see if you're going to walk away. As long as you're not walking away, she's like, okay, I'm the only option he has. When you get up and walk, she's like, okay, he's chosen another option, even if that other option is to be alone. He's chosen another option. You do not get any leverage by standing there arguing. So, bottom line is, fellas, the arguing is also generational. It's like, okay, hey, if she's over the age of 35, she had her chance. She had 2 damn decades to say, you know what? Let me get serious. She said, I don't have to do that. My draws are a time machine. Whenever I crank my draws up, that'll turn the clock back. So I don't have to change. I don't have to do things differently. I can be a problem. I can be an ass. I can be difficult. I can be a loser. Whenever I decide I want to change things, all I do is just crank up my draws and think magic wand. And we'll just allow the suckers, the few suckers out there willing to tolerate that garbage, let them do that. But as a generation of men, it's like, no. At what point do you write them off? At what point do you say there's no wife material in Gen X and there's not much wife material in the millennials? At what point do you say that? At what point do you just concede, hey man, you've been digging through the damn discount bin. All they got is that damn DVD of Ferris Bueller's Day Off. That's the only thing in here, a bunch of Molly Ringwald movies. At what point do you concede you're digging through the discount bin? There's nothing in there. Nothing that you want to pay full price for. Are you that desperate for quote unquote entertainment? Okay, I'm going to pay $25 for this Molly Ringwald movie. Dude, really? That's overpaying. At what point do you say, hey, they ain't got nothing for me in this discount bin? Even if I am looking for a discount, they ain't got nothing in here for me. When do we do that? I'm saying the time to do that was a decade ago. But if you want my up-to-date analysis, yeah, write them off. Write them off. Whole generation. That's it. There's nothing. What are you fighting for? A bunch of stuck in their ways chicks who are happy losing? They're happy losing. You saw when I started off the program tonight, they're happy losing. They're happy talking stupid. They're happy being wrong. It's like, okay, no, and how many times do you have to see that over and over again before you say, this isn't isolated? This isn't, I found a bad apple. This is a bad tree. And you're going all through the tree trying to find a good apple. The tree is on fire. There are no good apples. So if you're going to spend that kind of time and effort, concentrate those precious resources where they will get you something. But there's no wife material. There's little commitment material, and it's going to cost you a lot to do that. So the lonely and the destitute will keep making excuses, and it will be just unhappy for them. And there are going to be a lot of dudes who are just going to get took and used, and they'll just basically be sitting there suffering in silence, which is the most pathetic situation for a man to be in. We see so many males today suffering in silence. It's pathetic. We see them and it's like, oh, that look. Oh, yeah, glad I dodged that bullet. But no, ma'am. No. No, it's just trauma, change, redemption. And I believe in redemption. I believe in redemption. I'm a believer in that kind of thing. I just don't think that should be the default. That just should be the default, because that comes with a bill for us. We're having to pay to redeem other people. You're charging me for her redemption. And that's only if it actually works. And how long will this take? You know, am I supposed to give her another 7, 8, 10, 15 years? You got 15 years to give this raggedy broad to stop her nonsense? You got 10, 15 years to give? That's the slippery slope I'm talking about. You get so lonely that you start compromising mathematically. And that's the nonsense that needs to stop. You would just be far better off increasing your value to the max, make it where it is absolutely undeniable. focus in that direction and deal with some people and put yourself in a situation where you can deal with a generation or a avenue that is not completely corrupted. And by and large, that's not what you have. So we're out the redemption game. We're just in the write them off game at this point.
That's rough. I mean, that's rough. That is really rough to hear, but I completely, as you know, from a man's perspective, I completely understand because of it costs you. I saw a video today where a man says women are called females for a reason because there is a fee to have them. So I completely understand. It costs a man a lot more to have a woman than it does for a woman to have a man. So I understand. And it's rough to hear. So ladies that are in the chat that are listening, if you're
going to
married,
get in where you fit in.
Man, you got a man who is competent, resourceful, and reliable. Hold on to that man for dear life. If you in the chat and you got a boyfriend and he show up for you, hold on to that man for dear life because there is beyond lower than slim pickings out there. Beyond. So it's rough. It's going to be a lot of rough. A lot of these chicks are going to be living off bread and water for a very long time.
Or they're going to share him.
And deal with it, nigga.
Yep.
Which, by the way, and you're old enough to realize that's what most women are doing regardless. They're everyone, the women get online, they get at your job, they get at the church, all of them sitting up there lying through their teeth. It's pathetic.
Yep.
If the higher the value the man is, the more females have to share him.
Yep.
All of them sit there and lie to their teeth and act like, oh, you just hear me in this. Meanwhile, you all know the damn difference. So it's no, once you get to a certain point, you're going to either decide to consciously or unconsciously share him. Mm-hmm. And that's what it's going to be. It's going to be that.
Yep.
You will not have the leverage or the ability to demand exclusivity.
Yep. Very true. And if that's the case, if you got a man who like that, then you need to be focused. Don't be focused on the other women. Focused on what you are to him and what you need to do. What you need to do for him. Don't be worried about these other women. Worried about how to make him happy, how to keep him satisfied and be his comfort, be his safety, his joy. Don't be worried about anybody else because his relationship with them is with them. You need to be focused on your relationship with him.
Or don't.
Fat meat might not really be greasy after all, and you might get lucky through there. So they're looking for the exception to the rule. The problem is too many men are talking right now and everybody knows the game. So they're really looking for a naive sucker. And don't get me wrong, there are a few of those out there. Here's the killing part. There aren't any nice guys. What? The problem with a simp is that most simps are closet narcissists. Mm-hmm. Now, there's the issue with simps. Simps, incels, Mr. Nice Guy, more often than not, those are closet narcissists. They're closet narcissists. They are entitled as hell. They feel like at that point, these are the guys who most think you owe them something. Mm-hmm. The Mr. Nice Guy, Mr. Simp, those are actually the guys who are most likely to turn on you and feel most entitled. Mm-hmm. So you're not going to get away with that either.
I've never met a nice guy who wasn't weak. I've never met a nice guy that wasn't a pushover in some way, shape, or form. I never met a nice guy who was dominant, assertive, who was a leader. I've never met that never. And most women, they don't want nice men. They want a dragon. They want a man who is dominant, a man who knows how to take the lead. They don't want a nice guy.
Yeah, but Mr. So-called nice guy, most of them are. Take a look at you all's jobs. Mm-hmm. The fellows who do the most smiling and stuff like that are seen to be the most docile. It's like, the most agreeable males. Mm-hmm. But in reality, and most of those guys, when you get them by themselves, they're the most selfish, the most conceited, mm-hmm. the most temperamental. It's like it's not like it's across the board with that. If you think about the so-called nice guys, like, by the way, they're most of them are closet narcissists. when they're around other men, they're nice because they gotta be. Because he can't really boss up or buck up on another dude like that. So he's nice because he gotta be. But in your interpersonal relationships, you find he's a lot more demanding. He's a lot more demanding. He's a lot more, temperamental and demanding of you. That's what tends to happen with the so-called nice guys.
Insecure, very insecure.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be that, and you end up seeing a lot of that. So it's a two-way street. You keep running from these things, you're going to pay a cost somewhere. You're going to pay a cost somewhere. So pay me now or pay me later. I'll let you have the last word.
That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you for giving us a call tonight. Yeah, these so-called nice guys and whatnot, most of them, not some, most of them are closet narcissists. They are extremely demanding. They are condescending. They think you owe them something. Just like the fat chicks feel like, well, if you could do better, you wouldn't be with a big, fat, sloppy mess like me. The nice guys who don't get attention from females, guess what? They're the flip side of that. Well, hell, if you could deal with a real nigga, you wouldn't be here with me. If you could get a real nigga, you wouldn't be here with my little corny ass. So, yeah, ladies, just like y'all think y'all play that game when you're fat and ugly, you think you figured it out. Hey, the men know the same thing. If you could get a real nigga, you wouldn't be with Poindexter. So he's like, if you over here, the real fella's already told you you can't stay. Let me go ahead and jump back over here on Zoom again here. Let me see if we can get Kareem up here on Zoom. Looking for Kareem up here on Zoom for us here. Okay, there you go. All right, Kareem, you need to unmute yourself. He's working on it.
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me?
All right, Kareem, what's on your mind?
Not much, man. I'm out here. I'm in DC. I'm in my parents' house. Whatever. I'm gonna help them out. It's about to snow up here, whatever. I'm gonna shovel them out and make sure they car straight. But I just called, you know what I'm saying? I just called to check in. I want to ask you a quick question real quick, going a little off topic. Hey, I got a little homie, 25 years old. He decided between plumbing and telecommunications. What you think he should do?
Wow. To be totally honest, he's probably going to do better at plumbing. And the reason why I say that is because plumbing is something he can do independently. It isn't, if you go into telecommunications, by definition, you have to work for a large corporation, and I have. The problem with working for them is that it's all a Ponzi scheme now, and all of them are looking to reduce headcount so that the executives can all get $50 million. So they want to get rid of the lower level workers so the executives can keep running their Ponzi scheme. So if you go into telecommunications, by definition, you'll be working for a multinational corporation, and they're going to be trying to figure out how to reduce headcount. Well, while they're hiring you, they're already trying to figure out how to reduce your headcount and get rid of you. Okay, and there's no way to get around that.
Okay, because the nonprofit he going to, whatever, he's a real intelligent dude. They trying to push him toward telecommunications, the telecommunications program. And he was like, "No, I'm gonna stick to plumbing." But he looked up on Google and ChatGPT, and those two websites told him that telecommunications is a better career, pays more, and all this other stuff. So
meanwhile, Amazon is getting ready to lay off another 10,000 people. Right. Meanwhile, Elon Musk and Sam Altman are bragging to you about how their ultimate goal is to get rid of workers. So when you go take a look at the stuff that is not susceptible to industrialization or is not susceptible to AI, in other words, the stuff that can't easily be gotten rid of, when you talk about the skilled trades, it's not about the fact that it's not in telecommunications or computers. It's about the fact that telecommunications and computers are trapped to big corporations. That's the problem. That none of your bull job ass writers at any of these websites or whatnot, they don't know anything because they've never worked for these companies before, and they don't even know about the field. And even if they do, they're not going to say anything against it because those are the sponsors. So they can't afford to speak against Amazon because those are their sponsors for their TV shows and their magazines and their websites. So they can't really say the whole truth, which is, hey, there's no good corporation to work for. You might be there for a while, but you're going to be fighting every day not to be gotten rid of. So when you go into the skilled trades, by definition, you don't have to work for a corporation. You can become a contractor on your own and you'll be fine. So no, they're not going to lead in that direction. So no, if you're going to Chat GPT, oh hell no, because all that's doing is aggregating what it's scraped from various websites. That's not coming from a single person who's crunched all the numbers. I would not tell him go into telecommunications. I would think more into IT. Now, if he were going in that direction, I would feel differently. If he's talking about telecommunications, no, not really, because we've already laid down all the fiber we're going to lay down. I was there when all the fiber was getting laid down. We've already done all that. You've already got all the cell phone towers up. So there's not going to be a big build out of that. At AT&T, they had LTE, which stands for long-term evolution. They didn't want to call it 5G or 4G. They wanted to just basically be like, we have a format or a standard that will keep going into the future. But for them, it was LTE. For everybody else, it's 5G. The bottom line is that infrastructure is in place, and it was put in place to not have to be replaced the way the copper wiring was. So the fiber is intended to be the backbone for the next 200 years. What I'm saying is that's already been put down. So we don't need the head count of telecommunication technicians that we used to need. The fiber has been put out. The cell phone's been put out. The data centers are all being built within 6 months of each other. So you're not going to need that either. And that's not telecommunications. That's IT. For everybody in the chat, that's not telecommunications, that's IT. So no, I just gave you the long explanation of it, but if I were him, I would actually be looking more in that direction simply because I would not be vulnerable to somebody saying, okay, we need to lay off 10% of the workforce.
Damn.
But those are the numbers they hit. We need to lay off 10% of the workforce, so we're going to lay off this many people at the call center, this many people level 2 technicians, this many line techs, this many inside engineering techs, this many middle management, white collar, because that's who gets laid off first nowadays is white collar. So when they say 10%, they're going to just, okay, this is the number from this department. And then, of course, what they tell you, we're going to offer you all to voluntarily leave. And if not enough people do, then we're going to go from voluntary to involuntary. And you'll just find out when you find out.
Okay, cool. I'll pass the word. But yeah, man, you've been dropping words of wisdom. I hope all the young dudes, I'm 38 with no kids or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I can testify to everything you telling people, but I really hope these young dudes, especially these guys, I'm talking about, when I say young, I'm talking about guys under the age of 30, really listen to your every word. Like, I really wish I got a hold of you like decades ago. You know what I'm saying? But I'm doing pretty good, though. Like I said, I'm crashing in my parents' house or whatever. I know a little bit of mechanic work, but I know carpentry, I know plumbing, I know bricklaying and things of that nature. I got a college degree, you know what I'm saying? Like, I was working on this one single mom. She got a house or whatever. Like, she was fixing me plates or whatever. She's talking about her baby daddy ain't shit. Next thing you know, I'm clapping cheeks, all that shit. You'll always have a rotation as long as you can fix something around the house and work on cars or whatever. So y'all listen to Jason, man. Peace. I'm out.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Yeah, I mean, you'll never be hurting for women if you got money or a skill. If you got solid paper or a solid skill, and I would rather have the skill than the money. Because people got to be too much in your business if you have to show money all the time. If you have to negotiate with money all the time, you giving folks too much information. You can demonstrate your skill and your resourcefulness without ever betraying your information. So if I had to choose between the two, I'd rather have a skill set. I'd rather be MacGyver. I'd rather have the ability to stand in front of her and tell her the solution to a problem, identify what's broken and tell her what's wrong, than to sit up here and have to break open a wallet. I'd rather have that instead. I'd rather have that. And like I say, once again, as a man who's actually been there and done that and seen it, yeah, if a young fella asked me which way to go, and I'm like, might be able to hit you to the game a little bit better. Because there's bad information all over the place.
Bad information all over the place. Winter is here. We got thousands of people in here tonight because, yeah, it's cold outside. What the old song say, baby, it's cold outside. It's cold outside. And let me tell you, it ain't nothing yet. Wait till we get through the weekend for it. And in situations like this that make people stop, it makes everybody stop what they're doing. And now you got to do an inventory of your life. You have to stop for a minute and do a whole inventory on your life and ask yourself whether or not, hey, is this the plan? Is this the way the plan was supposed to work out? That's the thing we got going on now. Is this the plan? Is this what you had in mind? I need the fellas to make sure they got their act together so you are not susceptible to getting used. There's a bunch of guys out here right now that, man, the females are going to be acting a little nice for a little bit. See, we experienced that after the pandemic. After the pandemic, all that man hating and man bashing, a lot of that fell off after the pandemic happened. Yeah, some folks had themselves caught in the bind and all of a sudden they had some act right. Yeah, for about 3 minutes. For about 3 minutes. That was about it. In the chat room, Scoey, come on, man. I already answered that. You can go to YouTube and look up for anything. Start small. Do you have a skill? Do you have a tool set? I'm repeating myself here. This is what I'm saying. These fellas here, that's not good. Look, for men, you can't have folk having to repeat the same stuff to you hour after hour. A man got to hear it the first time and get it. This idea that you're going to get deference like the females and folk going to repeat it for you 4 and 5 times. Fellas, you can't be on that. That's the mama's boyism. Don't worry, somebody else, they'll take out time and repeat it to me again, tell me 3-4 more times. I wasn't paying attention. I had my joint the first time. I wasn't really paying attention that first 4-5 times. You can't do that. As a man, you got to be listening when the game is laid down. I've been saying this now for years, not tonight, years. As a man, take your happy, lazy ass to Home Depot or Lowe's. Buy yourself a 200 or Harbor Freight. What? Hell, I'm taking y'all on the high end of things. Go to Harbor Freight. And get you a tool set that is at least 200 pieces. At least a 200-piece tool set. And I would prefer you get a 300, but at least get you a 200-piece tool set. Now you have all the basic sockets, the basic crescent wrenches, the basics at least. You got the basics. Now you might come across something that's a little bit bigger, but I'm just saying, fellas, if you're a man with a 200-piece tool set, it's like a little briefcase. It's like a little briefcase. It fits in the back of any car. It'll fit in the back of any SUV. I don't give a damn where you go. You gonna be ready to put in work. And it doesn't take up any room. So go to Harbor Freight. Go to Home Depot, go to Lowe's, though you probably get the best price at Harbor Freight. Get you a 300-piece tool set. Now you got all the sockets, you got all the wrenches, the basics. If you really want to go above and beyond, get you a torque set while you're at it. Now you probably be ready for anything. Get you a torque set. Now you got the tools. From here, we ready to go to work. Start with some basics. Have you changed the oil on your car? Start there. Oh, look, Jason didn't tell me that I need to have an oil filter wrench. No, I didn't tell you that. Now you know the next thing you're going to go get. You're going to be changing your oil all the time for the rest of your life. You need the socket set so you can take out the oil plug. Now we're going to go get us an oil filter wrench. We good.
Now we good. Okay, you end up at old girl's house. You see some broad who's in need somewhere. You're ready for some basics. As a man, you should have a tool set and some jumper cables. The jumper cables ain't for you. The jumper cables are just in case you meet a stripper who's off the clock who needs her car jumped off at Walmart. Damn! Fellas, are you ready? Just in case. Just in case you run into a stripper who just got off work. You never know when you're gonna run into a nurse who needs to get her oil changed. She don't know what she doing. She needs to get her oil changed, fellas. Hey, let me tell you, hey, fellas, y'all see them? These chicks drive around. She got one headlight out. She doesn't know. Do y'all know what those mechanics are doing to these females today to get their headlights changed? The women don't know a damn thing about changing the headlights. Because they used to have bulbs. Now they got the LED arrays in them. And for the German cars, it's a hassle to get to the headlights. And the chicks are always buying Mercedes they can't afford. Fellas, think about that for a few moments. You can go to YouTube for 5 minutes and be able to see that right there. Next thing you know, you're the only man in her life. Are you kidding me? Men need to keep that on deck, a tool set and some jumper cables. You can keep both of those in your car without taking up any room or any additional space. You don't know how to use them? Go to YouTube for about 2 minutes. There are YouTube shorts that will walk you through positive and negative for jumper cables. Please don't cross them up. It'll be a very bad weekend if you do. Please don't cross them up. Positive to positive, negative to negative. Please don't cross them up. And then do some basic stuff there, man. If you're a guy, you need to have a lawnmower and a vacuum cleaner. Know how to change your belts. Know how to have those things. Because I guarantee your female won't. Hey, y'all want me to get dirty with it here tonight? Oh, they ain't ready for it. Okay, the snowstorm is coming through. And Jason gonna go ahead and get it dirty. Oh, let me fire up the cauldron right quick. Y'all want me to jump off into the dark arts right there. The fellas ain't ready for what I'm about to lay on them. The women around here gonna be like, Jason, you are corrupting the males with what you about to tell them. Oh, well.
And deal with it, nigga.
Fellas, understand something. You got to know how to parlay things. Oh, the ladies ain't gonna like this right here. Ladies, I told you, we writing them off here. It's a dirty ass game. Fellas, you gotta know how to parlay things. You have to know how to parlay things. Hey, fellas, if you stop a female and you help her jump her car off, you need to go into auto mechanic mode. Jason, what's auto mechanic mode? When you go to the mechanic shop, when you go to the oil change shop, they're supposed to change your oil, right? What's the next thing they tell you? Hey, don't you think you need to change the air filters? Every oil change place, you come in to get the oil change, then they hit you up to talk about, hey, you want to change the air filter too? Fellas, if you help her jump the damn car off, you need to be asking those questions. You jumped her car off, ma'am. Just between you and me, when's the last time you changed your oil? When's the last time you changed your transmission oil? Damn! Oh, fellas, just in case she thinks she about to be smart, tell her, hey, baby, when's the last time you changed your transmission oil? If your battery is bad, when's the last time how many miles this car got on it? Ma'am, when's the last time you dropped the transmission pan and changed the oil in the transmission filter? When's the last time you did that? When's the last time you changed the engine air filter? Fellas, you want to get extra dirty? Let me go. Oh, ladies, y'all wasn't ready for this tonight. Fellas, you want to get extra dirty? On most cars, the cabin air filter is right there in the glove box. You just push in on the tabs to drop the glove box down. On most cars, that's where it is. And 90% of females have never changed their cabin air filter. Fellas, don't you know if you get that glove box down and pop that cover off of the cabin air filter and show her all those leaves on top of her cabin air filter, show her all those leaves on top of it, tell her, ma'am, I don't know how to do this here. My daddy don't answer the phone. We ain't got a good relationship. And that nigga I used to be with, we don't talk and everything like that. And I don't know what I'm doing. Fellas, we went from jumping the battery off to all of a sudden you got a whole bunch of reasons. Ma'am, I ain't got time to take care of this tonight in this parking lot. Ma'am, I can't take care of this tonight in this parking lot, but you cruising to get yourself stranded again somewhere else. When's the last time somebody checked your belts? When's the last time somebody checked your fluids? And check out that it's expensive. I'm a single woman. I know you are. Let me get your number right quick.
Damn!
Let me get your number right quick. I'll see if I can fit you in. I'll see if I can come drop by. We'll take a look at that and see what's going on. We'll take a look at that because I can tell you're about to end up stranded somewhere else. So either that or take your ass to Pep Boys, one or the other. You can do that or take your ass to Pep Boys, whichever one you want. That's up to you because my car running, I'm leaving the parking lot. So I don't know if you will, but I'm leaving. Okay. Did y'all notice there's not a single female in here who said a word? Oh, man. Fellas, did y'all notice the women got real quiet for this segment of the program? Am I the only one that noticed that the females got real quiet for this segment of the program? Oh, the ladies got hella quiet. Did y'all notice they ain't saying nothing? Yeah. Fellas, a skill set. A skill set, fellas. Opportunity is where you find it. Damn. Either that or tell her, hey, baby, you can go pay that hard-hit hoe tax. That works either which way. My car is rolling fine. I don't know if you will, but my car is going to roll fine. Maybe not you. Mine's rolling fine. Fellas, that chick don't want you to do an inspection. She does not want you to do an inspection, fellas. She don't want you to say, hit the headlights, hit the brake lights. Have you changed your filters? When have you checked your belt? When's the last time you changed the transmission fluid? How about your axle fluid? What? Auntie Champ! What? Oh, fellas, the differential? Most of the females are in here right now saying the different strokes. No, the differential. Fellas, do y'all realize there are 0 females who have ever changed the oil in their differential? They just gonna drive around till the rear end of the car locks up. Fellas, you don't want us to go. The problem is there's a bunch of dudes who don't know this. You don't want us to go off this deep in the game like this. You don't want that. There are 0 females in here who have changed their differential fluid. Not a one. None of them. You show them that 90 weight oil you're supposed to use for your differential. These women don't know a damn thing about a differential. I'm like, what the hell is that?
Carla Faye, I'm so glad you said that, baby. I need to get you on the Zoom right quick. You and me need to chop it up. So glad you said that, Carla. I'm so glad right there. I am so glad you said that right there, Carla. I need you to hit me up on Zoom right quick, ma'am. Winter is here. So for all the females talking about what they don't need, oh no, winter is here. We got to holler at you. Oh, we got to holler at you, ma'am. I'm so glad you said that. And she says she's a nurse. Damn! She says she's a nurse, so I'm so glad you said that right there. So, Carla, I need you to go ahead and hit us on up. I need you to go ahead and hit us on up. For all the females out there and whatnot, they ready for everything. Oh, I'm so glad you said that. So glad you said that. Okay, baby, that wasn't a request. I ain't bull jiving about it. I'm just saying, for all this bull crap, this is not romper room. This is not third grade. We don't do that little elementary school stuff here. So no, if you say stuff like that, you got to stand on it. No, ma'am, you got to stand on it. You can go ahead and throw a bath towel around and put your bonnet on, but no, ma'am. No, we ain't gonna have none of that. This is the problem right here, is females sitting up here playing around and talking silly. And that makes the young chicks like playing stupid. The problem is they don't know that you're full of garbage. That's the issue. They don't know it. They don't know she's full of mess, y'all. They don't know it. This is how the young females get messed up. They don't know that these old hoes don't really know nothing. They don't know that. They think these chicks are talking garbage because they got some secret plan, right? I don't need no man. I can take you out of this myself. And the young females are just sitting there thinking, well, she wouldn't be talking all this straight cash garbage if she couldn't back it up, because there are going to be consequences for this. And the young females don't understand y'all old chicks are just lying. They don't know that. They think you're serious. They think you really got a plan. They think you really know how to fix the problem. They think that. They don't know you lying. Now, us men know it, but the younger chicks don't know. They don't know any better. They think Big Mama and them and her co-workers, they think she actually knows it. Well, I think she's over here on Zoom. At least we're about to find out. Okay, Carla. Now, just to make sure we don't have any trolling issues, ma'am, please make sure you got a light on in there. Because if folks going to start trolling, I'm going to get them up out of here. So it's just going to be you and me. YouTube does not see you, but just to make sure nobody has the idea that they're going to start trolling, let's not do that. So I'll give you a few seconds here, and then I'm going to move on. So don't tell me you're the only nurse where you at ain't got a light bulb somewhere. What? Don't tell me she's a big bad nurse on a Friday night and ain't got a light bulb. Okay, so you know how to fix a car, you don't know how to screw in a light bulb? What? How is that, baby? You know how to fix a car and you don't know how to turn on a light? I don't believe you about the car thing. Now I don't believe you about the car thing. Okay, you got 3 seconds here, and then we're going to move on. We got one more second here, then we're going to go ahead and move on. All right, y'all, Carla Faye is lying, so Carla Faye is gone. No, ma'am. Just make sure we're not going to have any trolling issues, folks. It's just, okay, make sure you up front and center about this. So she's got all the lights out and stuff. We ain't going to play no games. So to all the young chicks who might have thought that she wasn't crazy or stupid or lying. Yeah, crazy, stupid, lying. That Honda Civic hatchback you got. I know how to work on a car. The only damn thing you know how to work on your car is to clean the mirror. Might not know how to do that. Just understand something. The problem with the internet is any jackass or female can jump up here, say absolute garbage, and they're used to nobody questioning them about it. So they're used to just regurgitating and recycling silliness and stupidity amongst themselves. They're not used to anybody stopping them and saying, okay, wait a minute, we're in a real serious situation right now. We can't deal with folk with their mental and emotional problems.
We need you to, if you're going to say something, you have to be accurate and it has to be real. We ain't got time for no bull job and playing around with that. We don't have any time for that stupidity or nonsense. Because you got young women here who taking your silly old ass seriously. They're taking your postmenopausal ass seriously. And they're thinking, well, the men aren't being totally honest and that I've got some ovarian superpower that I can tap into. Well, I can do like Carla. Carla's lying. Well, Jason, she can't be lying because it would be very embarrassing. It would be too easily disproven. I'll prove it to you right now. Well, don't worry. She's going to call you up and prove you wrong. Okay. There's her opportunity. Go ahead, Carla. Call him and show him. Girl power. Carla, where are you? Carla? Where'd you go, Carla? Go school that nigga. Show him he ain't so smart. Show him girls can do it too. Listen to me, people. There's a reason that you don't see females changing their car tires. You know why? Because she might wish she could drive that Escalade. She might wish she could drive a Range Rover. She might wish she could drive a Mercedes GLS. The problem is the first time that car needs to have the tire changed, that tire is heavy as hell. Damn! She's not going to go pick that thing up. She can't lug that damn thing out. She's going to get tennis elbow or hurt her back. You're not going to be able to wrestle with no tire. So there's a reason why you don't see females changing their tires. If they do, they might be able to put that donut on their car. But that donut that's leaking, got wires showing because she hasn't touched it since she bought the car. She's not going to be able to change one of them damn things by herself. The first time she attempts that, she's going to get on the injured reserve list. That's the way that's going to work. Okay, but she's not telling the young gals that. The young females are going to go in the trunk of their car, go in the back of their SUV. And by the way, if you have certain SUVs, the tire is up under it. So you got to use that tool that allows you to crank down to lower down the spare tire. Try to get the average female to fight with that damn thing. Because some old ass heifer is sitting on the internet lying her ass off because she's drunk or high. And the young gals will hold on to it until the day she got paid herself. Now the young female has gotten older and now she's just angry and bitter and contrarian. She knows she's wrong, but now she's just angry and bitter and just talking stupid. And now the disease is spread. Females are not going to do any of this stuff because it's hard work. And it's harder work when you're doing it in the middle of the night on the side of the road, or if you're doing it in the rain, or doing it in the snow, or doing it in the cold, or doing it in July in the middle of the day. That's hard ass work to do. People die all the time doing that. And somebody's old middle-aged ass CNA auntie will be telling you about how well she's handling it, and she's lying. She's never touched any of it. Which is why when you tell them, hey, why don't you call me up so we can talk about this, all of a sudden they don't want to talk anymore. So no, don't believe any of that garbage. This is why we need the internet age, so that when folks say stuff like that, we can immediately initiate a two-way conversation so everyone can hear whether or not the garbage you talking is worth something. All right, let's go ahead and jump over here on Zoom. We got Onan on Zoom here. You're up there in New York. What's the weather looking like?
Oh, man, it's bad up here, man. The snow hasn't dropped just yet, but it is kind of cold. So
no, temperatures are going to drop first. Y'all already got snow up there. So the roads were cleared, so that's good. But you already had the snow up there. And it was like, okay, when I drove into town a couple days ago, it was 24 degrees when I hit the Jersey Turnpike. It was 24 degrees. I hit the Jersey Turnpike. By the time I got up into the city, it was 6 degrees.
What? Ridiculous.
By the time I got to the city, it was 6 degrees. I'm like, Only thing I was happy for is there was no precipitation because it'll freeze on your windshield and then you can't get it off.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was 6 degrees by the time I got in the city.
Yeah, that's a fact. Yeah, it's crazy up here, man. But yeah, I wanted to ask. I had tuned in a little late, so I had missed a good portion of the program. I'm not sure if you covered this or not, but I'm just curious. Do you think that all the conveniences of the modern world have essentially made it to
Yes.
where women,
Yes.
that women are essentially able to live this fantasy as to where they don't need men?
They've been coddled. So you've invented all these appliances. Like I say, the women were lying at the beginning of the program. Oh, Big Mama Old talking about women washing men's drawers. Women don't wash clothes. They haven't washed clothes since my grandmama.
All right.
They do what everybody else does. They walk over to a washing machine, throw the clothes in, put in some detergent and close the lid. And then they press a button. And then that's the labor.
All right.
They trying to act like they're out there with a damn washboard by the river.
Yeah.
And they're not. So I'm just saying they have to just resort to lying and being dishonest. There is no work. They're not washing dishes. Hell, all my Uber Eats drivers know they ain't even cooking.
Oh, please.
They're not even cooking. While they're talking about what work are you doing? Uber Eats, the gig economy is powered by females. Females not cooking, females not going out, females not delivering nothing. The gig economy is a female coddling economy. That's what it is. So no, we've created a society where in our attempts to improve the environment and to make, quote, modern conveniences, we've coddled the females, and the females not saying we're grateful to the men for making this society. The females are saying, I'm so great because I live in this society. That's what they're saying.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely think there's definitely a disconnect as far as the appreciation for the type of world that we live in, because it's very easy to forget that just maybe 100, 150 years ago, most of the amenities that we enjoy today did not exist. And it's very easy to forget that, had it not been for the advancements in modern science, medicine, technology, everything that runs the gamut, if we did not accomplish that, the standard of living would be very much different.
Okay, but beyond that, if men did not develop it, they would not exist. And if men did not maintain them, they would not continue. So these things don't just bring themselves into existence, nor do they maintain themselves. So over time, when you talk, you have everything from appliances to the ability to heat your home. Now, you all live up in the Northeast, so you all have a heating oil situation, which those of us in the rest of the states consider to just be weird. But you all have that heating oil situation. Yeah, that's just a weird situation. It's kind of like when y'all got like the washing machines in the kitchen. What? It's just some unusual stuff going on up there, man. It's just a lot of unusual things happening. But what I'm saying is that when you go through New York and go through Harlem, for example, on the sidewalks, now you all know this in New York, the average American doesn't. And when you walk down the sidewalks in Harlem and stuff, you'll see like they look like little metal manhole covers.
Are you talking about the crates? Yeah.
They look like, not the crates, but no. They look like little manhole covers. They're round and they're metal. And back in the day, that used to be where they would drop the coal in. So for the areas that got the brownstones and stuff like that, back in the 1800s, when the brownstones had been built, back in those days, you didn't have like inside heat and stuff like that. So what they used to do, you had the ice man who would come around and deliver the ice, and you had the coal men who would come around and deliver the coal. So they wouldn't have to wait on you. They had the little manhole cover. They lift that up and just dump the coal in there, and that would end up in the basement of your brownstone. So for folks who live in New York, and you all are aware of that kind of thing. The rest of the country, for the most part, is not. So they either had to chop wood or get their own coal. What I'm saying is that was dropping coal in there was a modern convenience. Anything where you didn't have to leave the house, these were services that could be done. So I'm saying is that's when the process started right there. When when people have to do manual labor, they get grateful and they don't take things for granted. When you give them machines, devices, or other people who perform the service for them, all of a sudden they lose all proportion. And they start talking like it's an entitlement and that they are the gift to the service and that the service is not the gift to them. Well, now that naturally extends to you as the man. Well, now she just feels entitled. And that's why you get stupid responses like, okay, you fixed the house and the car and the plumbing. And she says, well, I gave you sex, didn't I? As if, first of all, that she gave you anything. And second of all, as if that's somehow proportional. In any stretch of the imagination of the universe, that's proportional. Excuse me, he's built stuff and you talking about, I gave you sex. First of all, no, he gave you sex on account of the fact that you be here freezing your ass off. So actually, he gave it to you. That's the first thing. Right. But second of all, it's like, okay, that's not even that is not an equivalent exchange. Tell me how hard you can shake how hard you can shake your booty cheeks to change your oil. I got a tool set that will change your oil. Tell me how hard you got to shake your butt cheeks for your oil to change. I'll wait. Tell me what alchemy is going to accomplish that. So as men, we've created a society that has made things easier in a lot of ways, but as a unintended consequence and result, it has begun to cultivate some very bad character traits in the women. They have become spoiled. They become coddled. And it's like dealing with Caligula and the emperors of Rome. And these chicks ain't no emperors. But it's like dealing with that now. They don't feel an obligation to the people. They feel like, of course, I'm just so great. My contribution is I allow you to gaze upon my wonderfulness. That's my contribution. And these hoes are serious.
See, I think, and I'm going to land with this point, but I think that there would be more of an appreciation of what we have if people were more physically involved, right? Like back when I used to work construction, before I worked construction, I didn't really appreciate all the work, all the carpentry and the welding and the plumbing that went into a building, whether it was a 3-story edifice or it could be 90 stories, but all of the work that was involved, I didn't have an appreciation for that until I went into the trade. And,
because when you drive by looking at them, you start psychologically, you can't help it. You start coming to the conclusion that these things just built themselves. That just like you grew from being a baby to a 21-year-old, it just happens. Well, all these skyscrapers and everything that goes into it, it just happens. And that's not true. There is literally not a single grain of sand or a single nut or bolt that goes into a building that was not placed there by a person. So what you're seeing is an enormous accomplishment of engineering and construction. Didn't nothing just hop itself up there? A man had to put it there. And we've allowed people to fall out of touch with that reality right there. That wonderful apartment building she wants to live in, men had to put every nail and every wood beam in here.
Yep.
Every single one. There was nothing that just fell over into place or just water it and it'll just grow into place. Mm-hmm. No, it has to be put there. Every single millimeter.
Yeah.
And when you're dealing with skyscrapers, it's literally millimeters. Skyscrapers cannot be inches in one direction or the other. They can be a millimeter or two, but they can't be an inch or two off a center. The structural collapse.
Yeah, the tolerance is very tight. It's very tight, and it's also very dangerous work. I've known a couple of people who have seriously injured themselves. And I think the crying shame about it, especially in New York, you have a lot of these guys that work at these construction sites that can't even afford to live in the buildings that they're building. You can't afford to rent out the apartments that you're working on.
Then they'll go hand rent control to some hood rat to go live in it.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Somebody who's sitting on their iPhone, going through TikTok and Instagram all day. They're not contributing anything to society. But I'm not going to get too holier than thou. I'll just land my plane there. B$1, brother.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Yeah, I mean, it's real easy to sit there in your rent-controlled apartment in Hudson Yards. You didn't have to build it. If you required these chicks to actually put in some sweat equity like Habitat for Humanity, if you required them to actually do some work, if females had to actually build a washing machine, they would be a lot less silly talking. No, the machine doing the work, not you. You never did the work. You're not doing the work today. Isn't that amazing? Here's the killing thing about it. At the beginning of the program, they trying to take credit for what the washing machine does. Imagine that. The machine did all the work and she's still trying to take credit for it. Now imagine if the men tried something like that. The machine does all the work and she's still trying to take credit for what the machine is doing. Now, if the machine breaks down, she's not going to offer to repair it. She's not going to offer to repair the machine if the machine breaks down, but she's going to claim that her ability to throw clothes in the machine and flip the switch, well, that's labor. Okay, well, man, if anything goes wrong with the machine, you're also going to maintain that too, right? Oh, hell no. All right, it sounds like you need the machine don't need you. And what I'm saying is that it is too damn hard out here. It's too damn hard. Let me tell you right now, don't nobody want to deal with nonsense or idiocy from some chick when it's 2 feet of snow. Like that is, it's nerve-wracking, man. It's nerve-wracking. You live in a place like New York, you live in New Jersey, you live in Philadelphia, you live in a place that gets snow. Man, life is already hard enough. Do you know how mentally and emotionally taxing that is for all the men? Because it'll be the men who have to get up tomorrow morning or Monday in New York. Who's going to plow the streets? It won't be any women doing it. Damn! The women won't be plowing the streets, folks. The women will be waiting for the men to get done plowing the streets. The women will not be operating the heavy equipment. The women will not be plowing it. Hell, the women weren't spraying the freeways. The women will not be doing any of the essential labor. They'll be in the dispatcher's office. They might fill up the truck with diesel fuel. She is not going to be in the repair bay, fix the truck, load it up with diesel fuel, get behind the wheel, hit the road, plow the streets, plow the bridge. And let me tell y'all something. For those of you who have never been in that environment, and I have, man, it is for real cold in these coastal northern areas in Michigan, Minnesota, the Great Lakes area, Chicago. Man, it's for real cold, especially when you get close to the ocean. What I'm saying is that you can't get your car up to running temperature.
Nigga, what?
You can't get your car up to running temperature. You think you're going to get in your car and drive it around for 5 minutes and get it warmed up. You might get the car to 80 or 100 degrees. You're not going to be able to get that engine to 200 degrees in Chicago, Detroit, Minnesota, the Great Lakes. You're not going to be able to do it. You're not. So you're going to get it lukewarm and you'll get it kind of warmed up. But as far as being toasty and cozy, no, that's not an option. Cozy and toasty is not gonna be an option. Not gonna be. You're gonna have to make that thing work on its own. So please understand, over the next 4-5 days, it will be the men clearing the electrical lines. It'll be the men clearing the streets. It'll be the men doing that. It won't be the women. Oh yeah, one more thing. And there won't be any women volunteering to go help.
Oh, please.
The women want to be indoors in the air conditioning or indoors in the heat. The women will not be volunteering to go get outside and go help the men to maintain the infrastructure that keeps them all nice and cozy and toasty in that heated hospital or in that heated city hall or in that heated office building. The women will not be volunteering to come help the men outdoors. They're going to be standing in the window and looking down at the men and looking down at the men doing the work. And she's going to be pretending that her standing there in the window is equal to what he doing out there right now. This is how insane this current generation of females has become. They will be sitting there watching the men doing all the work and then telling herself that her standing in the window looking is the equivalent to him out there working. You are out of your mind. You are going to be living and existing in the coziness and comfort that the men have provided. Not only did they build the infrastructure, they out there in the damn freezing elements maintaining the infrastructure. You will not join them. You will not offer to join them. If people told you to go join them, you would immediately start balking and complaining and arguing that you shouldn't be made to do that. Let me tell y'all a case in point right now. I have driven up the New Jersey Turnpike many a moon. Oh, you know where I'm going with this. To any hard-headed hoe who wants to pretend that she's helping the men. Y'all ain't helping the men do a damn thing. You have never been to a rest area or a service station on the New Jersey Turnpike. We got to go here with it. In New Jersey, you don't get to pump your own gas. It's against the law, which is stupid, but it's still the law in New Jersey. Only damn place still doing that idiocy. But anyway, you've never seen a female out there pumping the gas. Those are all men. The women do not pump no gas. The women don't work at the car washes. Those are all the men. When it's snow, sleet, or anything else, the gas got to get pumped, and the law won't let the customers self-serve their gas in New Jersey. Okay, well, guess what? The law says that men and women can pump the gas in New Jersey, but the women said, I'll be damned, it's only going to be the men doing it if I got to pump no gas. The women won't even get out in the cold to pump the gas. Only the men do that. Just the men. The women don't even offer to help. Now explain, if you help and maintain the society along with the men, please explain to me why the men are the only ones in the snow plows and the only ones pumping the gas at the gas stations. Just explain that one to me here right quick. We already got enough folk working in the air-conditioned heated environments inside the hospital. Who the hell is out here in the snow? Who's out here at 4 o'clock? Y'all want some real cold? You be in New York City, Chicago, Cleveland, Detroit at 4 o'clock in the morning in a snowplow. That's what separates the real from the phony. Get your ass out there in a snowplow at 4 in the morning. That's going to be only men. Just the men will be there. There will be no women helping. The women will be nowhere to be found. No, the women ain't gonna do it. And if you tried to force them to do it, they would start literally screaming and squealing. That's literally what they be doing. Well, guess what? It's going to be a whole bunch of chicks out there fighting with their cars here in just a minute. Fighting with the cars, fighting with the plumbing. And they either got somebody to help or they going to pay the hard head tax. Hard head tax means you either going to have to pay for it or you're going to have to do without. You're either going to pay for it or you're going to do without. And that's not just now. That's henceforth and forevermore. This is going to be the new way going forward. Yeah, ladies, if you in a cold bed tonight, just understand it's not going to get better. Let this weekend be a brutal reminder for all the females in a cold bed by themselves tonight. It's like, oh, hear the hard head tax. Let me tell y'all something. When you drive down the freeway, it's usually dirty little secret. Them folks with the snow on their cars, that's not usually men. That's usually women.
What? Damn! What?
Oh, let's call it what it is. That's usually women. The men will go dig the car out and get the snow off of the car and whatnot like that. Man, look here. The women they gonna stop. The car was buried in snow. If she can get somebody to dig the car out, that's it. She's gonna clean off the windshield, clean off the windows, and then pray that the engine starts. If the engine cranks, that's it. She is done. She's not going to clear off the hood. She's not going to clear off the top. She's not going to clear off the trunk. She's just going to hope the car starts up and she's going to start driving. And the snow going to be on her car for the next 2 days. She's going down the freeway. Chunks of snow are flying off of that thing. Do you think she gives a damn about everybody else out there? Oh, yeah. For those of you who live in other parts of the country, you're not accustomed to that kind of thing. For my people who live up north, or in places where it snows, y'all see that all the time. Yeah, that's why the women gonna get quiet on this one, because they feeling self-conscious. Heavy, you know that's you. Women don't clear off their cars when there's heavy snow. Women do not clear off their cars. They leave the snow all over it. You know why? Because she's freezing outside. And she wants to look cute and stylish, and women don't do manual labor. So you see, I can't be lying because it's going to take you an hour out there to get that car cleaned off. Okay, but it's 4 degrees outside. She can't fake her way through this. There isn't anybody to hand her some hot chocolate. She's going to have to get out there and do hard ass work in 4 degrees for as long as it takes. You can feel your fingers freezing up. She's like, oh, hell no, this ain't no life for me. No, you can't cosplay your way through that. As soon as you walk out the door, your face is getting cold, your limbs are starting to get stiff, your fingers are starting to get stiff, and you're going to be expected to just sit there and hang and bang on that snow until the job is done? Not until you get ready, but you got to stay out there till the job is done, ready or not. Yeah, I didn't think about it like that. Yeah, there's a reason that most females look raggedy as hell after a snowstorm. They are not clearing off their car. They gonna hope they get somebody to clear the front of it so she can drive out. She's gonna clear off the windshield because that's mandatory. She might clear off the doors, but if it's too cold, she'll just leave those up and hope for the best. But other than that, she is not going to clear the snow off that car. So,
In a week, it's going to be hell because the women are going to hit the damn roads. And it gets bad when the sun comes out, because when the sun comes out, that's when it starts breaking up the ice on the car, because the women are still not going to get to clean the cars off. They're still not going to do it because the sun might be out, but it's still 20 degrees. So, nah, she ain't doing it. She's not going to do it. Nope. And that's what it's going to be. And by the way, as a man, these women will get offended if you tell her that she needs to go clear her car off. If you tell her, look, let me give you a coat and some gloves so you can go be responsible for a change and go clean your car off. Hey, baby, don't you hate it when other people have snow flying off their car? Oh, yeah, a chunk fell off and hit my car. Yeah, well, why don't you be responsible and go out and go clean your car off? Here, put your coat on, get these snow gloves, get you some snow boots here, and go clean your damn car off and clean up behind yourself. Fellas, don't you know the females will be sitting up here calling HR on you and complaining and squealing and whining and saying, stop talking to me like that? Y'all remember the movie Cool Runnings with John Candy and the Jamaican bobsled team? Remember, there was freezing snow. It was a blizzard. They showed them walking out of the airport and the cameras following John Candy. He had the Jamaican bobsled team behind him, and it shows him walking out into the snow, and then the camera panned backwards, and the Jamaican bobsled team had just stopped at the door. They looking at him like, oh, wait a minute. This ain't no place for me. Yeah, that's how the women will be if we told them they had to go clean the snow off their cars. They would all be standing in the lobby looking out the front door. You know what ain't gonna happen? It ain't gonna be one of them walking out the door to go put in this work. Not gonna be a thing. That's not gonna be a thing. Better believe me, please. They're not. That's not happening. Just y'all stop it. Just stop it. They're not gonna be doing any serious work. That's why you can't find any footage of it. Like I say, somebody always strap on their cape. Hey, ladies, take a look at me and my sprayed on beard. What? Hey, ladies, I will stand up for your honor here. Dude, if you're going to pander for panties, there's more honorable ways. Fellas, you ain't got to simp out no more. I know some of y'all just, it's in your blood. You just kind of reflexively do it. Man, it's 2026. You ain't got to simp out no more. Y'all ain't got to do that. You don't have to do that. I know for some of you, you've been doing it so long, it's just reflexive. You know, you got like Tourette's. You just start simping, it's reflexive. Now simp now. Hey, is there some females listening? See, I didn't let them talk about y'all like that. I let them know y'all's is equals. Show me your footage of the females out there shoveling snow with you. Show me where they send the men to do the work, and then show me the women who are doing that work next to the men. No, not where they find some light work for the females. They got the women all by themselves. No, they're going to send the men where the heavy work is. Show me where the women are out there doing their part and pulling their weight with the heavy work. Don't worry, ladies, I'll come save you. He don't appreciate your mother queen goddess, Mayette. He don't understand you right there, baby. You will tap into your mother queen goddess, Mayette spirit. The female's like, that's right, you little simp ass nigga. You stand up for me. Get that nigga off me. No. The females will be in the dispatch center. The females will be in the carpool. The females will be filling up gas tanks. The females will be laying down, sprinkling rock salt in front of the front steps or in front of the front door. The females are not going to be bumping and humping in the snowplow and out there hanging and banging, clearing the roadways and clearing the freeways. That's not where they will be. One other thing, by the way, simp niggas don't understand you ain't got to kiss women's asses. Fellas kissing women's asses and lying and trying to be male feminists. I'll stick up for the broads. Women don't respect you because they know you're lying. Did y'all hear he's sitting up here trying to act as if, that's right, ladies. Mandatory 12 shifts. Y'all gonna be out there with the men. The women are like, if y'all don't shut this nigga up. There are zero females listening to you talk about the women gonna be working with the men. Talking about, that's right, we gonna be working with the men. There's not a single female talking about, yep. All them sitting there saying, if y'all don't shut this dumbass nigga up, volunteering us to get out here in this damn cold, I'm too cute to get hypothermia. There's not a single female who's listening to my, I'm so glad you stood up for us so we can get out there and freeze in the cold too. There's no female sitting here talking about, I'm glad Jason was just wrong. He don't understand. See, we works too. It's like, oh, I'm so glad you said that. No, you will not. The most the females will be doing is maybe traffic control. Anybody who's been to New York, you know that thing where they got the cops crossing guard, they got the little green jackets on, and they'll be covered from head to toe. They're wearing the ski mask. All you can see is their eyes. That's all they'll be, is standing there, and all you'll see is their eyes. So yeah, you might have some females doing traffic control, and that's gonna be it. Tell them, hey, Bushika, we'll get somebody to relieve you on traffic control. We need you to go plow the Hudson Parkway.
Nigga, what?
That's going to be the response. Soon as you say, hey, Bushika, we need you to go plow the Hudson Parkway.
Nigga, what?
Nigga, what?
It's going to be that. Hey, Bushika, we need you here tomorrow morning, 3 a.m. We got plowing to do tomorrow morning, 3 a.m. We gotta see that, 3 a.m. You gonna be here. In the chat room, Indian G Trini, thank you very much here. I need you to get on Zoom for me. So glad that you have volunteered here that I am wrong in what I'm saying. I'm so glad you said that right there. We need you to go ahead and get on Zoom, baby. You got 2 minutes. So glad you don't agree with that. So now you're going to take a little bit of time here to get me corrected. Now you're going to be doing some time here to get me corrected. Bella Belize, dude, just stop, man. Just quit. That's the best he could come back. They'll be driving salt spreaders.
Nigga, what?
Just quit, dude. Just come on, man. Just fellas, this is what I'm talking about. Kissing ass like this. You think the women respect this? You think the women are like, I'm so glad you's a real man's. Do you think that's what they're thinking? Because the women are not rolling with this bull crap you talking about. They're not doing that, man. Just quit. I literally just said the women will be sprinkling salt. I literally just said that. And the best he could do is spray on his beard and say, well, the women will be spreading salt. Yeah, I literally just said that. And by the way, they won't even be doing it manually. Yeah, the most the females will be doing is spreading salt, dude. Yeah, that's all it's gonna be. The heavy labor, there will not be a female anywhere to be found, and she will go to HR and claim you're sexually harassing her if you tell her that she has to do it. You want to know why women don't respect dudes today? It's because there's always a fella like this. It's always one. You know, take a look over here. I will stand up for your honor, ladies. Pay attention to me. Look at me. Dude,
There are less degrading ways to get chicks, and these chicks will be in the DMs if you sit up here and don't put on no satin and lace panties. You don't have to do all that, man. Fellas sit up here, they don't really have the ability to appeal. They just say silly things. You disprove it. Well, ladies, there might be some females watching here. Might be some females here watching, paying attention to me. Might be some chicks watching here now. They might do that. There's not a single female who agrees with you right now, and there's not a single female saying thank you for standing up for us. Even Indian G Trini with her lying ass, even she's not jumping on Zoom to confirm any of this garbage you talking about, man. Like I said, it's just fellas that lack the coping mechanisms. That kind of behavior right here, this is what women don't appreciate. Women don't appreciate this, don't respect this because you're pandering. They know full well you're just ass kissing and pandering because they don't want to do any of this stuff. You're trying to brag that these women are doing stuff that, number one, they're not doing, and number two, they don't want to do it. And you do it, they don't do it and they don't want to do it. The females are hiding. The females hope they got a male supervisor so they can hide from the job. Because if they got female supervisors, then she gonna be hiding too. But there's always some suck butt dudes looking for low hanging fruit and just channeling their inner feminist. And ladies, I was standing up for your honor here. You men need to respect y'all. Women they respect me for just saying the damn truth. They don't respect no ass kissing like this, making stuff up. Women, he's sitting up here trying to talk as if the women see the ladies. I was standing up for your honors. See, these men didn't understand. They don't understand right there. It take a real man to understand what the women is capable of. These women is out here, they helping us too. There's a reason you haven't had anybody call up tonight to actually defend it or substantiate it, because that's not real. You know what is real? Simp ass dudes who every time you talk about the reality of between men and women, what is real is simp ass dudes flying into the rescue. Don't worry, ladies, I will be the denial for you. You don't have to argue and deny. I'll do it for you here. Just watch me. And by the way, slide into my DMs because I respects women's. Don't forget to slide into my DMs, ladies. Even if I'm straight up lying, well, don't worry. Women like it when you lie because it doesn't matter if you're telling the truth or not, just so long as it makes them feel good. Just go ahead and lie for me. Okay, that doesn't help when men do that. When males do that. That doesn't help, man. That doesn't help anything. And it's not helping the females like you or respect you. The women think you're trash. Females don't respect males who kiss ass and suck butt and say things that you know are false. Women don't respect that. You looking for the Oprah Winfrey, you go boys. Women don't respect that. Women would rather have a man tell her the truth that she doesn't like than have the little suck ass pants. Because that's what I'm talking about before. You want to know simps? Simps are when I'm talking about their closet narcissists and they're very, very, temperamental. Yeah, because he'll be saying all this garbage. Yeah, that's right, ladies. Y'all love. Don't let these men tell you what you won't do. You's a queens. You can do everything. And then he'll be like, well, he'll be first in line to get some sex and then can't figure out why those females will swerve around him at 100 miles an hour to go lay up with the guy who won't lie. He'll be sitting there lying and thinking that he's gaining value and gaining preferential treatment and then can't figure out why it is that those chicks will swerve around him to go sleep with the guy who was just talking about what the women won't do. Yeah, because one of you's a bald-faced liar, which means you're shameless and spineless and have no character, and the other one's telling the truth. He argues like a female. So it's just, I will let that speak for itself. He's still going. So it's, if you want to know where that comes from, it comes from that. You know what he doesn't have? He doesn't have any female co-workers confirming a word he's saying. If you want to know why it is that nobody listens to these married dudes, Exhibit A. This is why the married dudes don't have any clout. Nobody wants to be like them because they end up being henpecked simps. They're in a marriage and they're the biggest simps in the room. It's like, okay, what the hell good was that? He actually had a point there, ma'am. It did work for Derek Jackson. Those are the only tools these fellas got to work with, is ass-kissing tools and simping tools. Well, it worked for Derek Jackson. Okay, the only reason it worked for Derek Jackson is because he hit it big on YouTube or hit it big on social media, and the females knew a trick when they saw one. So I would argue that, I would argue, what's the definition of works? Because the bottom line is the females saw that Derek Jackson was a trick. See, females, when dudes start simping and tricking, the word gets around about you. You get a rep for tricking. Derek Jackson was a simp and a trick. And the females put the rumor around, hey, you know, this nigga is a simp and a trick. And the females didn't care about his wife. Well, neither did he. And that's what it became. So these fellas here, this is what they sell, man. And then they wonder why all the married dudes got to pull their collars up around their faces and hide their faces down. Fellas don't want to be like y'all, man. And this is why. They can't sit in a room with the other men and be like, okay, we standing on man business. They can't do that. They get married and then they start responding like the females. And I don't know why these single dudes don't listen to us. And it's because we don't want to be like you. What's wrong with that? Because this is what you've become. I mean, I was more of a man before you got married. You have nothing to offer and nothing to teach except how we can degrade ourselves. We don't have to get married to degrade ourselves. We can degrade ourselves without a woman's assistance. I don't know why y'all wouldn't like it. You're right, I do. The women's is right here with us. And it's going to be a bunch of men clearing the roads on Monday and being like, okay, where the hell's our female backup? Dude. All right, fine. All right, hello? Sir. I suppose you're going to try to take your best shot at it. Go right ahead.
No, first off, I'm at work right now, so I didn't want to call.
Okay, where's your female coworker?
I don't have one with me right now.
Oh, okay. So you're at work right now, but ain't a female to be seen nowhere. So I rest my case.
I'm in a garbage truck with one partner.
Not a female
coworker while I'm out on the route.
How many females on the garbage trucks? How many females on the garbage trucks?
There are females that are on the garbage trucks.
You just can't find any.
Listen. Let me talk without cutting me off, and I'll get to.
Okay, so I'm just saying though, you claim there are females. You claim there are, but you can't show us any.
Okay. Anybody that's been in New York or lives in New York has seen females on the garbage truck. So
lie.
Your whole point is debunked right there. Secondly, what I will say is, yes, I agree with you. Most females that work for DSNY will do lighter jobs like street sweeping, running the brooms and stuff like the mechanic brooms and like that. However, when it comes to snow removal, it is a 12-hour mandatory shift. Every personnel on deck from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. and from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. Now, how the tasks get given out is depending on seniority.
No.
So Yes.
No
I'm
lies.
telling you, I work for them. How you going to tell me?
Dude, nobody's seen a female on no garbage truck.
I guarantee you, if you have anyone in here that works for DSNY,
Sir, I've got a bunch of New York citizens in my chat room right now. Ain't nobody seen no females doing this stuff you talking about.
Man. Well, then, Jason, you haven't been out here enough.
Okay, let me say this. Let me say this one more time. I've got New York citizens.
It doesn't matter.
Sir, I've got New York citizens in my chat room saying you wrong.
I am telling you, you're lying.
So all these New York citizens in my chat room, they lying too, right?
I'm telling you. I work for them. What are you talking about?
Sir, the people who live in New York in my chat room right now, they lying too?
They must be.
Okay. All right.
I'm telling you from a person that's at work right now. You see me at work right now.
I don't see any females.
All right. Anyway.
Yeah, that's the only thing that counts. All we got is your word for it.
The tasks are given out per seniority. The senior men usually pick the lighter jobs like snow plowing because they get to sit in the truck until the snow reaches 2 inches and then they tell them to begin plowing. So the harder tasks go to the people with less seniority. So what they will have the women do is probably drive the salt spreaders because that has to happen before the snow even drops, right? So they'll do that and they'll do like small shoveling jobs like clearing out fire hydrants and staircases.
So in other words, the women only work under regular conditions is what you're saying. They don't work under the snow conditions.
Jason,
you just said it. You just said they spread the ice before the snow comes down. That's the regular conditions.
And they still have to stay out there while the snow is coming down.
But they won't be. But they won't be working when the snow comes down.
That's us getting ready for the snow.
Right. And when the snow falls, then what?
They're still out here. They're still out here.
They're not out there spreading salt. You just said they weren't.
Oh my God, Jason. When the snow, you know this. You're very intelligent. I love your broadcasts. You're very intelligent. You know this. Even if after the snow falls, salt still has to continue to be spread because of the freezing temperatures. You know this.
Sir, by your own admission, they start before there are any conditions out there.
Yes.
And then they may continue.
No, it's mandatory. You continue throughout.
No, they're going to be out there on their shift, hiding in the damn truck is where they're going to be, which is what you were just talking about.
Jason,
what they will not be doing any manual labor.
I just explained to you there are other tasks that they also will be doing.
Not in the elements.
Clearing out fire hydrants.
Not in the elements.
Actually shoveling snow from around fire hydrants. Yes. Women.
I have never seen that. Nobody you know has.
Jason, I'm a married man. I'm not calling up here to simp.
Married men are the biggest simps there are.
Okay, well, all right. Well, I'm not looking for female approval. Put it that way. If you
working real hard to get it.
Or you mentioned something that I simply just don't agree with.
Sir, nobody has seen any of this stuff you're talking about.
I'm speaking based off of the true facts that I know.
Sir, no one. The only person saying this exists is you.
You're the one coming with ad hominems. I'm simping. I'm this. I'm looking for
Sir, okay, it's not an ad hominem to say that nobody has seen these. Sir, you're making things up. Nobody's seen these mystical, magical women. No one has seen these mythical women clearing out fire hydrants. No one has seen them. Why is it there are no? Where are the pictures of them, sir?
What do you mean pictures?
Where's the video of them?
Go to the DSNY Instagram page. You will see women there.
Sir, I want to see video in the next 4 days.
In the what?
I want to see video. First of all, forget video in the next 4 days. You're out here at 1 in the morning. You're talking.
Yes, I'm out here doing a route, and I took time to stop to address it because I want you to know I do watch your broadcast all the time, and I'm not one of those that will say something or just be lying or pandering. I simply just don't agree with that point of view that you had about.
Sir, the females will. There would be women doing light.
About them not.
There would be women doing light work where it's heated.
Snow removal. That's all I'm saying.
The women will be doing light work where it is heated.
You're simply wrong. You're just wrong. They don't do it that way. It goes off based off of seniority. You will be doing whatever work you have to do. Now, will they do it to the degree that the men can do it better? Maybe not, but they will still be out there shoveling.
Wow, so they can do
fire
it so long as they don't, but they don't have to do a good job of it.
Hey, listen.
Now you tried driving down the street where nobody did a good job.
That was not my original statement. My original statement simply was they will be out here 12-hour mandatory shifts helping out with snow removal. That's all I said.
They will not be.
Okay.
They will not. No. Hold on a second.
I gotta get back to work.
No, you don't. You stay right. No. You stay right there because you said no, sir. You said something, and now that you said it, we're gonna require you to stand by it,
okay,
folks.
No problem.
Now he just said if you go to the DSNY Instagram page, you know you done effed up, right? If you go to the DSNY Instagram page, he'll be glad to show you all the wonderful things that the females. He just said it. Now he gonna run from it, sir. I'm so glad you said that because I am putting up the DSNY Department of New York City Sanitation Instagram. Don't worry, it's on the scene. They have 69.2 thousand followers, 4,000 posts. Now, y'all, let's go ahead and do a rundown on these posts here right quick. I see your truck. Ain't no woman driving that, but they look like they're trying to spray the road, so we know there's not a woman there. Okay, here's some dudes here. Do I need to play the video? Here's some women throwing their hats in the air like graduation day in a very nice, warm auditorium there. So none of that. Look, here's the garbage trucks. I see a bunch of men. I see fire.
So now you know they're there, right?
Sir, I see them. I see them indoors. Sir, sir, we didn't ask if they graduate. I said, where they working? I don't see them working. You said there would be pictures of them working. Sir, you said there would be. Sir, you're going to be quiet, sir. Sir, you're going to be quiet or I'm going to mute you. You said they would. You said they would. There would be pictures of them working. I'm looking for the pictures of them working. You said there would be pictures of them working. I said that's a lie. I went to the Instagram page. Ain't no women working.
You're gonna have to scroll through the whole 4,000.
Y'all, I want y'all to take a look here. Take a look at how long my scrolling is going to go on here. Look at how long my scrolling is going. Where the women working? Look at how long the scrolling is going. These are men over here, folks. Look at how long the scrolling is going. Now, he told you there were women out here putting in work. Just go there and you'll see it. Okay, you went there and you see it. And there are no women working.
Yeah. So what you're trying to tell me is that because there's no video, that those women that you saw in the graduation ceremony do not work.
They're the graduation ceremony. They're doing exactly what you would expect. Sir, I'm answering your question. They're doing exactly what you expect. They're standing indoors where it's nice and comfortable. Right. Where's the proof that they're out in the discomfort?
I'm telling you, they'll be out.
Okay, I'm using your own example against you. You told me go to the Instagram page, and the Instagram page is confirming what I said.
I told you to go there. You may not see it. It's 4,000 posts there.
You said it would, but you're the one who told us to go there, and it's confirming me and disproving you.
Right. Okay. All right.
You told me to go, and it's proving that you're wrong, and I'm right.
I work for them. You don't, so you're wrong. I already know for a fact what's going to happen.
Married men used to have shame and be embarrassed. They used to.
Man.
What happened to the married men who used to be embarrassed? You can
stand on it, but you're wrong.
What happened to him, y'all?
You're wrong.
What happened?
Wrong, sis.
What happened? He said go to Instagram. We went to Instagram and it proved every word I said was right. And he won't just admit that, the females ain't pulling no weight with us. We gonna be doing all the heavy lifting. The females will be sprinkling around a little salt and looking for a room to get warm in. If the street stays clear, it'll be the men who keep them clear. It will not be the women. They're clearing from the fire hydrants. The New York Fire Department can clear out their own damn fire hydrants. They don't need women to do that.
That's not true.
Are you telling me that the New York Fire Department does not do any type of snow clearance, sir? Are you about to lie and say that?
I just told you.
Are you going to tell me that the New York Fire Department does not do snow clearing as a part of their job?
Did I say that?
No. Answer my question. Does the New York Fire Department do any snow clearing as a part of their job?
Did I say they don't?
Sir, that's a yes or no question. Do they do that?
Yes.
Then they can. Then they don't need
every fire hydrant in the city.
They only need to clear the ones they need to use.
We outnumber them. They're not clearing every fire hydrant in the city.
No, they only need to clear the ones they're going to use. If they're not using it, why do they need to clear it? Is that a fire hydrant that needs to be cleared?
And exactly what I'm trying to tell you. All of them need to be cleared in case of an emergency.
But in case of an emergency, the fire department can clear it themselves.
That job falls on DSNY.
That's a union protocol. That's not a physical requirement. The fire department, if they needed to, could clear the fire hydrant if it needs to be used. They could clear it on their own. What you're talking about is a union bureaucracy, not a requirement. They don't need sanitation workers to clear the fire hydrants.
I didn't say they need anything. I'm telling you what's going to be done.
Correct, but they don't need it.
I didn't say they did.
Thank you. Then the women ain't doing nothing. The fire department can clear their own hydrants. The women need to be showing knees and elbows out here, humping these freeways, clearing these roadways, clearing these sidewalks, and that's what you won't see.
I guess you won't see it. I will.
And with your non-proof, okay.
Get off my phone!
Y'all want to know why the women don't respect them. There's women out here working just as hard as us men. They out here making it work. You understand? Go to the sanitation Instagram page. You'll see it. Okay, I'm at your Instagram page, and after graduation day, we back to the men doing it. It's all right. Well, maybe it did. He gave me the example, and his example proved it wrong. So there you go. Happy wife, happy life.
Nigga, please.
Y'all want to know what happened there? Happy wife, happy life. Hurry, hurry, step right up, fellas, so that you can leave your manhood at the door. Happy wife, happy life. I don't know why these young fellas don't want to get married no more. They took a look at the married dudes. Oh, hell no. Be like an NBA player at least. He can keep his manhood and keep the kids. All right. The women are right there with us. Elbow in elbow, arm in arm. Do you have any proof of this whatsoever? I don't need proof. All right, let's go ahead and see if we can get James up here on Zoom for me here right quick. James, what's on your mind?
Hey, how do you do, Jay?
Okay, get close to your phone, man. I don't know what's going on there, but your volume's real low.
Okay, you cut you up. So.
If you got no, sir, you're not going to be able to adjust that through there. If you have earphones on, you're going to have to take those off most likely because you're trying to get the audio through those earbuds.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna get his granddaughter to come over and help with this here. He's slowing the program down.
Am I still here?
Yes, sir. Go ahead. I'll give you a minute. Okay, sir. Go ahead and make your point, sir. Then I gotta move on.
My point is basically the same as yours. You can go back in time, and those kind of jobs has primarily been done by men. You have very few exceptional women doing these jobs, and I am in New York. You might very sparingly see one or two doing that kind of work. But if the city depended on that, the city would cease to function. And it made me think about a point you made about a week ago about when you see a woman with her dog, that's her boyfriend. And I mention this because there are women before they submit to a man They would rather have a dog submit to them and live that way. So it is heartbreaking. But yes, without us, this world will stop going around. And we definitely need them, you know what I'm saying, in other capacities. But when it comes down to the continuous physical aspect of our existence,
it doesn't do us as men any good to lie about what role women play, because the bottom line is, if you lie about what women are capable of doing, that's going to put you in peril. That's going to put you in jeopardy, because when it comes time for her to do it and she can't do it, all this damn virtue signaling you doing and simping ain't going to help you when you in a bind. If they're able to do that, that's one thing. But stop saying that they're going to be your backup in tasks and in places where they just won't be. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Y'all, I do have a mixed board, by the way. I do have a mixed board, and I can raise the volume. I try not to do that because it may make it more hollow, or it might have blowout and stuff, and I don't want your clipping going on. So I try not to spike the levels too much myself if I can avoid it. But the bottom line is, men don't need to be simping and ass kissing, because what you're claiming is that you got female backup that you don't. Don't worry, the female's gonna back us up. And okay, when it comes time to actually get the work done, and then you start telling the females about what they need to do, it's not going to change the fact that they can't do it. Lying about what they can't do because, well, you know, the females might feel bad about it. Okay, they're not going to feel bad about reality. If they can't do it, they can't do it. You will be expected to do that. Now, the other side of the coin is what females can do, but they prefer not to. Now, there's the difference. When we're talking about what females can do, but then the females refuse to do it. Because you see, the females might not be able to do this snow plowing like that, but she can be outside when it's 7 degrees. She would prefer not to be. Well, you know what? You gonna be out here freezing your little fanny off. When they talk about the thick police officers and the thick fire department worker, okay, you about to be thick and froze. You're gonna be out here with the men in the cold temperatures and whatnot. Yeah, ain't nobody gonna be sitting in a nice heated environment today. You gonna be out there. And oh yeah, by the way, your ability to get your individual duties done is gonna be part of your job metrics. So if you're dragging your feet or anything else, you ain't gonna keep your job. The women will go in revolt if you say that. If the women have to clear out the fire hydrants as quickly as their male co-workers do, I don't think they're going to be as happy. We got Paris here on Zoom. Paris, I don't see you. All I see is a big forehead, so pick your phone up. Okay, he is fighting with his TV or something here. Paris, I'll give you 5 seconds. All right, Paris, what's on your mind?
Nothing. They just told me, I just asked, was this a female He-Man woman heading club? They told me that I need to come on here.
Okay, sir. Go ahead and explain that.
I mean, it's nothing to be explained. I mean, everything you said was, I hate women.
Okay, now what part of that was hates women? Tell me specifically the part that hates women.
I haven't heard anything that said I love our black women.
Okay, sir. So
you just saying everything, saying, "Hey, man, you know."
You want me to make a Johnny Gill? You want me to make a Johnny Gill song? Is that what you're asking for? What kind of moist stuff is this? What is that? I don't.
I mean, it's that type of moist stuff.
I mean, I know you look like Bobby Womack. He looks like Bobby Womack and everything, but bro, that's not necessary.
Maybe we get back to loving women. You ain't have to sit up here. I mean, it's different thing. I understand what you're saying, that like certain women. I mean, women shouldn't be in certain position and everything.
No, I'm saying the women don't want to be in those positions.
I mean, if they apply for the job, why they do it?
Because they need a job, sir. Women apply for jobs and they don't want to work. Women apply for jobs and then immediately want maternity leave. Not men.
100% agree with that.
Oh, okay. Women apply for jobs all the time and do not actually want to work.
I had women in my family, my mama, my grandmama. They worked hard.
We have no proof of that.
You have no proof.
No, all we got is you bumping your gums. We have no proof that's a real thing. So what else you got?
So in your life,
sir, what else you got? All we got is all we have is your anecdotal story. Do you have something that you can actually prove?
Such as what?
Okay, so in other words, you don't have anything.
I have proof of my life. What are you talking about?
Sir, the maternity leave thing is real. That's not made up because the fact that women are trying to push for laws for that.
Women apply for jobs just so they can get pregnant and get on maternity leave.
No, I'm saying that women apply. Sir, that's not what they're pushing for. You don't listen very well, so why don't you be quiet and listen for a moment since you don't know anything. Women are pushing for maternity leave to be extended to a year or two. In other words, to meet European standards. That's not something that men pushed for in Europe. That was women. And that's not something that men are pushing for in America. That's women. And women don't want to wait to get it. So just like you would usually have to apply for a job and work there for a year or two before you can get a certain amount of vacation time or PTO time. Women want to be able to get a job and she wants to go to a job while she is pregnant, switch to another job, and then immediately have maternity leave and wherever she goes.
What proof do you have of that?
Sir, California, you can go Google this right now, dummy. New York, you can go Google this right now. This ain't me making it up. Women want to have unlimited maternity leave, which also means full transferability. They don't want it to be immediate. Hell, they've already got tampons and stuff in the bathrooms. That was the beginning of, we want to have immediate rights. We want to have immediate entitlements. And so for maternity leave, the women who are aborting their kids all over the place, they're also saying, but if I want to have one, I want to be able to use the child. So I need to be able to keep a job. Women don't want the work. It's not men going around talking about, I'm tired. I want to be able to sit down. I want somebody to take care of me. Well, in your case, that probably applies. But to the rest of the male population, men don't say that. It's a bunch of women saying it. And you can just go to YouTube and Google that one. Then again, you don't have to Google that. There's whole YouTube channels built on it.
I can look at my own personal life.
Okay, so it's not men saying, I'm tired. I'm tired of working. I just want to sit down. I'm tired of working. That's a female issue.
That is not the case. I got kids. My son, mama, she went back to work as fast as she possibly could.
I imagine she had to. You wasn't paying no bills.
Huh?
I imagine she had to. It's not like she could depend on you.
You funny.
She couldn't depend on you.
She could have depended on me.
I've already talked to you, bro. You broke as a joke. No disrespect. You ain't got nothing to offer. If that woman did not work, she would starve. So she bet on the wrong damn horse by getting pregnant by you. It wasn't like it wasn't like she ever came up off of that.
No, we are good right now.
Yeah, we already talked about the fact that you think there's going to be no money and Bitcoin going to run the world. Yeah, he's one of them guys right here. You're out of options. Old girl ain't never going to come. Old girl thought if she was stupid enough to think getting a kid by you was going to be a come up, that was it. All she can go is to the welfare office for the Section 8 with all the rest of them chicks.
That's not even the case. We talking about something that happened.
Why don't you remind everybody how much money you make a year?
100,000.
You are lying. That's not what you said before.
You never talked to me before about how much money I make.
Quit.
You want to see? I mean, I make $100,000 a year. Yeah, I do.
He made $100,000.
At the particular time when my son was born, I was making what, $20,000 a year, probably.
What do you do for a living?
I drive the bus.
Nigga, what?
Now, what city are we driving the bus in?
I live in Detroit.
How long have we been driving for MTA there?
You said MTA.
Well, is it MTA or DTA, whichever it is?
10 years.
So y'all make $100,000 just driving the bus after 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
Not 2010.
You could Google it.
Not 2010.
You go online and Google it.
Not 2010.
You could Google it.
That doesn't even sound right.
I mean, how long do it take for? Somebody to? I work a lot of overtime. First of all.
Oh, okay.
Secondly,
okay.
I mean, all I gotta do is work 50 hours a week.
Okay, there you go. You know that
I work 50 hours a week, and that's $100,000 a year.
Yeah,
so
well, that doesn't sound.
All you gotta do
that doesn't sound right either. I'm pretty sure if you do if you do overtime, you'd have to do significantly more hours than that.
All you gotta do is Google it.
However, without bogging my program down. However, here's the real problem. At this point here, it doesn't make any difference.
It doesn't.
Exactly. Okay, sir, there's no female looking for anything from you except your damn retirement check.
For anything. I have no problem with getting women.
Yeah, I'm sure the big fat chicks down there at the Blues Club, I imagine you have no problem with that right there. But brother,
I get bad bitches. I probably get more bitches than you.
Only if you throw them in the trunk of a car.
Nah, I doubt so.
I wonder who are the caliber of females who can't wait to be the bus driver's next chick.
It don't even matter about that. It's not about where you work at. I had more women when I wasn't working. It doesn't even matter about that.
Sir, I'm sure you had plenty of females, and all of them would be a jump scare if they all came out of the damn room. This ain't about can you have females. This is about can you have something anybody would actually want. Dude, how many listen to yourself right here. We got some old nigga on the phone. He's all gray hair, and he's telling us here that somebody wants a 50-year-old bus driver.
Stop playing around.
You're telling me the females are lined up for a 50, sir. You're telling us the females are lined up for a 50-year-old bus driver?
The only reason that they not lined up for you, and that's why you on right now talking about I hate women. Women can't do shit. You got to sit up here and fix their car just to even get some women.
So all the females are lined up for a 50-year-old bus driver.
And women's lined up for you,
sir. Is that what you're telling us all?
You telling me that you gotta?
Sir, that was a simple question.
I can fix your car, and guess what? I could get me some pussy. That's what you saying.
Because the bus driver, is the prime candidate.
You gotta do this to get pussy. You gotta encourage them to get pussy from them by doing their car.
Because you know what? We should put them on the bus instead. Because we all know all the fine women who get on the bus.
There's a lot of fine women that get on the bus, Jason. You need to ride the bus
shooting a shot at the bus driver, right?
They sure is.
Yeah, y'all. All of you have been on the bus someplace and seen all the wonderful fine women who ride the bus, right? We've all seen that. We all know the bus is not the dregs of humanity. We already know that.
We ain't saying it's the dregs of humanity. There's a lot of working class people that ride the bus.
Man, well, you just get in where you fit in. And that's where you at in life. And that's why you got to lie. These fellas, they get older and it just breaks them down. At that point,
Jason,
they just become sexual beggars.
You're an old man yourself.
But I'm not a beggar.
You're old man. You act like you're a young man.
But I'm not a beggar.
You talk about like these old women.
I don't have to lie, pander, or beg.
You're the old man.
I don't have to do that.
Jason, you an old nigga.
But I'm not a liar.
Jason, you an old nigga.
I don't have to lie. I don't have to pander. I don't have to beg. I don't have to make things up. I ain't talking about what used to happen back in the I'll Be Sure days. No, I'm not driving the bus and I'm not beating up on anybody who is. What I am saying is that this is the caliber of guy who tells you all that would claim somebody hates women because you're not kissing women's asses. This is the caliber of dude it would take. The damn bus driver in Detroit is trying to lecture us about who likes women. Please. I've got a bus driver in Detroit all gray hair, trying to lecture me on who likes women. Why would I ever take tips or pointers from you? Why? Why would I ever do that? What the hell you gonna give me, nigga? My CDL? What? Why would I take any advice from you? What am I gonna get? Maybe I get promoted to Greyhound?
And deal with it.
If I listen to him, what do I get? Hey, fellas, follow his formula for success. And you too can drive overtime on the bus and meet all the fine women who'll be coming through there. Because we all know that's what happens. We all know that's what happens. All the fine women that come through there. So we're going to take his advice.
Jason, I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is this. I love women.
I'm sure you love every woman out there. You don't turn down nothing. You don't turn down nothing but your collar.
I do.
Because you can't afford to have. You can't afford to have standards.
You're trying to tell me that, hey, nigga, I'm the best man in the world, and I will not accept any woman in no type of capacity unless
I'm saying that you can't afford. You cannot afford to have standards, and you're showing it through what you say.
You know what? It's funny. It's funny that you said that because I mean, it's not even about how much where I work at or how much money.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, it really is. Yeah, it really is. Yeah, it really is. At 50 years old, this is all a woman got to look forward to with you. Ain't gonna be no better. This is the end of the road right here. Pardon the expression, bus driver. At 50 years old, nigga, you ain't gonna play this game. The young fellas wouldn't have caught that. You 50 years old. This is where you gonna ride out. If a woman gets with you, she gonna have a bus driver, and she better be okay with it.
You already admitted it because I say I'm same age as you, so you already.
I'm saying that at 50 years old, you at the end of the road. You're not gonna elevate. What you are right now, this what you gonna be. So if a chick get with you, this what she gonna have. The 60-year-old bus driver in Detroit. This what she gonna get. And if she's okay with that, while she needs her diabetes medication or whatever the case might be, well, that's okay.
It doesn't matter. Women ain't no good, so it doesn't matter.
So I did not say women. I did not say women are no good. I didn't say women are no good.
I hang out and find women that can't even that.
No, I'm saying that you need to get. You're a bus driver.
You explaining them how to get a woman.
Okay, sir, you're going to be quiet.
How to get a woman.
You're going to be quiet.
You ain't saying what.
What I'm saying is that you are the bus driver, and you need to get together with that trash truck driver from New York I just talked to, and you two fellas would be peas in a pod, and the nonsense you say would make sense because you'd be in like company. You're 50 years old. You're driving the bus. It is good, honest, respectable work. I am not degrading that. What I am saying is that there isn't a female with a size 6 waist and a size 10 ass with a 10 face who is saying, damn, I wish I could find me a 50-year-old bus driver in Detroit. Now, that is what ain't happening. Anything else is a bold-faced lie.
No young woman.
I didn't say young. I didn't say young, sir. You're not listening. I didn't say young. Okay, and what if dudes don't want to be like you, dude? That's you. Of course, you're the bus driver. You gotta have that.
Cars and try to run after women that can't fix their car. They got a
you
car
didn't,
that ain't working.
Dude. You didn't choose that.
Hey man, find a woman who got a car that ain't working.
That chick you got, you didn't choose that, bro. That's what you rank at. You didn't have any options or choices. Okay, because the high quality females are on. Okay, you're not gonna spaz out. The high quality females are all on the bus, right? The high quality females aren't the ones with a car. The high quality females are the ones on the bus, right?
You think I only meet women on a bus? Really? Come on, Jason.
Yes, well, not just the bus. I'm also sure that you meet them at the handicap home. I'm pretty sure you meet. I'm sure you pick up plenty of females there too.
All right, Jason.
And the special ed home and the homeless shelter, because bus drivers run into hella homeless females.
Move to the next caller, Jason.
Bus drivers pick up hella homeless females, so I know you done knocked down a couple of them. Don't even lie about that. She smells like day-old bread, but I'm sure you got that on your... Y'all, he's laughing, so he's like, yeah, he knows.
The funny thing is you act like...
I'm not lying.
My whole life's around the bus.
I'm not lying.
Come on now.
You work overtime, which means most of your life is around that bus. So yeah, it is. You admitted it. You admitted it. Most of your time is taken up driving that bus. So yeah, he's trying to clean up his resume.
You think I take the riders home so I can fuck them? They old women, whatever the situation you trying to say.
No, I'm pretty sure you give them your phone number or something like that. But he was laughing. So yeah, a couple of them homeless chicks who got on the bus.
Whatever situation it is, that's irrelevant.
He hooked up with a couple of them homeless chicks who got on this bus, and I'm like, okay, a win's a win.
You can ask your chat room how many professional women catch the bus.
Okay, sir, but there are zero professional women catching a bus looking to hook up with a bus driver.
That's a damn lie.
There is no professional woman who is on the bus. Okay, there is no professional woman who is on the bus saying, I really do wish a bus driver was available.
That's a damn lie.
Any female can get a bus driver. That doesn't take anything special.
Like I said, Jason, I mean, they can't, whatever the situation is.
Whatever the situation, there you go.
I had a whole lot of women.
Yeah, you did. At the homeless shelter, at the fat farm, at the disability clinic, you had plenty of females there. Yes, you did. I had top of the line
women. And the thing about it is that women and that have careers and make a good money, they looking for somebody that's just going to be there for them. So
he had top of the line women. That's why he's driving the bus at 50.
Jason, come on now.
He's got top of the line women. That's why he's driving the bus at 50.
You trying to say driving the bus is that you trying to downrate people that got jobs?
I'm not down. No, I'm not. Okay, I am not downgrading anything, sir. I am not downgrading anything. It's the females who are downgrading it.
And deal with it, nigga.
I am not diminishing anything. It's the females who are diminishing it. It's the females who say they don't want it. I can try to put you down all I want to. That doesn't matter if the females all immediately call up and say, Jason, you're wrong. I would love to have a 50-year-old cigarette smoking. He's been on the thing, chain smoking the whole time, y'all. A chain smoking cigarette, old dude sitting up here looking like Berlin Ives. And for Jason, a man,
Jason, okay, just go ahead and just say, hey, ask any one of your people, any women on your callers that's also part of the He-Man Women's at the Club. Would they like to have a working man or a non-working man?
Well, a working man. What kind of work does he do?
I mean, so all you got to do is ask the question.
Sir, what kind of work does he do?
Just pull up the women, Jason.
Sir, what kind of work does he do?
Ask the women, Jason.
Sir, what kind of work? They want to know what work he does.
You a man, I'm a man. I can't tell you what a woman want.
The women can tell you what they want.
The women don't want you, Jason, or women don't want
you. Sir, there are women who'll take you.
You gotta ask a woman that. That's the question you need to ask a woman.
There are women who will take you. Yes, Jason, they're drug addicts. They're drug addicts. They're homeless chicks. They're in the mental clinic. They're at the Section 8 office. They're on disability. Yes, there's a number of females who will take you, sir. I never said they wouldn't. They're size 20. They're size 22. They got 8 kids. They smell like Cheetos. So yes, there's a number of females out there who will take the bus driver from Detroit who chain smokes. By the way, how many females want a man who chain smokes, sir? How many females dream of that? Unmute yourself. Tell all these people about all the females who dream of having a chain smoker at 50, sir.
Jason,
How many want
You
a chain smoker at 50,
ask
sir?
the women that, Jason. You ask the women that.
No, you tell me. How many females want a man who chain smoking at 50?
A whole lot of them.
50 years old and chain smoking.
A whole lot of them.
And you think you're what females aspire to. There's a woman out there right now wishing she had a chain smoker and bus driver at 50.
I got him right now. I called one right now.
You caught one right now. Is she there with you?
I can call one right now.
You can call one right now.
4, 5 of them right now.
Oh,
Somebody calling my phone right now while we on the phone talking.
Oh, good. I'll pay you to put one on camera.
How would I do that?
She can get on Zoom, but I want her on camera. I want her to represent you in front of the world. If she'll represent you in front of the world. I'm not talking about she knows you. I'm talking about this is a female because you're acting like you got a female. His phone is blowing up tonight here with females who love him. I'm just trying to figure out who it is. Really, dude?
How do I put him on Zoom?
Give her the same link you got.
Okay. So what you want me to call back?
Nigga, what?
Get off my phone!
All right. Y'all, these are logical fallacies of historic proportions. So you all couldn't see what I saw, but I mean, this dude looked like an old Bobby Womack and acts the part. He's a 50-year-old alleged bus driver in Detroit, chain smoking his ass off. And he is trying to tell you all about all the top quality, professional, attractive females who that's what they're looking for. No, they don't want you other dudes right there. No, they certainly don't want you fellas who can help her with her car. No. What she's really looking for is the guy going on 60 bus drivers. She's looking for that. Yeah, the chain smoking bus driver from Detroit. That's what she really looking for. So just understand, you all don't really understand what women want. Y'all don't really get it. He's got access here. Yeah. You think I just drive the bus home? You said you work as much overtime as you can. You act like all I do is drive the bus. I didn't say that. You said it. Most of your time is spent driving the bus, and I hope he's not smoking on the bus, though he's probably one of them drivers who might try to get away with it. But he smoke on the bus, he drive 10 hours, he go back home, he want to get something to drink, something to smoke. Okay, if you're not a female who's used to going to some raggedy blues clubs, this ain't gonna be very good for you. It's just not. You hate women because I don't like drug addicts? What? Okay, because I'm not really big into chicks from homeless shelters and drug addicts. Why you turn them down right there? Because I'm not a chain smoker from Detroit. You hate women. No, I just don't like the ones that you have option that you prefer. I just don't like them. You hate women. You ain't got no women. You have charity cases. Ladies, when was the last time you got on a bus anywhere and said, damn, I wish I could date the bus driver?
Nigga, please.
Nigga, what?
Nigga, what?
Nigga, please. I ought to put this as a question in the poll after the program gets posted. How many women ever got on the bus and said, damn, I hope the bus driver is single? I want to know how many women left the house this morning and said, I hope the bus driver is single. Man, I hope the bus driver is available. I hope he's not married. I want to know who are the women
that walked out the house this morning and that's what you were thinking. Because according to him, there's a bunch of y'all who do. Yeah, thank you very much, Jonathan. Look up bus driver in the women's romance novels.
Nigga.
Hope.
Nigga.
What? Auntie, chill. Yeah, how many Harlequin romance novels started with the bus driver? How many 50 Shades of Grey? 50 Shades of Greyhound? Damn! What is this, 50 Shades of Greyhound? Yeah. How many romance novels, how many women's fantasy novels started with the bus pulled up? Because according to him, that's a thing. 50 Shades of Greyhound. These niggas have very active fantasy lives. He's sitting there daydreaming that, I'm pretty sure you got some chicks who, because her car is broken down right now. She ended up on the bus and whatnot. Okay, and he's sitting there fantasizing. I'm a man who can do things for you. He's sitting there fantasizing to himself about, I'm a man of means. I've got the ability to do things for you, ma'am. Yeah, The Secret Life of Walter Mitty. What? Any of you back in school who ever read James Thurber? James Thurber and The Secret Life of Walter Mitty. This nigga's driving the bus. He's fantasizing that he's driving a limousine. He's fantasizing he's driving a limousine, and he's fantasizing that the bus is a Bentley. That's right, lady. He might be able to hook y'all up. So, hey, like I said, hey, fellas, if you want to know who it is who's got these females delusional, these old dudes tonight, fellas, those are the guys. We sit up here and say what the deal is, and literally there will be 1,000 of us saying everything I said tonight, and the females will look for the one guy who says, that ain't right there, baby J. You don't know what the hell you talking about. The females will look for the one guy. They will dismiss the other 1,000 who said, this is not what we doing. This ain't what we want. They'll find the one old bus driver. Well, I can get a bus driver. Now, does she want one? Hell no. However, she knows he ain't going anywhere. Assuming the emphysema or the, cardiovascular disease don't get him first. If the COPD don't get him first, he gonna be sitting right there. She's like, nigga, you a 50-year-old bus driver. You ain't going nowhere. I can come get you anytime. If all else fails, you will be right here where I found you. You will still be driving this bus. So just in case, if things fall through with all the folk I really want, she can always come back and get his government benefits. Girl, go get you a man with some benefits. Somebody who been working for the city.
Stop trying to get all these ambitious men. They got too many options. They'll just play you. We're not playing you because we have options. We are making sure that we maintain our situation. We're not going to bet all our chips on you in case you decide to do something silly. Oh, look who this is. I got one on Zoom. There you go. All right, Alicia, turn off your speakers, man.
Oh, okay, hold on a second.
What are you doing? You're messing up already.
Oh, my TV on in the background.
Okay,
Sorry,
turn the TV off.
All right, I got you. I was gonna say I don't know if you all saw in the super chat. First of all, I wanted to check in and say I've been enjoying my single because I think you told me to check back in a month. I've been enjoying my single life. I've been working a lot and just kind of, trying to plan things with, my girlfriends and stuff. And I've been enjoying it a lot. It's
well,
not,
when you're ready to get back in the dating pool, there's a bus driver.
Yeah.
I know a bus driver who is available.
But I can't say bus drivers, but I can say this. I said it in the super chat. I've had guys on Uber and on Lyft try to hit on me. I had one guy ask me if I was naughty or nice. And then I had one guy ask me to give him, ask me to give him oral sex? And I said no. And then I had one guy ask me to come sit up in front with him and asked me if I wanted to go to a casino and have dinner and then go stay in his room. And I said no, because he was old and ugly and creepy and I had a boyfriend at the time. So it does happen. It's like, what is this? Like Uber or Lyft, the new Tinder? It's a new way to pick up women?
Yeah, because they don't do any psychological profiles. So, I mean, you can be anybody's desperate simp, borderline psychotic. I mean, as long as you have a valid driver's license, and sometimes it doesn't require a valid one, but if you have a valid driver's license, Uber will let you get out there and go pick up victims.
Yeah, it's
until
really
something
awful.
happens. So, yeah, there's no psychological exam. No, it's... He
goes
from having no female access to all of a sudden, and all of a sudden you're calling him on Uber, and he's like, "Oh damn, here she go." So yeah.
I got dropped off at the wrong address because I guess there's two addresses in another city, and the guy was like, "If you give me a blowjob, I'll drop you off at home." And I said, "I'm not doing that." And I called my friend, and I was like, I just called another Uber because I was like, "I'm not doing anything."
He just said it like that.
Yeah, I said I'm not doing anything for you. Like I'm not doing any favors. Why should I have to do anything? I'm not going to do that. I just ended up getting out of the car and calling another driver because I don't feel comfortable doing that. It's weird,
Yeah, that's hell out of line.
Yeah,
but
it just
happens.
amazes me like how bold people can be. Like it's unbelievable. And I felt really embarrassed because I had to file a claim, and I was like, I really don't want to do this because I don't want to look like a bad person. But I was like, I hope I did the right thing. I mean, I was just
I mean, like I say, definitely somebody needs to be aware, because if he's saying something that blatant, the problem with the simp and the incel and the dead pill is that when you have males who have been sexually deprived, that can go in a different direction. So if they start for real, like, okay, these hoes ain't giving me nothing, now they're very angry. It's not about sexually penetrating you, it's about punishing you.
Yeah.
So you got to be careful if you come to proximity to somebody like that. You all might not understand it, but that's what's really on the menu. He's been told no too many times, and now it's time to do some Norman Bates.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure it out. I was like, it's not like I was wearing I was trying to figure out, why would you ask me that? It's not like I was wearing I'm a hooker and I was wearing an inappropriate outfit, so I don't even know.
Baby, you can be wearing a burqa. It doesn't matter. You are a female. This is a guy who does not get any female contact.
Yeah.
So when he does come into contact, he treats it like porn.
Yeah. Yeah. Is there something you could do to avoid getting people like that? I don't know if it's something that I can do or,
Man, if you call Uber, that's a crapshoot. So no, you rolling the dice. Every time you call an Uber, you're rolling the dice that something like that could occur. So that's just is what it is there. You did the right thing, just sit in the back seat and whatnot. But definitely, like I say, if you're sitting there looking at porn when you get in the car, you might want to just pass that one up too. But no, you did everything you're supposed to be doing, and I don't think you're going to have too much of that. But look, I mean, Ubers, that's what it is. That's one of the reasons they want the cars to be self-driving, because that eliminates that, particular factor.
Yeah. I was a little afraid to come on here because I don't know if you can tell, but I have like a scar because my friend.
I was about to say, did he do it? I'm about to say, did she say?
No.
Yeah,
my friend and I were driving home from doing errands, and this guy was like coming. We were going straight, and the guy came and like hit. He ran a stoplight basically, and the airbag got in my face, and I think I scratched myself with my nails. And I was in the emergency room, and I got like 7 stitches, and they put like, what are those things called, like invisible stitches or something. So it's healing, but I've been feeling really. That's part of the reason I'm not dating, because I've been feeling really insecure, and I just feel like I'm not very attractive.
It's certainly you've been more fetching, but if you have not made an appointment for a dermatologist, you need to. So the sooner you do that part of it so that they can deal with, scar revision or anything else like that might be, so that they can tell you what's happened and whatnot and start a game plan. You don't want to wait on that. So that's the big thing. Okay, you're out the hospital. You really need to go see a dermatologist, or preferably one who deals with scars and cuts or scar revision. Mm-hmm. It's called scar revision. So I would recommend that you go see one of them, a dermatologist who deals with scar revision, and they'll be able to help take care of the rest of this for you. They'll tell you how bad it is or how deep it is and what can be done with it.
Yeah, they just told me it'll take a year to heal, and I saw a plastic surgeon, and they can't do anything because it has to take a year to heal. But they want to see me in a year, and I don't know if it's a good idea, but I already lawyered up because the guy was like, oh, I didn't do it. It was an accident. I didn't do it. And it took like 2 days to get a traffic citation, which is ridiculous. My dad had to write to the police chief to get one.
Yeah, you got to sit up here and strangle the police for that because they're looking out for you. But no, what you want is the police report. And of course, you want to know which one is car number 1 or car number 2. Or maybe which one is car A and which one is car B. Yeah. So generally speaking, that's the thing you're looking for.
Yeah, it was crazy. Like, they didn't even want to, because my friend has a DoorDash camera in her car. They didn't even want to look at it. And I'm like, why? Like, that has like evidence right there that like the guy is lying. I don't know why you wouldn't want to look at that.
Well, it depends on how the police report is written up. That's going to be the most important thing, is how the police report is written up. I'm assuming there's a police report for it. But it depends on how that one is written up, because whichever one is car A usually is going to tell them which one they're going to put the blame on. So that's what you're looking for. So if the police officer writes it up as this vehicle was at fault, or if it says, for example, car A ran a stop sign, car A proceeded through a stoplight, that's what you're looking for, because that's what any judge would see. The insurance company's never going to get that far along. They're going to look at the insurance, they're going to look at the police report, and if the police say that he's at fault, the insurance company's going to stop right there. And they're going to be like, okay, how much we need to pay you to take care of this? Because that's it. That's what you're looking for right there.
Yeah, like I had to take 4 days out of work. So like my boss was like, oh, I'm going to give you like a lost wages for. I'm like, okay. So I basically sent over like the hospital report, and like my lawyer has a bunch of pictures of my face just from day one to now. And
right, but that's why all your other visits are important. So you say you talked to a plastic surgeon. I don't know if you meant you talked to one at the hospital or you talked to one in your own.
The hospital gave me a referral to a plastic surgeon.
Okay, they gave you a referral, but did you actually talk? Have you actually gone to go see them yet?
Yeah, I did, and he told me to just put like Aquaphor on my face, and he wants to wait till December to see me. And then of course, I got a letter from the town of East Greenwich saying you owe money for ambulance services, and I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah, like, here we go.
I got to call the insurance company and be like, listen, like it says on my insurance that I'm covered. I'm not paying for this, so it's
well, I mean, you've gotten the bill, but it's just about handing the bill to who needs to pay it there. But the bottom line is what that does, and they jumped on that quickly because what this means is they have your information. So they're letting you know they have your information. So in the event you do not pay, they're going to go to your credit report and start dinging you. So that's really what they're letting you know is we know exactly who you are. Please pay us or we're going to
go ding your credit report for you. So just go take the report go take the ambulance bill to whoever's supposed to be paying it, and you'll be fine where that's concerned. But the most important thing is keep up with your doctor's visits or any of that kind of stuff right there, because that all goes into it. You don't just have a claim for lost wages. You also have one for pain and suffering. So that's important to remember as well. And to make sure that you're compensated properly for that, because if you have ongoing issues, you don't know everything right now. If you have a plastic surgeon telling you come see me in a year, then in other words, we don't know what the extent of your expenses is going to be yet.
Right.
So that needs to be taken into account. If folks start talking about settlement, it's like, wait a minute, do we even know what we would be settling for? Because I'm being told it's going to be a year before I'm even sure. So that's what you need a lawyer for.
Yeah, we sent them the police report. We sent them I think they got a report from the plastic surgery, and then they have what's that thing called? Like the outpatient form that they give you in the ER, like all the instructions. And then I had to go see my primary care doctor.
Bet you wishing you had a boyfriend now, don't you?
No. Are you kidding me? I had a seizure last year. It wasn't last year. It was the year before. I had a seizure in my house.
Okay, so it's the man's fault?
No. I had a seizure in my house because I didn't have enough medication in my house. That was my fault.
Okay, what's that got to do with having the man then?
No, long story short, I don't want my man in my life because I went to the hospital and I had to call him like 5 times. He's like, whatever, man, whatever. And I'm like, you're such a piece of shit. Like, you don't even care to call me and ask me.
I'm just saying, you need to stop dating all them bus drivers and stuff. That's the problem right there, baby.
No, he drove trucks. The last one I dated drove
Thank
trucks.
you. Okay, just ladies, I'm just saying. Fellas, I hate to bust y'all's hustle, but women who go into nursing have a reputation for a reason, and men who drive a vehicle for a living have a reputation for a reason. Truck drivers, bus drivers, garbage truck drivers, they got a reputation for a reason, fellas. I can't mislead the young ladies. So, ladies, if his job requirement has a steering wheel involved, truck driver, bus driver, forklift driver. What? And just if it involves driving, just ladies, beware.
But it's just like, why me? Like, why did this accident have to happen to me? Of course, it's my DSP worker. Of course. You're fired. Then I'm getting rid of you. I don't want you because I don't trust you. Because she said, oh, I'm at the mall right now, and I'm like, how did you get to the mall if your car's totaled? You borrowed your boyfriend's car, so I don't trust you. I'm gonna fire you. I don't trust you. Sorry.
Women can't trust women.
Yep.
But yeah, y'all, truck driver, bus driver, Uber driver, train driver, forklift driver. If his job involves driving, Mr. Postman. I mean the post office. If his job involves driving. Yeah, be careful.
Yeah, I'm gonna write that down on my to-do list. Besides guys that are hooked on drugs and that drink too much, because those are my things.
You gotta get off the drugs your damn self first. Damn. So you can't be tilted over and then want a fella who's clean. Now that's like single moms who want a fella with no kids. I'm like, okay, look, baby, if you want a man who's straight, you got to be straight. You want a man who's clean, you got to be clean too. Now,
well, I mean, I have to take my seizure meds because I have epilepsy and it's
okay, but you ain't got to do heroin and pills and opioids. You ain't got to do that.
That stuff. I don't touch that stuff. No.
Okay, you can take your seizure medication without taking some heroin. You ain't got to do that.
Oh yeah, I don't touch that stuff. I mean, the most I'll do is I'll have like a glass of wine once in a while.
No more weed. No weed. None of that right there. What she say? Wait a minute, weed's not a drug. Yes, it is. So.
But I'll have a glass of wine once in a while. That's about it. I don't think that's too bad. I'm not like a.
Okay, y'all see how she danced around that weed part of it there. Y'all see she think I'm letting it go. She danced around it. I didn't just say that for nothing. I talked to you before, so. By the way, no, I have a glass of wine in between weed. I get it. No.
Yeah.
Baby, if they do that might be kind of important. Because now were you driving the car?
No.
Okay, I was about to say because toxicology reports are son of a gun.
Yeah, I was not happy. I'm not happy. She's like, and she doesn't even bother. I mean, I don't know if this is a big deal. She didn't even bother to like. She's like, I feel so bad. She didn't even bother to call me and like ask how I'm doing. Which I don't know if that's a big deal, but I was like, I'd appreciate, like, it'd be nice if you called me once in a while and like ask me like how I'm doing.
Hell no.
Like you care.
Okay, baby. You can find out it's a cold ass world out here. So
yeah. Yeah.
She's probably
People are only
blaming.
out for
She's probably
themselves.
blaming you for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what it is? She wants to stay on TDI and she wants to, you know how you were saying that women want to get pregnant to get benefits? That's what she's trying to do. She wants to milk the situation as much as she can. As soon as like the second day that the accident happened, it was happening on a Wednesday, the week before Christmas Eve. Ho, ho, ho.
Pardon the pun.
But the 2 days later, she gets a lawyer. I'm like, I'm not even ready for a lawyer yet. I want to just, I stayed at my parents' house for a week so they could help take care of me.
Yeah, unfortunately, you don't want to drag your feet on that kind of thing. So actually, you don't want to do that. So she was correct. As soon as these kind of things happen, in reality, really, you got a lawyer up there, and it sucks. But the insurance company is going to get straight to work trying to figure out how to weasel their way out of it. So the sooner you get that, squared away and set up, the sooner you can stop, quite worrying about it quite so much. Don't let your lawyer make all the decisions for you either. That's another thing. Don't let them just make decisions on your behalf. You need to tell them, wait a minute, you got to check with me before you do anything. So don't actually do anything until you get my permission.
Yeah, my dad came with me because I'm not good at that whole lawyer stuff. It's like a family lawyer we have. So he went with me so I could, kind of take all my notes and things like that.
Yeah, biggest thing with lawyers, and I don't think very much of lawyers, but the biggest thing with lawyers is make sure that, they understand you don't make any decisions without me.
Yeah.
You don't agree to anything. The insurance company, you don't have a settlement until you talk to me. Yeah. So you don't, because the problem is legally they're authorized to make those decisions on your behalf.
Yeah.
And you don't want them agreeing to something just, I thought that amount was enough. Yeah, you really don't want that. So that kind of thing there. And I also, for anybody out there listening, I strongly recommend you have that in writing. That's what email is for. But that you have it in writing that they do not agree to anything or make any decisions without your permission.
What do they say? If it's not documented, it's not.
If you didn't write it down, it didn't happen.
Exactly.
If you didn't write it down, it didn't happen. So big thing there. But I mean, look, what you find out is your gal pals, they kind of cool on you, either that or she's just so kind of wrapped up in herself and her own world and what she's doing that everything's an afterthought. And this is the kind of thing that we as men talk about. Mm-hmm. Now imagine being a man, because we deal with this all the time.
Yeah.
Women treat the men who take care of them as an afterthought all the time. That she's the main character, she's the star of the show, and he's just, a stagehand.
Yeah, that's sad.
Yeah, and women don't like it when other women treat them like that, but women treat men like that all the time.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to ruin my day. It is what it is. It's just, people show their
Of course it is. You wouldn't be telling me about it if it wasn't a problem. This is a problem.
Yeah, I mean, it's been really. I didn't think this whole it's really kind of sad, and I hate saying this, but sometimes I look in the mirror and I'm crying. I'm like, am I ever going to get my face back? It's just been really. I have a therapist, but it's been very emotionally and mentally taxing to have to look at this thing every single day and be like, it's never going to go away.
You already got enough issues going on. You don't need most stuff piled on top of it. Lord knows it's just, she does not need one more thing to worry about. She really, really doesn't.
Well, that's why it's called an accident, right?
But the bottom line is this is all kind of fresh right now happening. That's good for having doctors and things, but it's going to have to heal.
Yeah, but it's not even just heal on your face. It's I'm just still trying to even this sounds stupid, but even getting into a car can be hard for me because I'm like, oh my God, is this person going to drive safe? Are they going to crash into something? Am I going to be all right? Am I going to make it from point A to point B without dying? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to say you're going to. I'm just saying, that can be an issue. It certainly can. That's why all my vehicles are full-size SUVs.
Yeah, and I feel stupid because I look at myself in the mirror and I'm like, I don't want to cry, and I'm like, because it makes me I don't know what it is. I don't like feeling things. I don't like being upset because it makes me feel like I'm weak and I can't handle life. So it's hard.
But you are.
Yeah.
This is the whole point of it there. And so you're talking to your parents, but this is why women need a man.
Yeah.
Because while you're sitting there wigging out over stuff and whatnot, as men, we naturally don't resort to that initially. Mm-hmm. We do not do that. And that's a balancing force for a female. And while it's good you have your parents, that's great and wonderful. But the bottom line is, it's a lot better to have a man who is specifically in a relationship with you.
Yeah.
And is actually taking out the time to learn you and has made that his responsibility.
Right.
As opposed to your dad who's got to take care of you and his daughter still. And I'm just saying it's a whole different type of relationship there. So you would find that more reassuring from a man because, for example, your father is not evaluating you as a mate. So the real thing bothering you about your face is like, okay, how is this going to hit with the fellas? Dad might be okay with it. Dad might not be. But the bottom line is, we ain't looking to date dad. So his opinion of it is really kind of limited. If you had a man of your own already, that wouldn't be a big issue other than whether he's okay with it. And as long as he's okay with it, which you probably would already be relatively assured that he would be, that takes a lot of that weight off you psychologically and emotionally. That takes a lot of pressure off of you when you don't even have to think about it, which currently you do. Yeah. So yes, when you say it makes me look weak, you are compromised.
Yeah.
It's not fake. It's not phony. It's real.
Yeah. Yeah. I just don't want to. I just don't want to settle. I don't want to just be with anybody. I don't. That's the thing. I don't want to settle. I don't want to just settle for any guy because I've done the settling thing and I ended up miserable.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying it's not like you're scar-faced or anything like that. It did put a color in your cheek, and I get that. What I am going to tell you is that men judge women in 3 dimensions. We judge women from the neck up, from the neck down, and then from head to toe. As a female, you don't think that way about men. You don't, because you can't. So don't worry, we've already been over what the women can't do conversation. Bottom line is, we judge women from the neck up, from the neck down, and then from head to toe. Those 3 dimensions. And for you all, you can't wrap your heads around how that's possible. As men, you won't see a single guy who argues with me because that's true. So for us, that's the way we see women. I said all of that to say that that's why when women don't optimize themselves, that's what hurts them. A cut on your cheek is not what hurts you. Not optimizing yourself is. You are not a cheek. A cheek is only one part of what you are. Men are going to judge you from the neck up, from the neck down. Ain't no cheeks there. Well, not that one anyway. And then from head to toe. So what I'm saying is, okay, do you realize how much of that does, if you get rejected, the cheek isn't going to be the reason, or at least that's not going to be the deal breaker most likely. Most likely that's not the deal breaker. Most likely he did the head to toe analysis and something, and that was what it is. But as men, we don't judge women on a single metric. You all as females, you all have a type. Men have a range.
Yeah.
So you all can say he don't make enough money, dismissed. Yeah, thank you. One factor for you alone is enough to say dismissed. That's not the way.
What do you mean by optimize exactly? I know it's a dumb question, but
is what you see there the best it can be?
Yeah.
Not is it better than a gymnast? Is it better than Beyonce? Is it better than Halle Berry in the 90s? No, is it the best of you version of you it could be? Now, if you have optimized yourself, that's what men are really looking for. Have you brought me the best version of you that you can? Okay, now I'm going to do the analysis from the neck up. Is this the best she could do? From the neck down, is this the best she could do? Now from head to toe, is this the best she could do? Because, if you got the pit bull face, that's going to be an issue. If she's got a weird built body, that could be an issue. But it's not a singular metric. So think of it as being on balance. That's about as close as a female can approximate to that. When we judge you all, we judge you on balance. But the balance is neck up, neck down, head to toe. So it's not just one factor. So that's what I'm saying. If you end up losing, it's not going to be one factor that killed you. It's not going to be, damn, she got that cut on the damn cheek. I can't fool with that. And there might be a guy who does say that, sure. But that's very unlikely. Most likely, if that was what eliminated you,
then not having it wasn't going to help you either. He was already going to eliminate you. So that's not what did it. Did you have a personality? Because you have a nice personality, even if you got some wacky ways about you. But, I mean, you got a cool personality. That's cool. We got to deal with some of this other mess you got going on. Some of that 5150 stuff you got happening. But what I'm saying, you have a nice personality. You know, you have a soft demeanor. That works very much in your favor because a lot of females today don't even have that.
I have a soft demeanor unless you start, fucking with me and,
Okay, you see, you already started. See, you already hardened up here. So it's just that Latina coming out in you, the Italian coming out in you. I'm just saying, please don't do that because now the scar on your face looks like it fits. So you don't want to do that. You don't want that. Be cognizant of that. So it looked like, okay, where'd that come from? She says a car accident. He does not know this for a fact. Then you start throwing F-bombs and hardening up on him. It's like, oh, hell no. I bet you she was fighting at the club. Let me stay away from this problem. So do you see what I mean right there? Mm-hmm. That one factor, I know once we bridge it to other things, now you're in trouble. So by itself, isolated on its own, I don't think it's going to be a deal breaker. You start allowing it to get linked up to other things. Now it becomes a deal breaker, but all you can think of is, damn, wish I didn't have this scar. And it's like, you don't get it. That's not what did it. That's just symbolic. It's not what did it. So no, your job is to make sure you're optimized in those 3 dimensions. And think of it like turning up the volume. Your body is playing several songs at the same time. Right now, you feel like the only song anybody can hear is on your cheek. That one's got the loudest volume of all the radio stations on your body. That radio station's going the loudest. And I'm telling you, well, maybe from a relative standpoint, it could be because the only part of you folks, because right now, y'all, she's wearing what she usually does, like a college student. So the only skin we can see is your face. But what I'm saying is that, depending on what you're wearing, because as a female, you already know that. Do men ever just only fixate on your faces? Really? Does that ever happen?
Not really.
Okay.
No, not really.
So what makes you think that's about to change? It won't.
I don't know. I just think it's an insecurity that I have to deal with,
Ma'am, just if you're fit in size 6 or 8, just no. He's already looking at you from head to toe, and that's going to be it. So that's just going to be it. So no, you are not going to be disqualified on a singular factor or a singular metric. If we dismiss you, it's because we saw some red flags. And we're just like, yeah, I can't deal with this in the daylight or the dark. And that's what it will be. It'll be that right there. But no. So don't feel, I know it's bothering you right now, and it will, it will for a bit, but your job is just to stay. And the other thing is, by the way, how you handle this means a lot too. Mm-hmm. You're young. Well, she's relatively young. I mean, within the middle age brackets of things, she's still relatively young. What I'm saying is that how you handle this matters. Because sometimes you got the habit of falling out the frame. I mean, you know that. Okay, men are going to judge you on this. How do you deal with your problems?
Yeah.
This is your problem, not a man's problem. Okay, we're going to judge you on how you deal with this. Are you going to do like a lot of females, become a damn basket case and be crying about this forever? Because this is not going to be the last crisis you're going to have. I hate to tell you this, but if this is the worst thing that ever happens to you, you'll be damn lucky.
I'm grateful to be alive. I'm just grateful to be here in the
listen.
Flesh,
This is not glamorous what's going on, but baby, you could have lost a limb. And by the way, you still got plenty of time to go lose one. You could come up with ovarian cancer. You could have a child with a deformity or a stillborn. Yeah, that's what I mean. I mean this right here. Yeah, if this is the worst thing that ever happens to your life, you're damn lucky. I can show you a bunch of people who wish this were the worst that could happen.
I think the worst thing that's ever happened to me was twisting my ankles not too long ago.
Okay, you're talking too much. Okay. I'm just letting you know, men judge this. Mm-hmm. This is not going to be the last crisis you're going to have. How you handle this will signify to men
how much he can depend on you not to amplify problems.
Mm-hmm.
How quickly does she stabilize and get into, okay, let's get this worked out mode? She's finished her female hand wringing. Okay, how quickly can you get that female hand wringing out of your system so we can get to work stabilizing this? The longer that takes, the less men know they can depend on you. And now he's like, boy, I hope there's no crises, because she's just going to go to pieces and I'm going to be pulling this by myself. I'm dealing with the crisis and I got to drag her too. Men will judge that. Why wouldn't we? So your ability to handle this will signify to men, okay, if she can handle this, she can handle anything. And that he's got a partner he can depend on who's not amplifying this, making it worse. Because you're going to have more stuff. The rent is due every 30 days. Somebody loses a job. Somebody gets sick. Somebody gets sued. You're in the middle of that right now. Okay, and this is minor. Things can be a whole lot worse. Okay, Are you preparing yourself to be a person who handles situations? Are you preparing yourself to be a person who falls apart and just keeps complaining and ragging on and on about it? Because that matters. It's not that what's mattered to your cheek is irrelevant. That's not it. What we're saying is that if we fixate on that, we literally won't get anything else done. How quickly can you get to that? Because, by the way, the men that you most desire, yeah, that's the fellow who can get stabilized and get back to being evenly balanced quickly. That's the one you're looking for. You wouldn't want a fellow who would still be yelling about that 3 weeks later.
No way.
Well, not because it doesn't exist and not because you don't care, but because there's nothing else you can do about it. At what point do we get this stabilized? Because other things are going to now be neglected. They have to be, because he's still preoccupied with that. And you're like, hey, I need you to get balanced. Well, men need that from you too. Mm-hmm. So this is your opportunity to develop that. Was that movie Bruce Almighty with Jim Carrey? I think it was. Yeah. What did God tell the woman? He said, you asked me for patience. How can you develop patience if I don't give you trouble? So yeah, you want patience. So you're going to be put in situations where you wish things were moving faster. You want to be more merciful. I'm going to put you in situations where it's more difficult. Yes, that's the only way you can develop that. Okay. You want to be a stronger, better woman? Then we're going to put some heavy things on you. And now we'll see how you handle that. Or if you're just too fragile and you need somebody to put you in a box somewhere, but you won't like it.
I didn't want to know what that box is.
What I'm saying is that a woman who can handle things, men run into difficulties and troubles. And what a man is looking for is a woman who's been through some things and know how to handle it. Because he's thinking about his kids. What's going to happen if his kid trips and falls and cuts their face, knocks out their teeth? What kind of woman did he choose? And he wants to know that he got a woman who can handle some things. Mm-hmm. Now that's reassuring to a man. It's like, hey, she's solid. Life can throw some vicious things at her and she can handle that. Okay, my kids are in good hands. If life throws something evil at them, I got a woman who knows how to handle that. That's what you're proving or not proving right now.
Mm-hmm.
If your dad never explained that to you, somebody did.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, my friend explained that to me. They're like, just pick it up. My best friends are like, just, it's going to be all right. Like, just, pick yourself back up and just be you and just,
Yeah, but do you understand? It's going to be all right, but it's going to be all right because you're going to make it all right. It's not going to just be all right on its own. You're going to make it all right.
Right.
And then life goes on. And you'll have a story about this to tell your kids or whatever one day about the time you got in the damn car wreck and got your face cut open.
Yeah, kids are out of the question. I don't want no kids.
Oh, shut up.
I don't.
All right. You're only saying that because you've availed yourself to drug addicts and other ne'er-do-wells. If you would actually stop fooling around, because the caliber of males that you're meeting, you don't want to commit to them because they ain't solid. Okay, but you ain't been solid. So your water is meeting its own level. And if you ever get that straightened out, your attitude about that will change.
Mm-hmm.
But charity begins at home and spreads abroad, as the scriptures say. So right now, the problem is not the men. The problem is, when you become a mother, the father will appear. Right now, you're still trying to act like you're 16 years old. When you stop doing that nonsense, a man who's built for that, all of a sudden you become an option. Right now, you're asking a man to commit his future to you, because that's what his kids would be. And he's like, wait a minute, is she built for that? The fellow over there on the forklift with the joint, she'll do. Okay, well, he thinks you're a serious option, but you're like, oh, hell no, not him. Okay, but if I gave you an engineer, he ain't dope smoking, he's not running around, he's not womanizing, he's not getting into nonsense. Are you an engineer's wife? Are you a tycoon's wife? Are you an evenly balanced man's wife? That's the question. Are you an evenly balanced child's mother? Are you an A student, top ballet, piano playing, mechanics class child's mother? Top of the class, valedictorian? Are you that mom? If you are, you feel differently about it. But if you know that's not you, what I'm saying is don't be satisfied with that, because, by the way, not having those character traits also influences the kind of men who risk their life on you too.
Yeah.
If he says she ain't wife, if she says she's neither wife material nor mother material, oh hell. That's a man giving you F's on your report card.
Yeah, I don't want that.
Okay, yeah, because we don't stand in front of bullets for chicks who got F's on the report card. We'll lay up with you relentlessly, but yeah, there's only so much investment we're going to make, because there's only so much investment we can make. So anyway, please keep your eyes and ears open. For the Uber drivers, you have my permission to get a t-shirt that says, I'm a man. What? Damn! If you really want to stop that, just get a t-shirt that says, I'm trans. That'll work with most of them, though not all.
Are those for sale on Patreon? I'm just kidding.
Yeah, that'll probably discourage most of them, but I suspect not all of them. But you have my permission to go ahead and do that.
Can I buy one on Patreon? I'm just kidding.
Anyway, for goodness sakes, stay out of trouble. There's a whole snowstorm coming through. She's out here getting messed up and every damn thing else. I got to do that surrogate father thing up here to keep all my wayward children out of trouble out here. They're flipping over cars. They're lighting stuff on fire. They're yanking out their reproductive organs. Hell, they expect me to do with all this. All right, folks. Well, look here, baby. It's cold outside. Things are going down. Winter is here. It is not on its way. It is going to be rough. Whole bunch of females are going to be paying the hard-headed hoe tax next week. A whole bunch of fellas are going to start getting fleeced, start getting cheated, start getting juiced. They're being desperate. And they're going to be the low-hanging fruit and the easy suckers out there. So hopefully you all have paid attention so you can avoid that being your fate. Hopefully you do. And if you don't, oh well, just keep tuning in here anyway. You might as well go ahead and get some consolation here while that's happening. In the meantime, we're going to go ahead and wrap things up here tonight. Before we do, I want to thank everyone, and I do mean everybody who has contributed toward tonight's program on PayPal, Super Chat, Venmo. Shout out here to Grind Time. Thank you very much for your support here tonight, Grind Time. We appreciate that. All right, to the Gentleman's Lounge, he gave out some memberships. Ianto9 gave out some memberships here tonight. The gift that keeps on giving, especially during this time of year. Ruda All Love Podcast, thank you very much for your support here as well. Alonda. Oh, Alonda took the evening here off.
She talking about she wished she was in Miami. Okay, girl, you're going to have to get that attitude right. Some fellas out there get you flued out. There's some fellas out there get you flued out. As a matter of fact, there might be the bus driver ain't going to do it.
Nigga, please.
Don't expect the bus driver to do it. He going to be expecting you to pay for your own plane tickets so he can pay for the cigarettes. You pay for the plane tickets, I'll pay for the Marlboros. Don't be talking to men's and they hates women's over there. What you need is a bus driver who loves women in your life. So it'll be that. Ranger One, you're damn right there. You said easy like Sunday morning. I work at the VA hospital. The basement job runs the nurses from CNA to nurse managers. Yeah, man, they all gonna be hiding out there this weekend. I want to thank all of you for tuning in tonight's program. If you are new here to the business, welcome to the program that all your favorite YouTubers love to hate watch. Hey, we've done it again. And by the way, I ran long deliberately because this is some of the value that you get. Look, you're going to be snowed in and blowed in. We understand that. Not going to be a lot of moving around. A lot of you are going to be out there in the snow and stuff. So, hey, we done got you through another shift, at least halfway through it. I was able to get you at least halfway through another shift here. So I have done my part during the snowstorm. I've done my part for all of y'all here nationally. So we held it down here for a few hours for you. So you at least got that to keep you occupied. To all my long haul truckers, my snowplow drivers, my night shift nurses, my warehouse workers, my civil service employees, all y'all who gonna be out there and whatnot, put in your earbuds, sit back and watch me go ham for a little while. Or sit back and listen to me go ham for a little while you're doing that. So might as well whistle while you work. I want to thank all of you for tuning in to tonight's program live or recorded. Thank you all for liking, subscribing, and sharing. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of The Business. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world, remember, handle your business or winter will handle you.